Hey guys, welcome to the PC Tips Pro, and in today's video we'll be discussing complete HTML course. So in this course we'll be discussing the HTML from the scratch, so from the basic elements and all, and then we'll be discussing about some of the HTML graphics also, HTML media and HTML APIs. So before getting into the video, if you guys haven't yet subscribed to the PC Tips Pro, please do subscribe. And now let's get into the video. So here you could see a simple HTML document, and here let me tell you each and every element that is present over here. So firstly we have this doctype HTML. So this doctype HTML is we have included this because this will tell that give the declaration and defines that this document is HTML5 document. And then we have this HTML tag. So this like let's say it's an HTML tag element. So this is one element, and this element is the root element of the HTML page. And then comes the head. So this element contains the meta information about the HTML page. So we are writing all this HTML for the visualization purpose on as a web page. So this head will contain the metadata about the page. And then we have this title element that specifies the title of HTML page. So when you open the browser, in the title bar you can just see or in the page tab you can see a title or the name of the website shown. So that is specified here in the title tag, in between this title tag. And then comes the body element. So this body element defines the document's body and is a container for all the visible contents such as headings, your paragraphs, images, hyperlinks, tables, lists, etc. Like whatever you see on the web page, so everything that comes in the body. So here we just mentioned whatever the we want our visitors to see in the web page. So here we do have heading here in the simple HTML document, and we have some paragraph here. And then we can see this h1 element. So h1 element is will be defining a large heading, and this p element will be defining a paragraph. So we'll be getting to learn how to use this all in the future part of the video. So then firstly, we will just try to understand what we mean by an element here. So, firstly, what is an HTML element? An HTML element is defined by a start tag and some content and the end tag. So, let's take this example of h1 tag. So, here this is the start tag. So, let me just highlight this. So, this is the start tag, and this is the end tag, and we have some content in between this. So this is the content. So these two are the tags and this is the content, and we just see this as an element. So an HTML element is everything from the start tag to end tag. So this complete part is an HTML element, this complete part. And then we can see various elements here. So this is also an element. So it is having a start tag, end tag, and some content in between them. So this is also an element. So let me also introduce you to a new tag, that is BR tag. So this BR tag doesn't have any content in it. Like you need to make a note that some of the HTML elements might not take any content. So they for example, this is an example of the tags which do not take any content, that is BR tag. So we'll be learning about BR tag in the future parts of video, and this type of elements are called as empty elements. And empty elements do not have an end tag, so they have only the start tag and they do not take any content. They don't have any end tag. After writing this HTML document, where are we going to see this content? Like we are writing this, and what we are being able to see, like where it is going to be displayed. Yes, it is in the browsers, web browsers. So what is the basic purpose of the web browsers? Like when you say web browsers, you can just think of Chrome, Edge, and Firefox, Safari. So what is the work of this web browsers when it comes to this HTML part? So the purpose of the web browsers like Chrome and Safari, Firefox is to read HTML documents and display them correctly. And a browser does not display the HTML tags, remember. So a browser does not display the HTML tags but uses them to determine how to display the document. So we are using many tags here like head, title, h1p. So do you think this all will be visible when you just visualize this on your web page, web browsers? No, they won't display all these tags. All they do is they just take this content and they display it according to this, like tags, like whatever tags we mentioned here. So they will these tags will decide how to display the content in them. So that's the job that web browsers will do it for you. And then let me just quickly show you how this simple HTML document will be displayed on the web browser. So for that, first we need to save this file. Let me just do that. And remember, when you are saving this file, let me give the file name to be first doc dot html extension, and then click on save. Now let's go and let's see. So let me open this, and here you can see that you can see my heading, which is uh, the content which is in my head h1 tag is displayed like this, and the content in the p tag is displayed like this. So the tags are not displayed over here, the content in them is displayed, but the tags decide how to display the content. So this is how this web browsers will do it for you. And then you can just see that whatever title you have given, so here it will be displayed. So it will be displayed on the title bar or the page tab in the browser. So I have given the page title to be page title itself. Here you can see page title itself. So if you change this, it can be changed there too. And in this way we can just get the basic idea about how the HTML tags are and elements are, and how the web browsers will display your HTML document and all. So now we'll see about HTML editors. So a simple text editor is all you need to learn HTML. So firstly, web pages can be created and modified by using professional HTML editors. However, for learning, you can just use the simple text editors like Notepad for the PC and TextEdit for Mac. So let me just quickly show you how can you use this Notepad and how can you write the HTML in this Notepad. So I'll be showing you for the PC. For that, let's go to the Notepad. Click search for the Notepad, and then let me just copy this. So I'm using this Sublime text editor to to write this to edit this HTML document. You can for learning purposes you can even use this text editors or the Notepad, but the Notepad would be ideal for the beginners. So let me just paste it over here, and then you can just, if it is in the Mac, you can just open the text edit and you can just copy this and paste it over there. And once you write some HTML, you can just save this. Click on the save, and just let me save it as my first dot html. So dot html extension is needed, and after that you can just click on save, and let's go back to the place where we have saved this. And here you go, click on this, so you can view this HTML page in your browser. And then here you can see how it looks like. So you can try yourself this one with your Notepad or text edit, or else you can even use the popular text editors like Sublime or Notepad plus plus and any other text editors that you feel like you're comfortable with. So now we'll be seeing about a few HTML basic examples like basic tags and all which we use in almost all the HTML documents. So firstly, in all HTML documents must start with a document type declaration. So the one which you can see here, the doctype HTML. So this is the document type declaration. The HTML document itself begins with a HTML tag and it ends with an closing HTML tag. So this is how the actual HTML will be starting and ending with the HTML opening tag and HTML closing tag. And this is the doc type declaration which will be saying that this particular document is a HTML document. So this is how this declaration is made. This is why this declaration is made. And then the next tag is like, firstly let's go to this body tag. So this body tag is the visible part of the HTML document. So all the visible part, like all the things that you see on a web page, like when you go to a web page, what all you can see, like the images, the picture, the videos, the audio, and some of the embedded videos, like some of the embedded videos from YouTube or from some other website, they can add it there, and many more things, the text, the paragraphs and headings, all the things, these all things which you are able to see when you open a web page are given under this in this body tag. So here you can see there are heading tags and paragraph tags, and we can even add image and link tags that I'll show you in this further parts of the video. And now so firstly, uh, let me just tell you this doc and detail about this doc type declaration. So this doc type declaration represents about the document type, and it will also help the browsers, like what all browsers we use, like maybe be it Chrome, be it some Firefox, or be it some Microsoft Explorer. So anything it might be, so it will be helping the browsers to know like which document type it is, and it will be helping the browsers to display the content, like display the web pages correctly. So it must only appear once, so there is no need to make it like write this type this again and again. This will only appear once per the document at the top of the page. So before any HTML document we use this doc type HTML, and then uh, in this HTML5 we use this declaration in this way. So this is the syntax to declare this declare the HTML, like declare this document as an HTML. Now let's jump into this HTML headings, which is in the body. So as I have told you, in the body there are all the visible parts of the web page. So here in the body we have h1 and h6. So let me just quickly tell you what are these HTML headings again. These HTML headings are defined with this h1 to h6. So being said that h1 defines the most important heading, and h6 will define the least important heading. So I'll just visually show you how this works, this h1 to h6. So let me just take one more tag, that is h2 tag. So this will be my second heading. This will be my second heading, and let's close this. And also let me just take, like you can even take h3, h4, h5, h6, but I'll just show you h4 one. So this will be my fourth important heading, and I'll just show you h3 and h5 also. I'll quickly add them. So let me add this here to show you the difference between H1, H2, H3, H4 and H5 and H6. So we have added this like H1 to H6 headings, and I'll just show you the difference between how these works. Firstly, let's save this by using the Control S. And here let's go open this and let's see what all like how it looks like. So here you can see the difference very clearly. So this is the text that I have mentioned in the h1 tag. So you can see that this heading is appearing to be more in size, and also this is like, it looks like it gives the importance value of this heading. Like let's say you have some main heading, and in it you want some subtopics, so you use the second heading. For the main heading you use this. For the second heading you use this, and in that if you want to give some more headings which is less important than this second heading, you use this h3. So in this way you can just give importance to your headings in the text. So this is how it works. Like you can see the size of this heading is decreasing when you go down. This is for h1, this is for h2, h3, h4, h5 and h6. So this is how these h1 to h6 tags work. And now let's look at the other basic tag of this HTML, that is p tag. So this is the p tag, and usually in HTML paragraphs are defined with this p tag. So here you can see in the p tag I have given like some text, like I'm saying that this is my first paragraph, and this other in the other p tag I'm using this another paragraph one. So in this way you can just add all your paragraphs in to your web pages. We have just seen this. I'll just show you again. Yeah, here you can see. So this is how your paragraph text looks like. So here you can, I just added only these three words, but you can add like all the paragraphs in this p tag. So this is how we use this. We give the paragraphs to the web page using this p tags. And then now we'll see about the HTML links. So in the HTML, the links are defined with a tag. So why do we need links? Like it's like when a person visits your web page, you want to link something. Like if you want to link to another web page from your web page, how can you link it? There are many uses of this a tag which will be knowing in the coming parts. With examples and with practice we'll be getting to know how to use this a tags, p tags and h1 to h6 tags and other tags which will be coming in the further parts of the video. So now a is the tag and href is equals to, I'll just tell you explain you this all. Firstly let me just show you how this works. Hi, and let me just close this tag. Okay, so firstly this is the a tag. This is the starting of the a tag, this is the ending of the a tag. What is this href? Href is the link's destination. So we specify the link's destination in this href. This href is called as an attribute, and in this attribute, in this particular attribute, we need to give the destination of the link's destination. We need to give like where this will be taking the particular the person who click this, where it will be taking him or her to, like the destination or the link. So let me just go here and we'll just go to some page. So I am on Wikipedia, so I just want to link the particular a tag to my Wikipedia. So I'll just copy this, and then let's go back to the editor and I'll give my destination here. So this is the destination where the user have to be has to be taken when they click on this particular text. So here I have given text. You can even give many more. So it can be like you can give the image also, like when the person clicks on the particular image, he'll be taken to this Wikipedia. Like the whatever URL is provided here, whatever the link is provided here, he or she will be taken to that particular link or that particular web page. I'm just giving the text here. So this text is only visible to the user, not this all attributes and all. I'll just you can just see this how it looks on web page. So let's save this and let's go back to our web page and let's reload this. And here you can see we have this hi, and this looks like a link. So you can see the difference. So it's a link. So let's click on this link and let's see where it takes us. Yeah, to the Wikipedia. So whatever you provide, like whatever link you provide, it will be taken by just clicking on the thing that you have given between these a tags. So here we can even add the image. So firstly we'll learn how to add the image, and then we will learn uh, uh, how to embed the image in this a tag. So there are lot more interesting things to learn about this. Firstly we'll learn from the basics, and then we will be starting to add them together, and we'll just see how fun it will be. So then uh, let's see how to add this HTML images. And in the HTML images, the HTML images are defined with the image tag. So it's img tag. Okay, it's img tag with we have the source file src. Here is as href is attribute in a tag, here the src is attribute in the image tag. So we need to give some source here, and then we have alt, that is alternative text. So we need to give some alternative text here. So I'm just leaving this blank for now. And then width, so the width of the image, this is also an attribute. And also a height, so this will be also an attribute of the image. And we just close this. And the one thing about this is uh, image tag is self-closing tag. We don't need to give again this image uh, image closing. We shouldn't give this because the image is a self-closing tag, so it doesn't need an ending tag, so it is self-closing. So remember this thing. So image is self-closing tag. And here let me just tell you like have this source alternative text width and height, how we need to give this. So the source is the source file, like from where the image from where you need your image. Let's say you want your image from your PC, you need to give that particular path. Or else let's say for the simplicity, let's go to Google Images and let's search for an image. So I am here on the image, so let's copy this image URL. So I just gave some two quick examples here to explain you about this alternative text and also this source file. So I have some source here, so I have entered some URL of an image here in the first example, and in the second example also I have entered some URL of another image. And let's see, nextly, alternative text. What is an alternative text? Alternative text is mainly used for the people who are disabled, like who use the screen readers. So the people, let's say some people who cannot see, like who cannot see a web page, but who want to get some content from your web page, is viewing your web page with a screen reader. So he cannot view the particular image which you attach on your web page. So this alternative text will just tell him what image it is. So I have given some book image it is, and it will be telling him. And if at all, in other case, if at all a person is viewing your web page, and due to some issues, if the image fails to load, then uh, the person can see this alternative text. So if at all the image loads, the particular visitor to your web page couldn't see this alternative text. If at all it doesn't load, then he can see this alternative text and he'll get to know that what image is that. And this width and height doesn't need any explanation. So this is the width for the image and this is height of the image. So we can just give whatever height we want and whatever width we need. And in the second example, again I have given some source file. This is from Google Images, I have taken them. And then in the alternative text, so this is a peacock feather. So let me just give this alternative text to be peacock feather. And my width, I want this width and height to be 200 and 250. And let's save this and let's see what we get. So yes, so let's reload this, and you can see I got my peacock image with the width and height that I have given, but I couldn't get this book image. So this book image is unable to load. Like I couldn't. The image is not loading for some reason on my PC or whatever reason it might be. So I can see this alternative text which says that the book image it is. So it is the book image. So this will help the users to know when the images doesn't load, or it will be useful when people use the screen readers to get this information from your site. So this alternative text is useful and it is optional of course, but using it will make your web page more readable to users. So let's get back to the editor. So this is how it all works, and you can even change the width and height according to your needs. So have you ever seen a web page and wondered, hey, how do they do that? Have you ever wondered? So let me just tell you, yes, if you want to just see this website and if you feel like how did they do all these things on the site, so you can just right click on the page. So here I just right click on the page and click on this inspect. So using this inspect, you can just see how this page is made of. Like you can see what all they use to make this page, like HTML and CSS. You can just go through it and you can just explore how did they do this web page, and you can even edit this. So isn't it awesome? So now we'll be just seeing about the HTML elements. So firstly, let me just, I'm just clearing all the concepts for you. So firstly, the HTML element. The HTML element is defined by a start tag, some content and an end tag. So let me just take this title tag to just show you. Title tag. So this is the start tag and this is the end tag. This is the end tag and this is the content in between these tags. So this is all together is called as an HTML element. So this is everything from the start tag to the end tag. So this is the HTML element. The basic the simple thing is this is how the HTML element is defined as. And then let me just show you from this document what are the examples of HTML element. So you can see this heading tag which is having the start tag, end tag and some content in between them. So this is also an element, and also you can see the paragraph tag. So it is having a p tag starting tag and this is the ending tag. So you can see this p ending tag and also the content in between it. So this is also an HTML element. So in this way you can just see that anything from the start tag to end tag is defined as the HTML element. And there is a small note that some HTML elements have no content. Let me just tell you, for example, there is a BR tag which is not having any content in it. There is no content in it, and these kind of elements are called as empty elements. So empty elements do not have an end tag. We'll see how this BR looks like. So it doesn't have any content in it. It doesn't have any end element and end tag in it. So I'll just save this, and then let me just go to this Chrome and let's refresh this. And here you can see there is a gap in between this headings and the paragraph. So you can see that this gap is created by this BR tag which is not having any content in it, and also it's not having any ending tag for it. So this gap has been created. So this is how this BR tag is used, and this BR tag is an example for the tag which is not having any end tag and also any content in it. And then now we'll see about this nested HTML elements. So HTML elements can be nested. Like nested means the elements can contain other elements. So all the HTML documents consist of nested HTML elements. So what does it mean by the like in this example you can see that in the HTML element we are having one more element, that is head element, and also we are having this body element. So in this example we can say that the body element is nested in the HTML element, or else we can even say that this h1 h2 h3 and so on h6 elements and BR element, P elements, A element and image elements, these are all are nested in this body element. We can say like this. So this is how this is what the nested HTML elements mean. So let me just tell you, like I explain you like how this is a nested HTML element. Here you can see the HTML element. So the HTML element is the root element, so it defines the whole HTML documents. And here you can see that this is having a start tag and this is having an end tag. And then inside the HTML element there is a body element. Here you can see the body element, and the body element is also having this will define the document's body, and this is also having some start tag and also the end tag, which you can see over here. And then inside the body element there are two other elements, that those are h1 element and then p elements, like these all heading elements, and br elements, a element, image element, and many more elements we have. And we all know that this h1 will be defining the heading, and this is also having a starting tag, and this is also having an ending tag, so this is an element. And p is also having start and end tag, this is also an element. And we can just see all of them are element which are nested in another element. So this is how this is what the meaning of this nested html element. So one important note is that usually sometimes the some html elements will display correctly even if you don't give this ending tag. So if you forget this ending tag, they may also they may give the correct results, like they may display correctly. But never rely on this, because there might be some unexpected results by doing this, and there may be errors occurring if you forget the end tag. So just don't do that, like just don't forget to give the end tag to just do to avoid forgetting the end tag. All you can do is you can do like this, like if you just start a tag, just give the end tag there itself, and in between them you start giving the content and all. In that way you can just make sure to get give this ending tag for every starting tag. And as I have told you, this br element, like the elements which do not have any content in them, are called as empty elements. And so these kind of elements also exist, and here in this example, this br tag is the break tag, this line break. So it will be giving some gap between both the lines, like this one and this one, so it will create some gap between them. And another important note is that you all should remember that, like this html is not case sensitive. What do I mean by not case sensitive? See, if a particular language or particular document is case sensitive, we can just give. So let's say I have given capital P instead of the small p. So will it change the outcome of my document, like how it looks on the browser? Let's see. Let me just save this. Let me just save this by using Control S, and then let's go back to the page and let's refresh this. Is it changing anything? No. So this means that if you give the capital P or the small p, the output will be same. So this is actual meaning of being a case not being the case sensitive. So the uppercase or lowercase doesn't make any difference to the output, but usually we recommend to use this small lowercase letters for us, because they are uh, because this document is stricter with the types like xhtml. So it's usually recommendable to use this lowercase letters and all in this html. So now we'll be just seeing about this html attributes. All html elements can have attributes. Attributes provide additional information about the elements. Attributes are always specified in the start tag. So these are the start tag, and the attributes are always specified in the start tag. So attributes usually common name value pairs, like name. So there will be some name, and then that will be equals to some value. So here in this we will be giving some value. So this is the main syntax, or how they usually occur in the start tag. So this is how they usually occur in the start tag. So yes. And then now we'll discuss about few attributes which we will be using in this html document. So the frequently used attributes we'll be discussing about. So firstly, the a tag defines a hyperlink. This a tag defines a hyperlink. The href attribute, so we have discussed about this attribute. Href attribute specifies the url of the page the link goes to. So we have discussed about this href attribute, that it will be having the destination link, and this information will be helping for when the user clicks on this text, so he or she will be taken to this destination. We have discussed this. And then the one more attribute is source attribute. So the image tag is used to embed an image in an HTML page. The source attribute specifies the path to the image to be displayed. So this is the path to the image, and this is also the path to the image. We can just give the path to the image which needs to be displayed. And then uh, there are two ways to specify the URL in the source attribute. So firstly, the first way is absolute URL. So here we have used this absolute URL, so which means that this links to the external page, external image that is hosted on the another website. See, for example, that I have given something here, so this is from the external website. So the one thing that you need to note is the external images might be under copyright. If you do not get permission to use them, you may be in violation of copyright laws. In addition, you cannot control the external images. It can suddenly be removed or changed. So the next one is relative URL, links to the images that are hosted within the website. Like you have some other image and you want to give the URL to that image, you want to redirect to that image, so there you can use this relative URL. So here it doesn't require any domain name. If the URL begins without a slash, it will be relative to the current page. So you can just use it directly without any slashes. Like if the URL begins with the slash, it will be relative to the domain. Okay, so the one thing to note down is that it's always best to use the relative URLs, because they will not break if you change the domain. And you may not get some any copyright issues or anything, so they may not change. So it's always suggestible to use this relative URLs for your web pages. And then we'll go to the other attributes, that are width and height attributes. So in the image tag only we can find this width and height attributes, so which specifies the width and height, as I have already told you. And this width and height are in pixels. So this is the point that is need to be noted down. And next thing is the alt attribute, the alternative text attribute. So this is also for the image tag. So this specifies an alternative text. So this specifies the alternative text for the image. If the image for reason cannot be displayed, this can be due to some slow connection or an error, as I have told you. So in the source attribute, so if the user uses a screen reader or anything, so this alternative text will be really useful for the user. And then the style attribute, so this style attribute you can just learn it from this you'll get it from the CSS also, but I'll just tell you now for this HTML. So let's say I just want to use this style attribute for my p tag. So here for the style attribute, use the style that is equals to, here I want to give my p tag to be red color. So I'll give color colon red, and I'll end it with a semicolon. So this is my style attribute, and we'll be just discussing more about the style attribute in the HTML styles in the further parts of the video. So let's save this and let's see how it looks like. Let me just go back and let me reload this, and here you can see our first paragraph is now appearing in the red color. So let us change the color and let's see if it works for other colors. Let's say green, and let's again save this, and let's go back and reload this. You can see in this way you can style your paragraphs. Not only paragraphs, you can do this for your headings also. Let's do for one of the heading, style equals to color color let's say I want it to be blue, and let's end it with a semicolon. Save this, and let's go back to our page and reload this, and here you can see it's appearing in blue. In this way you can just style your text and all. This is how the style attribute will be very useful for you. And then the next attribute, the lang attribute. You should always include the lang attribute inside the HTML tag to declare the language of the web page. So this is meant to assist search engines and browsers, so to know about your language and all. I'll show you how can you give this language. So, lang equals to en, which says that it is in English. So the country codes can also be added to this language code in the lang attribute. So the first two characters define the language of the HTML page. So these two characters will be defining the language of the HTML page, and the last two will define the country. We can even do that. For example, let's say English of let me give an hyphen and US. So in this way we can give this lang attribute, we can use this lang attribute. And then like next go to this title attribute. The title attribute defines some extra information about the element. So what all the extra information about the element? The value of the title attribute will be displayed as a tooltip when you move the mouse over the element. So let me just show you let's go to the P of another paragraph and give the title equals to um, I am I am let me use this. I am a tooltip, or let me just say I am a paragraph. Okay, so this is the attribute that I am using, and now let's see what it does to our paragraph on the web page. Let me just reload this, and when I go here I can see I am a paragraph. You can see this. So this is how it will give some extra information to your element. You can see this extra information that you can see when you are hovering onto it. It's showing that I am a paragraph. So this is also an useful attribute, like the extra additional information you can provide to your elements in the HTML document. So there is some common doubt that to use this double quotes or single quotes in this attribute value. So I'll just show you an example where let me just tell you that. Okay, yeah. So if your attribute itself is containing the quotes, so this is my this is the value that I want to give. The paragraph is having this quotes, so I cannot use this double quotes for the value and also the double quotes for the value inside it. So I cannot use this. In this case you can use, when you are having double quotes inside the value, you can use the single quotes outside, like this. You can use the single quotes outside. 1 minute. Yeah, you can use the single quotes outside. And then if you are if your value is having single quotes inside, you can use double quotes outside. So this is vice versa. I'll just show you. Yes, so you can see in this way we can just use them vice versa if at all the value inside it is also having some quotes. If there are no quotes, it's usually people would prefer double quotes. So it's all up to you. You can even use the single quotes also. So for now we have discussed about some useful attributes like lang and the style and source, href, width and height, and also style attribute, title attribute. So we have learned about many attributes in this particular topic, and now let's jump on to the next topic. So now we'll talk about the HTML headings. So search engines use the headings to index the structure and content of your web page. Users often skim a page by its headings. It is important to use headings to show the document structure. So as we all know that this H1 tag will be used for the main headings, and followed by this H2 to H3, H4, H5 and H6 tags. So the HTML headings for headings only. don't use the headings to make your text big or bold. So each HTML heading has a default size. Even though you can just specify the size of any heading with the style attribute which we have learned just before. So just by using the CSS font size property, you can just give you can just give the size to your HTML heading. Let me give the size to my h1 tag by just giving style attribute, which will be equal to uh, my font size is let me give my font size to be 70 pixels, and let me just close it with a semicolon, and then I'll just save it with Ctrl S and then go back to my page and refresh this, and let me just see, and here you can see how your heading is looking like. So it's much bigger than the previous one. So now let us see about the HTML paragraphs. So in the HTML paragraphs, a paragraph always starts on new line and is usually a block of text. So in the HTML, we use paragraphs to be with the P element which defines the paragraph. So a paragraph always starts on a new line, and then the browser all automatically adds some white space like a margin before and after the paragraph to like differentiate, like to create a difference between the previous element and the current paragraph which we are looking at. So you cannot be sure like how the HTML will be displayed. Like for we do have different kinds of screens, like the large screen or the small screen, and resized windows will create different results for your paragraph. So the browser will automatically remove if there are any extra spaces and or in between the lines when the page is displayed. So with the HTML, you cannot change the display by adding extra spaces or extra lines in your HTML code. So this is the point that is need to be noted down. So we'll just see how that really works or what. So let me just give the spaces now, and let me see. Here you can see that there is no change in the paragraph remains as it is. So the browser automatically removed all the spaces in between the words, the text. So this is in the HTML you cannot change the appearance by just adding some spaces and all. So the browsers will automatically remove all the spaces, like all the extra spaces that you give in that you give in the content. So let me just make it the normal one, and then now we'll discuss about this HTML horizontal rules. The HR tag that defines the thematic break in an HTML page. So it is most often displayed as a horizontal rule. So the HR element is a new element that we are going to discuss now. So it is used to separate the content or define a change in an HTML page. So we'll see how can we use this. Let me just use it here after this first paragraph, HR. So this HR is an empty tag like the BR tag which we have discussed. So it do not even have this end tag. So the empty tags are something which do not have the end tag. So this we'll just see how this works. Let me just save this and let's reload this, and you can see. So this gives the break. This gives the break between the it gives the horizontal line between the two paragraphs. This is how this HR tag works. And then now let's go here, and we already discussed about the BR tag, and now let's see the problem, the poem problem. So let's say you want to give a poem in the paragraph. Let me just quickly enter some poem here. So we can see now I have entered some poem. So I want this poem to be displayed in this same manner in the web page. But if I save this and if I run this, like if I just see how it looks on the web page, you can just see that it is appearing in the single line. so which we don't want. Like we want the poem to be appeared in the form we have written in this paragraph. So how can we overcome this problem? So we can use an element called as pre. So this pre element, so I'll show you. Instead of p, you can use this pre element here, and then this pre element defines the pre-formatted text. So the text inside the pre element is displayed in a fixed width font. It preserves the spaces and line breaks. So by using this, we can just uh, keep the spaces as we have given, like what all the spaces and what all the breaks we need. So they will be taken and they will be displayed. So the spaces are preserved when we use this pre element. So let me save this now and let me check like how it's being displayed. And now we can see this displays somehow fine, like as our poem. So yes, save this and run this. Okay, so in this way you can just preserve the spaces and breaks on your paragraph for your paragraph. So you can use this new element that we have now learnt about is the pre element. And then now let's discuss about this style attribute, which we have already discussed a few of the uses of the style attributes in the previous parts. So now let's discuss in detail about the style attribute. So the HTML style attribute is used to add styles to an element, such as we have added the color to the elements in the before parts, and we even add the font size and many more we can do. So the HTML style attribute is used for setting the style of an HTML element, and we can do this by using this style named attribute. And the syntax is usually like this. I'll just show you the syntax. So this will be the tag name. So whatever tag it is, the tag name and the style. So the style is an attribute. It will be equals to something in it, the value. And then we can just make it like the name or property. We can say property colon value with the semicolon, and then this is closed, and then there will be some content, and then the closing tag name. So this is how it works. So this is the syntax of the style attribute. And then this is the property. This property is a css property. The value is the css value. So this value is the css value. So we'll be discussing about this also in the future parts. And for now, let's discuss about different uses of the style property. So let me just delete this one, and then now let me just also delete this extra spaces. And yes, firstly we'll discuss about the background color. So the css background color property defines the background color of an html element. Let me just say the body. So I want to give some styling to the body. I use this style attribute, and then that will be equal to, I'm using this background color property. So these are properties which you can use for any element. Background color, you can just see this background color is equals to, so I want it to be powder blue color. And then we are done with this giving this style attribute, and let's check how it appears on our web page. I'll save this and go back to our page, and let's refresh this. And here you can see we added some background color to our page, and it looks really really good. uh, that like we can add some styling to the page, like not only adding the content, we can even style the content using this style attribute. And then so not only for this, we can even set this background color to different elements. So let me just go back, and here let's say I want to give a background background color to my pre element, like whatever content is in the pre element, I want that content to have this background color to be red. No, maybe not red, like you can just get these colors from the you can just go search in a browser regarding these colors and all, so you can get the names of the colors and the colors, what the color look like. So you can just choose one among them and you can just place it over here in the document. So let's say I want to style with the color background color that is equal, that is tomato. And then after this, let me just save this, and then let me check for this. Let's reload this. Yeah, here you can see that the background color of this complete body is in powder blue. And then this poem which we have written in the paragraph, we have made the background color of that particular paragraph or that particular content, a poem, to be the tomato color. So this is how this all background color works with the style attribute. And then now let's jump on to the next property, that is css color property. This css color property we have already seen with this paragraph and with the h4 element we have seen, but we'll again do that with so let's say, okay, we'll just do it with h5 element. We can just give style equals to we'll use the property color. So color, and I want to give my color to be let's say yellow. Yellow is the color that I am interested. So save this, and let's go back to our site. Let's reload this, and you can see this yellow. This doesn't look so appealing, but I just want to show you the difference, like how it changes and all. And then let's go back, and then now we'll discuss about the another property of css, that is font family. So the family property defines the font that is to be used for an html element. So in the h1 we have this we can just use the font like in the h1 or h2 any element. So we'll just go for the h6 element, and or else we just go to the h2 element because it's more visible. So h2 element, and here we'll just give the style equals to font family. So font family, the font family, there are many font families which you can even go, you can even just go explore all the font families, and you can just choose one which will be suiting your own website. So I'll just choose one of the font family, that is this, and then let me save this, and then let's reload this, and here you can see the difference in the font. So in this way you can just change the font by using the style attribute and the property of font family from the css. And the next property that we're going to discuss is text size, or else we can even say font size. So what how much font size you need for your text. This we'll just choose this for our h1 only. So we have used this font size to be 70 pixels, or else we can even use it to be in the percentages. Let's say remove this, or else let's do it for our h2. We'll do it for our h2. um, we'll give the font size to be 160%, 160%, and let's save this and reload this. And here you can see the change in size of this h2. So in this way you can use the font size in the pixels or in the percentages. And the next property that we'll see is the text alignment. The another property of the css is text align, which defines the horizontal text alignment for an html element. So now we will just go and we'll use this text alignment also. So let's use this text alignment in this h3 element, and style text align, text align to be, I use it center. So to align the text at the center, I use this text align property with the value center in the style attribute. So let me just save this and let's refresh this, and you can see this is aligned in the center. So this is how we use this cent align text align property of the css. So this is how the attribute style can be used to make your html page more visually better one, and also you can have more colors and alignment of text, and you can just make all the text, all the content in your web page look more beautiful with all the colors and all the alignments, with the font and font sizes and many more things. You can even explore more about this style attribute. So now we'll discuss about the HTML text formatting. So in the HTML, it contains several elements for defining text with a special meaning. For example, we can just give the text to be bold, or else we can just give the text to be italic, or else we have many things like we can do with the text. So we'll just see how can we format our HTML elements. So firstly, the formatting elements were designed to display special types of text. So have what all tags will use to display the special kinds of special types of text, we'll see now. So firstly, b tag. So we use this b tag, this that is bold text. So we'll just see now what this b tag will make. B tag will do, let me just take this h2 element, and then firstly let me show you how this h2 element is looking like. So you can see this is the h2 element, and let's go back to the editor, and here I will nest this h2 element in the b tag. So this is my b tag, and let me end my b tag here. So you can see that in the b element I am nesting the h2 element, and we'll see how this will make this h2 text in the display. Here let's refresh this. So we can even use this b tag like this. So let's close this b tag first only, and in the b tag we'll just give the text that i am I am bold, and here we'll just save this, and we will see how this looks in the displaying. Just Yeah, here you can see this text is in bold when compared to the paragraph and others. So you can see we can use this b tag like this. And the next tag that we'll be discussing is strong. The strong tag is used for the important text. So let's go back to the editor, and let's again open a tag called as strong. And then, as I told you, this strong tag this is the element that defines the text with strong importance. Like the content inside is typically displayed in the bold, and whereas with the b tag, this defines the bold text without any extra importance, but the strong tag will be defining the text with the strong importance. So we'll be just closing the strong tag, and here in between we'll just say I am a strong tag, or we can just say I am important. So this is having a strong importance. So let's save this, and let's see how this looks. Okay, let me just give some break in between them, and then you can just see. And the next tag is I tag. So I tag is used for the italic text, which is in the italic format, italic font. So let's give some text to be, the text is italic, and let's save this, and then let's refresh and see how this looks. And here you can see that the text is displayed in the italic format. And then we'll again go and just see the next element. The next tag which we're going to discuss is em tag. Em tag is the emphasized tag. So let me just open and close this tag, and the em tag this element defines the emphasized text. The content in this is typically displayed in italic. It is displayed in the italic. The screen reader will pronounce the words in em with emphasis. So this the change will come when you use the screen readers and all. So this the it is also displayed in the italic as the I tag, but the main difference is that when the screen reader reads this, it will read it with the emphasis. So by using the verbal stress. So let me just give some uh, text in it. So the text is emphasized, and then let me just save this and let me show you how this looks like. And here you can see there is no much difference between the italic and emphasized one, but the difference comes in the case of the screen readers. Okay, let's go back to our editor. And the next element that we can discuss is the small element. The small element defines the smaller text. We'll just show you this small element and closing it, and in this we'll give the text to be, this is some smaller text. And now let's see, save this and then refresh this, and here you can see this is some smaller text. And the next element that we're going to use is the html mark element, which defines the text that should be marked or highlighted. So I'll just show you this with some paragraph. Let me just go to the paragraph, start a new paragraph, and let me end it in to make sure I'll not forget the end tag. And here I say do not miss the offer. So I want the offer to be marked, so I'll just give it like, so you can see here, we'll go to the web page and we'll just refresh this, and here you can see that the offer one which we have given this mark element is now highlighted, you can see. So this is how we use this mark element in the html. And the next element is del element. So this del element defines the text that has been deleted from a document. Browsers will usually strike a line through deleted text. So we'll see how can we use this deleted text. So we can say that my favorite color is, so once I said black, but I want to delete this, so we can just say that delete del, and we can close this here, and then we can give it to be white. And let's save this and see how it displays on the web browser. Here you can see my favorite color is black is striked off, and then white is given in the display. And the next element which we're going to discuss is ins element. So this element defines a text that has been inserted into a document. Browsers will usually underline this inserted text. We'll just see how they do that. We can just add this inserted element to this white. We can just say ins and close this ins and save this document, and then let's reload this and see. You can see that the white has been underlined. And now we'll see another two tags, that are subscript and superscript tags. So this will be helping you to subscript the text or superscript the text. So let me just quickly show you how this is. Let me just start a paragraph and end this paragraph with the tag. And this is subscripted one. Subs use the sub tag. So in the sub we give that subscripted, and let's close this sub with sub. And then again I'll also show the superscripted one in the same paragraph. So this is sup will be giving is the element for the superscript. So let me just give superscripted. Let's close this soup. Yeah. So in this way, we can just let me add this text here, full stop, and again text here, full stop. Let me just save this and see how this appears on your page. So you can see this is subscripted, and you can see this is this is subscripted for the text, and this is superscripted. So this is how this appears on your web page. So this is how you can use all the tags. So all the tags which we have discussed now are, we have discussed about the bold text, that is B tag, bold text, and em tag, I tag, small tag, and strong tag for the important text, sub tag for subscripted text, sup, tag for the superscripted text, and inserted text, and for the deleted text we use del tag. For marked or highlighted text we used mark tag. So in this way we have discussed about various tags for text formatting. Now we'll discuss about the HTML quotation and citation elements. So firstly, in the HTML, for the quotations we have various tags elements. So we'll discuss few of them, the important HTML elements for the quotations. So first one is block quote. So here in the HTML, block quote element defines a section that is quoted from another source. So browsers usually indent block quote elements. So let's see how we can use this block quote. Let me add a new paragraph, and let me end this. And here in the paragraph, let's say this is a quote from website, and then uh, here let me just give some colon, and then we need to now start our block code. And again we'll first close this, and inside this now we'll write the content. And now we have this attribute called as site attribute, which needs to be given some value. So in the site attribute we'll be giving this the link, or the site, we will be giving the site. So we'll see how we can do that. So I have given some site from where I got this code, and I just given all the code which I want to add here in this content. And let's save this and let's check out our web page. And here you can see we got this code. And so this is the this is usually indented, like the most of the browsers usually indent this block quote elements. And then the next element is q element. So this q element is used for the short quotations. We'll just go to the editor and just even try out this q quotation, q tag. In the q tag we can give some small quotation, some quotation like people should live in harmony with nature. So this is my quote, and let me save this and see how this displays. You can see it here. So it came in with the quotation marks. So this is how this particular q tag works. And the next tag that we'll be discussing about is abbreviation tag. So abbreviation tag, we use it with abbr. So abbr, and let me just close it also. And then here this tag defines an abbreviation or an acronym like HTML, CSS, or Mr. or ASAP, like many things that are abbreviated. So marking abbreviations can give useful information to the browsers for the translation systems and search engines. So the use the global title attribute to show the description for the abbreviation or acronym when your mouse over the element, like when you hover onto the element. So I'll just show you how this works. Like we'll just start a paragraph element, and we'll nest this abbreviation element in the paragraph one, and I'll just say the and the abbreviation goes here in the in the title. So title is an attribute which we have already discussed. So here we'll just give this full form, World Health Organization, and in this we'll give WHO, and we'll just complete this sentence. So the WHO was founded in 1948. So now let me, yeah, so let's save this and let's see how this looks on our web page. And here you can see when I just hover onto this, I can just see that the World Health Organization. So in this way you can use this abbreviation tag for your HTML. And the next tag that we're going to discuss is address tag. So in HTML we use this address tag for the contact information. In the HTML, let me just start this address tag and close this. Okay, and now in the HTML, address tag defines the contact information for the author or owner of the document or an article. The contact information can be email address or URL or any physical address about this author, or the phone number, social media handle, etc. The text in the address element usually renders in italic usually, and the browsers will always add a line break before and after the address element, like it's automatically added by the browsers without using the br tag in the actual document which we edit. So now let's give some address. Usually this address tag is used in the footer part, because in any web page we can find the contact information and all in the footer part. So we use this address tag in the footer part of the web page. So let me just give the address content. So let me just say written by some XYZ person, and let me give some break, and again I would say visit us in at some place, and let me just give some break again, and my email website will be given like email, some email br, again some website which we have like abc.com or example.com, we can just say that, and again br tag, and some address you can just say, let me just give it to be India, and then let's save this and let's see how it looks on our web page. So here you can see this is an italic font, and this is how the address is written for this page. Like this gives the information about the writer or author of this web page, the information about the owner of the page. And now let's see about this site tag. So let's go back to the editor and let me start the site tag. So this is a site tag. Let me even close this to avoid forgetting the closing tags. So the site tag defines the title of a creative work. So the creative work can be a book, a poem, a song, a movie, a painting, or a sculpture. So the person's name is not the title of work, so just remember that one. So the title of work can be a book, a poem, and anything which I have said now. So the text in the site element usually renders in italic. uh, so let's say we have some, we'll just nest this site in the paragraph tag, and we'll just say that the book name, so let's say book XYZ has been like is written by some ABC person in in 2001. So let's say this is my sentence, and I kept this book XYZ in the site tag because this is my this is the creative work which I want to show. So let's save this and let's reload this, and here you can see this book XYZ was given in this italic. And then let me just go back to the editor, and here, so we got to know about why we use this site element, and then now we'll see about this BDO element, that is bi-directional override. So this bi-directional override element is used to override the current text direction. So we'll just see how is this working. So here we can see I use this BDO and I set the direction to be RTL, that is right to left. So let me just give some break after this so that you can differentiate between the things and even between this. So let's see how this looks like in the display. Here you can see all the elements, like all the text that I have given in this BDO was from right to left. Now actually it should be from the left to right, so we can change the direction of the text, so we can override the current text direction by using this BDO. And so we have discussed many important and interesting elements for this topic, that is for quotations and citation. We have discussed about address tag, we have discussed about BDO, block quote, cite, and we have discussed about q tag, we have discussed about abbreviation tag. And you can just you just got some good idea about how to use all the tags. So now we'll be seeing about the HTML comments. So HTML comments are not displayed in the browser, but they can help document your HTML source code. Like it can increase the readability of your document. So we'll just see how can you add this HTML comment tags in your document. You can add comments in your HTML source by using the syntax. I'll show you. So let's go here, and you can just uh, use this with two hyphens and give write your comments. So whatever the comment it might be, let me just write the comment. This is image tag example, and then let's close this similarly. So in this way you can add comments to your HTML source code. And notice that there is an exclamation point in the start tag but not in the end tag. So just notice that. So this is for starting of the comment, this is the ending of the comment. And the comments are not displayed by the browser, but as I have told you, they'll be helpful for to document your HTML source code. So with the comments you can even place this notifications and reminders on your HTML code. Like you can just say if you are using this for paragraphs, so let's go here, and here let's say I want to use it for some paragraph to say that this is the paragraph, or let's say this is in heading one. So I can uh, just add, like if I want to remind myself, like I have something to add here after this headings, and I will do that later. But for my remembrance, I can just use this comments like this. In the comments I'll just say that remember remember to add more information here. or else like whatever it is, like specifically if there is something that I have to do it here at the end, I'll just add it here through comments. So comments are also great for debugging HTML because you can comment out the HTML lines of code one at a time to search the errors. Like you can just, if you have some if you get some error with the HTML and you don't know where the error is, so if you have some specific places where you think the error might have been occurred, so you can just comment out that particular line or that particular element, and you can check for like whether you're getting an error or not. So in this way it will be more useful for you to debug the errors. And so in this way you can use the comments in your HTML document. So now we'll discuss about the HTML colors. So HTML colors are specified with predefined color names. So they can use the colors or else with the RGB or hex values. So there are many ways to define colors in the HTML. So we can use different color names like we have used in the previous parts, like tomato, orange, and we have used this powdered blue color and many other colors. We can use even violet, light gray. So there are many colors. So HTML usually supports 140 standard color names. So we can just go and explore those colors. And you can set the background color for HTML element, which we have seen already. So we have given this background color to the poem, to the website. So we can give this background color by using the style attribute. So here you can see the style attribute, background color. In the background color property, we have given the color name, and we have added this background color to our particular element. And even we have added the text color. You can just see we added the text color here. In the style attribute, we have given the property of color, and there we have given the value of the color to be blue, red, or anything we have given, and we just got our text in that particular color. You can just see here we got the text in the color. And now we'll see about the border color. So we can even give the color to the borders of the elements, like to the text. We'll see how can we do that. Let's go to the editor, and here in the h1 we can give one more styling a property to be border. So border, so my border will be, firstly you need to give the size of your border, size of the border. So I want it to be 2 pixels, and the color of it, so my color should be solid tomato. So this is the color. You can just go get the colors names uh, from the site of HTML. Like you can just go get the color names which the HTML supports from the browsers. Let's save this and see how it looks like. Reload this, and you can see the border color has been changed to the solid tomato color with 2 pixels of you can just see this 2 pixels one. And then we'll just discuss about the color values now. In the HTML, colors can be also be specified using RGB values, that is red, green, and blue values, or hex values, or HSL values, or RGBA values, and HSLA values. So these three we can just use it in any of the format. So I'll just show you three formats now. So let's go to the editor, and here uh, we'll just comment it out, and I'll show you what how you can use them. So we can use them like RGB, RGB of RGB colors in the respective manner. Like red will be 255, and green will be 99, and blue will be 71. You can use it in this way. This is one way, and the other way is you can use them like hex values. So the hex values will be FF6347. So this will be the hex value, and also you can even use HSL values by this manner, 9 comma 100%, comma 64%. So there are many ways, but my most preferred way is specifying the color, or else the RGB one is most easy way to find out which color you want to use. So we'll just use one of this in the previous ones, and let's see how this also works. Let me just go to the place where I want to use some color. So let's say I want to use this background color to be tomato. I'll give this to be RGB values. With RGB values I'll be giving without directly specifying the color. I'll do this, and let's save this and refresh this. So this is our poem one. So it's still even if I give this tomato color, or else if I give this uh, RGB values, the color remains the same. So the display is the same. So we can use this RGB or direct color values, or you can even use this hex values for giving the colors in the HTML. So now we'll be discussing about the cascading style sheets. So CSS, which means the CSS. So CSS saves a lot of work. It can control the layout of multiple web pages all at once. So what is CSS? So the first basic question is, what is CSS? So the cascading style sheets is used to format the layout of the web page. So let's take an example of web page and let's see. So the cascading style sheet will be helping in formatting the web pages, and with the CSS you can control the color, font, and the size or size of the text, the spacing between the elements, and how the elements are positioned and laid out. So what background images we need to use, and what background colors are to be used, different displays for different devices, and depending upon the screen sizes, like if you use on a mobile phone, how does it look like, and if you use it on a desktop, how it looks like. So based on different screen sizes, like how do we show the particular web page is all about this CSS. And there are much more things that we need to explore in the CSS. So the word cascading means that a style applied to a parent element. So when a style is applied to a parent element, it will also be applied to all the children elements with the parent element. So if you set a color of body text to blue in a with to all the headings, paragraphs, and other text elements within the body, will also get the same color. Like if at all you give this, let me just show you with the example. So we have given the color of the background color of the body to be powder blue, but in specifically we have given inside the body, we have given the color of this poem to be a tomato color. So when we just see this display, you can see that everything is having this background as powder blue, but this poem is having the background color to be tomato color. So because until and unless you specify particular color for particular element, everything will be having the property or the style of the parent element. So this is the point that you need to note down. And then how can we use the CSS to the HTML? Like how can we add the CSS to the HTML? So there are three ways in which you can add the CSS to the HTML. First method is inline method. So by using this, we can add the style attribute inside the HTML elements. We have seen how can you use this inline method, that is using this style attribute, and we have given some of the properties and values. How can we use this, all we have seen in the previous parts. So this is the inline method, that is we just specify the attribute for the starting so this is how you use the inline. You just give this attribute and you give the property and value. And the second method is internal method. In this we use the style element in the head section. So in the internal CSS we use the internal CSS to define the style of for a single HTML page. So the internal CSS is defined at the head, in the head section of the HTML within the a style element. So we'll see how can we use this internal CSS. In the head I am giving we'll just start with a style tag, and we end this style tag, and inside the style tag we give all the styling specifications. Like let's say I want to style my body, so I just give body, and inside the body, like just start with a flower bracket, and inside the flower bracket I want the background color to be powder blue. So we can I'm doing the same thing, like whatever I have done in this inline method, I'm doing the same in the internal method, so that we can just get the comparatively we can just get a comparative view of the inline and the internal CSS. And then after this we are done with this body part, and then again let's see the next one, which is h1. So in the h1 element we have added our CSS is like we have given font size and border. So I'll just copy this and paste it over here, so it's the same thing. And then we'll do the same with the other more elements, like let's say for the h2 we have some of the CSS, so we can do that by giving h2, and we'll just open and close this flower brackets, and inside the flower brackets we'll give this CSS, that property and value one. Let's copy this and let's paste it over here. So in this way you can give the styling to all the tags just by giving the tag name, and in the flower brackets you can just give the property and the value for the particular property. So in this way you can use this internal CSS. So and the third method is external CSS. So in the external CSS, in the external style sheet is used to define the style for many HTML pages. So to use an HTML external style sheet, we need to add link to it in the head section of the each HTML page. So I'll just for now I'll comment this out so that there will be no confusion regarding this. So I commented this out, so this will not be displayed again. So this is just for the reading purpose and for the document purpose. And now let's see how can we link the CSS to our current HTML document. We can do this by just giving this link with rel equals to style sheet and href equals to, so my CSS document name is style.css. So as I have told you, for the HTML document we use this .html extension, and for the CSS we use .css extension. And after this we have closed the head, and we have closed the yeah, we have started the body. So for the link there is no closing tag, so this is how it works. And after this we can just save this, and this and then this external style sheet can be written in any text editor. The file must not contain any HTML code and must be saved with a .css extension. So let's just go to another new file, and let's save it as. So then let's save this, and this is style.css, and here we can give the CSS. Like for the body I want the background color, so let me just show you. Background color to be, wait, okay, background color to be powder blue. So yeah, and then again we want the h1, that is header, first heading to be color blue, let's say blue. And then we have many more elements where we have added this styling and all. We can add all of them here in the separate document. The major advantage of this is we can have a separate document for styling and separate one for the HTML one. So we can just link them. That's okay. Like if there is any error or any mistake, we can just correct them very easily if we have two different documents, and we can just go for this CSS document for all the styling changes. And if you have any changes in the text or any HTML, we can go to this .html document for the changes in that. So that will be more flexible for the people who just make this web pages and all. So in the P, let's say I want it to be color red, and even we can add the background color and many more things, many more properties are there in this and in this. Okay, let me just make it to be tomato in this CSS. So we can just add all these properties, and we can make our web page look more beautiful to visitors, and also more visibly better than having the plain text. So this is of this style out how we can add this CSS to the HTML. So for now, let me just use the inline method for this particular topic. So I'll just save this, and I'll just comment out this one also, uh, because I will use the inline method to show you the further things in the CSS. Yeah. So then now the most preferred way is you can use this external CSS method. And for now, as we are doing this, like I'll just tell you about few of the properties of CSS. um, so we'll just have some demonstration about this. First one is the CSS color property, which we have seen here, which will change the text of the particular element to the color specified. And we have even discussed about the font family, which we have used. And also we which defines the property, with the property which defines the font to be used. And we have used the font size, so we can change the font size. In the H1 we have used this font size one. And also we have used the in the CSS border, so the border of what pixels and what color we have used it. And now we'll see about CSS padding. So the padding property defines a padding, like the space between the text and the border. So how much space should be there between the text and the border that you give is called as padding. So we can do the padding. I'll just give padding to the H1 element only. Let's give it quickly. Padding. So we have padding top, padding right, padding bottom, padding left, which means like the spaces in the upper part, in the lower part, in the sides and all. So the padding will be of, let's say I want the padding to be 25 pixels. And let's save this, and let's go to our web page and let's see. So here you can see the padding changed. So this is the distance between the text and the border of your particular element. And then we'll even see about the CSS margin. CSS margin property defines a margin, that is a space outside the border. So outside the border, how much space we need to leave. We'll even do that. Let's say we'll just go choose one paragraph and we'll see that. So let me say I want to give margin to this paragraph. Firstly, I'll give border. My border will be, okay, firstly I'll just give the style attribute, that is equals to border. Border will be, let's say it is 2 pixel, and it's, let it be the color to be green. And then will even add the margin to this. Margin will be, let's say I want my margin to be 40 pixels. So this is my margin. And let's now save this and see what all changes will it make to our web page. So we got this from, and here you can see there are gaps between this and this. We have got this 40 pixels gap. So this is how this particular CSS margin will work. So these are all the properties of CSS, and this is how you can link the CSS to HTML. So we have discussed about the properties like border, padding, margin, and also have to link your CSS to HTML, like inline method, internal CSS, external CSS, and all. And this is how like we learned, these are all the things that we have learned in this particular topic of CSS and HTML. So now we'll be discussing about the HTML links or hyperlinks. So links are found in nearly all web pages. Links allow users to click their way from the page to page. So in HTML, links are hyperlinks. So you can click on the link and you can jump on to another document. When you move the mouse over a link, the mouse arrow will turn into a little hand that you can see. I'll show you the link that we have did in the previous parts of this video. mm, Let me just see. We have created a link called as hi. Yeah, here you can see this hi. So when it is around, so the mouse arrow will, when it is here, the mouse arrow will turn into a finger, like a hand. So you can just click here and you can just jump on to another document. So the important note is that the link does not have to be a text. A link can be an image, or a link can be an HTML element. So a link can be anything which is inside the HTML. So we have already seen that this link have to be created. So here you go with the link that we have created. So let's give a break in between because we couldn't identify us. Yeah. So here you can see in the we will just revise the basic syntax of this link, hyperlink. So we have this href, and inside we have some URL where the destination has been specified, and this will indicate the link's destination, and the link text is the part that is visible to the reader. So this is the link text which is visible to the reader, and by clicking on this particular text, the reader will this will be sending the reader to a specified URL address. So we have just seen this how it works. Like when you click on the hi, it will be taking you to Wikipedia, and by default links will appear like an unvisited link is underlined and in blue, and a visited link will be, okay, let me just go back. So unvisited link will be in underlined and blue. Visited link will be underlined and purple. So as I have visited this link, it is now underlined and purple. So an active link is underlined and red. So this is how by default these links will appear in all browsers. So the one important note is that links can also be styled with the CSS to get some good look, like not like this plain one. We can even make some good buttons and all with the CSS. So then the HTML link and about this target attribute, we'll just discuss about this target attribute. Let's go back to our editor. So by default, the linked page will be displayed in the current browser window. So to change this, you must specify another target for the link. The target, we use the target attribute. So here, let me just show you. We use this target attribute that will be equals to. So this target attribute specifies where to open the linked document. So this target attribute specifies where to open the linked document. So the target attribute can have one of the following rules. Like the first rule is that self. That means it's if we give it to be self, if we give it to be self, and this will be uh, opening the document in the same window or the tab it was clicked. If we give the blank for this target, so let me just, if we give it to be blank, so it will be opening the document in the new window or tab. If we give it to be parent, So it will be opening the document in the parent frame. And then if we give it to be top, then this opens the document in the full body of the window. So for example, let's give it to be blank and see. I'm giving it to be blank, save it, and then let's reload this. So if I just click on this, it is opening my Wikipedia in the another window, and the self one is pretty similar to, if at all, if you don't give any title, it will be opening in the same window. So giving the self will result in the same. So now we'll discuss about this absolute URLs versus relative URLs. So we'll get to know the difference between absolute URL and relative URL. In the example that we used here, this is the example of absolute URL. That is, we are giving the full web address in the href attribute. If we give this local link like page within the same website is specified with a relative URL, which is having without this https and www dot, so this part is not there, so that we refer as the relative URL. So we can even give that relative URL like from our local PC and all. So that is the way of giving this relative URL, and this giving the complete link is called as absolute URL. So now we'll see how can we make the HTML links by using an image. How can we use an image as a link? So to use this, as I have told you when we are discussing about this AA tags, that we can no it, there is no mandatory thing that we need to use only text here. We can even use another elements, another HTML elements. Now we will see how can we do that. So I'm removing this hi, or else let me just keep it like this. I'll just create one more link by I'll just copy this format, and let me just copy it down here, paste it down, and I'll give some break. So now in the place of hi, we'll just give an image that we are making an image to be a link. So we'll image this image, we'll just nest this image element inside the a element. So I'm giving image and my source. So I'll just firstly give this closing, and source will be equals to let me just give the image that is I already used this peacock feather one. So let's copy down this link, and let me give it in the source. And then we are done with the source, and we can even add this alternative text and all. Let me just give this alternative text to be image link. And also I want to give some styling to this, so let's use this CSS also in this. So my styling should be I want this width to be 43 pixels, and my height to be, let's say, again 43 pixels. And this is what my image attributes are, and I'm nesting this image in the a link. So this is how my complete making of an image as a link is all about. And after this I'll just save this one. So all I'm doing is I'm just nesting this image, I'm just replacing the text with the image HTML. So then after saving this, we'll be going to this web page, and we'll just reload this. And here you can see we got another image which is a link. So you can see here it is an arrow, when you come here it becomes an hand. So this is a link, this is an image, this is a link, this is an image link, this is an image. So these are the differences between these three. And let's click on this, and it will be taking us to the Wikipedia, as I have given the link's destination to be Wikipedia again. So let's come back, and let's go back to our editor. And one more thing is we can even link to an email address. So for linking to an email address, we need to use mail to inside the href. I'll quickly show you how can we do this by creating one more link. So I got this link, okay, and here I'll give the href will be equals to, and here we need to give mail to colon. So this is something which you need to use when you want to create when you want to link it to your email id. So let me just give some email id here. Let's say r123 at the rate of gmail.com or some example.com. We can give it anything. So let's say gmail.com. So this is an email, and in the text I'll just give it to be send send an email, or you can just create this link. Let's save this now, and let's go to the web page and reload this. And here you can see send email button. When you click on send email, it will be asking me to open the mail. So this is how this works. So you can use this mail to colon option to create linking to your email, so email address. And also we'll just also see about this button as a link, how to use the html button as a link. We just need to add some javascript code to make this as a button as a link, which we can learn from the javascript. For now in the html we firstly currently we will concentrate on this html. We can even add the titles to the links. All we can do is, so we have given the href attribute and we'll also give this title attribute here. So we'll say that this particular send email will send email to me. So we can just say send uh, email to us. So this is what I want the title to be for this particular title. So let me just save this, and then let me go here and reload this. And when I go and hover on to this, I'll be getting this additional information called as a send email to us. So this is how we can use titles in the links also. And we can even, as I have told you, for the relative links, we can use local links. So you can get some links from which are located in your html folder on the current site, current website. You can just get them, you can use them, or else you can get some external sites which are absolute urls. We can even get them. So in that way we can use this hyperlinks and all in this html. So for now, we have discussed about the A element, we have discussed about href, we have discussed about target, and we have discussed how to how to make the images as links, and about the mail to scheme which we use inside this href attribute to create the link that opens the user's email program. So we have discussed about these all. And we also know that an HTML link is displayed in different color depending on whether it has been visited or it is unvisited or is active. So there are different colors, like as I've told you. Firstly, if it is unvisited, and then it will be looking like underlined with the blue color, and if it is visited it will be in the violet color or purple color with the underline. And if it is an active link, it is underlined and red. So you can change the link state colors by using css. So we'll see how can we change this link state colors. So we'll just all we need to do is we will create, like, we will link it to this style. So let me just comment remove this comment for this, and add comment to this. Enough. Let's go to our style.css and style some of them. So now we'll use this style, and here we'll make So now we'll see how to add the have to change the link state in the HTML. So by default we know that we have this link to be underlined and blue if it is unvisited, and it is underlined and purple it is if it is visited, and it is an active link if it is underlined and red. So it is underlined and red if it is active. So we can change the link state colors by using the CSS. So we'll just firstly comment this out. I'll just show you what this is in the next parts of the video. So let me first comment this out. So in the CSS we use this to comment out anything, and then now let's go down and I'll just show you how can you change the states of these links. So firstly, let me let me just give this a, that is the link. A is the link tag, and which is in the link state. So I want this color to be green, and I want this background color, so the background color to be transparent, and also my text decoration, so the text decoration to be none. So I don't want any text decoration for now. Like the text decoration is something like you can underline the text and all. And after this we'll just copy it down and we'll do the same for the other four states with different colors. Let's go with this, and this is for when the link is visited. I want my color to be pink, and the others are same. The background color should be transparent, and text decoration is none. And then if my link is if I hover on to the link, yeah, so if I hover onto this link, I want it to be in the color of red with the transparent background color, and the text decoration should be underlined. And let me just do the same with this is for hover, and this is for active link. So for the active link it is, and I want it to be yellow, and the text decoration should be underlined. And when you're done with this, yeah, so when you're done with this all, we just save this and we'll go back to our web page and reload this. And here you can see that it is in the green color, and once I just hover onto it, it becomes the red color. So this is how it works like. And if I just go to this okay, if I just visit this page, here you can see it turned into pink color. So when I visit the page, so this is how we can just change the states of the links in the HTML. And also I'll show you how can you create the link buttons in the HTML. So to do that, let me comment out this all things that we have done. So I'm commenting out this, and just in the CSS, this is the way to comment out the CSS document. So I'll take out the comments here, and here you can see that I have declared the same style for two of them, for the A link and also the A visited color. So I want it to be color white, and background color is the hex code that I have given. So it's nearly red color. uh, it's the background color, and the border I have given, and the padding and the text alignment. And I have also given this display, how it should be displayed in line block. And for the other two, A hover and A active, I want the background color to be red. So this is what I have chosen. So now let's save this with the yeah, with some closing flower bracket, and let's check for all the starting and ending flower brackets and the ending tag. Yes, let's save this and see. So here you can see when I hover onto this, the background color changes. You can see this. So this is how you can just make this link as a button and you can just use it. So let's get back to our code. So now we have learned about how can we change the states in the link and how can we change the colors accordingly, like without being the default one. So in this way we can even customize our links in a more good in a more interactive way, like in a more appealing way. We can make our web pages look more beautiful with all the colors and we can add more functionalities to this. So now we'll see about in the HTML links how can we create bookmarks. So in the HTML links, they can be used to create bookmarks so that the readers can jump to specific parts of the web page. So how can we create this bookmark? So bookmarks can be useful if a web page is very long. Like if there is a very long web page and you want your users to jump between the topics and all. So in that case, we usually prefer this bookmarks. So to create a bookmark, first to create the we need to create a bookmark and we need to add it to the link. So let's quickly see how can we do that. So we can do that by using this id attribute. So using this id attribute we can create a bookmark. Let's just quickly create a bookmark for our uh, h6 tag, or yeah, h6 tags. Let's do that, or else we'll do it for our fifth h5 tag. So here we can do that by just giving the id equals to, so the id is let's say the id is a a1. So my id is a1, and then we'll create a link. We create a link at the bottom. We'll create a link here, or else here we'll create a link, and in the link we'll give in the href we'll be giving this id with a hash. So hash a1. So this is my id where I want the user or the reader to get to when he clicks on this particular link, when he or she will click on this particular link. So here I'll say jump to h5. Have we given this to h5? Yes, we have given this to h5. So we are telling that jump to h5 is this link, and this link will be taking us the h5 element, like the h5 content. So now we'll execute this and we'll see. Let's save this first and let's check. Okay, and now let's move on to our web page and let's check it out. Refresh this and then let's scroll down, and here you can see this jump to h5. Click on this and now you are taken to this h5. Where is this? Here you can see the first thing you can see is this h5. Let me just scroll down again and let me just show you again. I'll click on this and I'm taken to this. We'll change the id and also we'll check like how it's working. Let me just make it to be h4, and I'll give the same id to h4. Like I'll just remove it from h5 and I'll give it to h4, and let me just save this again and let's go to the web page, reload this, and here let's scroll down and here we can see this jump to h4. Click on this and here you can see the first thing you can see is the fourth important one, that which is the h4 element. So in this way you can bookmark to any other part of your part of the same page, or else you can even bookmark to the any other part of any other page. And in this way you can just use the links and the ids to bookmark things and make it easier for the readers to jump from one topic to another topic. So now we have learned about how can we use this href with the id and how can we create bookmarks. Now we'll be just seeing how can we about all the html images and how can we add them and how can we use them in the html. So images can improve the design and the appearance of the web page. So we have seen few of them in these examples, and we have used them in few of the times. We do have this source and the alternative text attributes with associated with this image tag. So basically we know that the HTML image tag is used to embed an image in the web page. So images are not technically inserted into the web page. So images are linked to web pages. The image tag creates a holding space for the referenced image. And the image tag is empty, and we know that it only contains the attributes like source and alternative text. So it is also self closing. It is not having any closing tag, and it's self closing tag. And it has source and alternative text attribute. So we'll have a little bit talk about this source attribute. So this source attribute specifies the path URL to the image. When a web page loads, and it is the browser at that moment that is getting the image from the web server, and it is inserting into the page. Therefore, you just need to make sure that the image actually stays in the same spot in the relation to the web page. Otherwise, your visitors will get broken link icon, and the broken link icon and the alternative text as shown, um, if the browser cannot find the image, because it's something like that, it's not completely onto your page, so it has been linked from some other source. So when that particular source, in that particular source, if the image has been deleted or it has been changed, so when the browser is trying to get the image, so the users will get some broken error. And now we'll speak a little bit about this alt attribute, the alternative text attribute. So the alternative text attribute provides an alternative text for an image if the user for some reason cannot view it because of slow internet connection or an error in the source attribute, or if the user uses a screen recorder. So the value of alternative text should be able to describe the image even the image is not able to see. The alternative text should be such that it should be describing the image as good as possible. And if the browser cannot find an image, it will display the value of alternative text attribute, so this one. And thing is that people might think about what are the screen readers. So as we tell that this alternative text will be also be used when the people some person is using the screen reader. So the screen reader is a software program that reads the HTML code and allows the user to listen to the content. Screen recorders are useful for people who are visually impaired and learning disabled. So for such kind of people, they use this screen recorders to hear the content. So there, this alternative text will play a very good role for them understanding what all are in this web page. And then the next comes the image size, that are width and height. So we have two ways to get this to specify this width and height. The one is through style. So here you can see the style. In the style we are giving this width and height in pixels, or else we are giving the attributes called as width and height, and these are also specified in pixels. The point to be noted is, be it in the style or be it in the direct attributes method, the pixels are given in the width and height are given in pixels only. And then uh, the which one we need to use, like should we use this attributes directly or should we use with style? It is recommendable and suggestible to use this through the style attribute, because it will prevent the style sheets from changing the size of images. So it's most preferable to go with the style attribute to get your to specify your width and height of the image. Let's say you want to get an image from another folder. So how can you do this? You can do that simply by just going to your just giving this image, start this image tag, and in the source you need to give the path. If at all your folder is having some subfolder, and in that subfolder you are having your image, you can even you have to even specify that subfolder. So let's say I'm just giving the path to be my images, and here in the my images I'm having my picture. So I just say abc.png or jpg, anything like whatever extension it is. And if the images are on another server or website, how can we do that? We can just get the link and we can just paste it over in the source, and we can get this image on our site. So one note on the external images that you take from another servers or another websites is external images might be under copyright. So if you do not get the permission to use it, you may be in violation of copyright laws. And in addition to that, you cannot control the external images because they can be changed or removed suddenly by the owner of the image. So just be cautious about that, like be if you are enough confident that about the image, use them. And then now we'll see about the animated images. We can add this animated images which are also known as gifs. We can just do that by let me just remove this, and I'll be giving yeah. So in the source, let's say my animated image name is program.gif, and in the alternative text I would give some uh, coding 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 man. So this is my alternative text, and in the styling I could give this width and height of this. So in this way you can add this animated images. And the next one is image as a link. How can you use this image as a link? We have already seen this. We have embedded by just embedding this image in the link, in the a tag, we have made our image to be a link. So I'll just remove this too. I have just shown this for your understanding. And then the floating images. So the floating property, we use the css float property to let the image float on the right or to the left of the text. We'll quickly see how can we do that. So we'll consider one of the image. So this image, say this in image, and in this image what we do is we, after giving the width, height, we even give firstly let's give the styling here itself for this. So we'll start the style attribute, and in the style attribute let's give our width width to be some around 42 pixels, and also the height to be 42 pixels. And then we'll be adding the float attribute, float property to be we'll make it to be floating in the right side. So we'll just give the to be right. And here now let's give some text. So my text would be something like, I will float on the right, on the right of the text. So let's say, so this is my text, and I'll make it like, I'll embed this image, I'll nest this image inside a paragraph tag, and I'll end my paragraph tag here. So let me just save this and see what all it does to my displaying web page. And here you can see I will. So you can just see that we have the text here, and we just got this image floating on the right side of this. I have just changed somehow, so I have changed it to right side, and let's give the left, and let's see what it gives us in the web page. So let me just, so you can see that it is on left side of the text. Okay, I'll just change the text to left side, and then save this, and then let's reload this and see. You can see that this is floating on the left side of this text. So this is how this image floating is working, and in this way you can add the images to your web pages. And now we have discussed about the image tag, and we had a talk about the source attribute, alternative text attribute, and usage of width, height in this HTML, and the properties in the CSS also. And we have learned about this float property in the CSS. So we can use this background image on the HTML element. How can we use this background image? We can do that by using the property called as background image in the style. So I'll just show you how can we do that. Let me add some division, and style equals to background image. So background image, and the image can be this. So I can give my image to be the image name, like let's say it's image.png, and I'll close this. So in this way you can even add the background images to your background image styling to your elements. So usually we can even declare this in the we can even give specify this in the head section by just giving the style tag, or else by using the style attribute. So if we want to give this background image on the page, we can use this style attribute, like this complete thing on here in the body. If you give this styling to the body, then you will get it all as the background image to whole page. So let me also show you that if the background image is smaller than the element, the image will repeat itself like horizontally and vertically until it reaches the end of the element. So how can we avoid that? We can avoid that by you can just go here and then give some background repeat property, and in the background repeat property give it as no repeat. So by this we can just avoid this kind of repeating of the image. And if you want this if you want the background image to cover the entire element, you can set the background size property to cover. If you want all of your image to cover the element completely, you can choose this one. So I'll show you this. It's background attachment, background size. So background size will be set to cover. And then, and also to make sure that entire element is always covered, we need to keep set the background attachment property to fixed. Background attachment property to fixed. So by in this way the background image will cover the entire element with no stretching. That is that the image will keep its original proportions. So by doing this we can achieve this entire element getting covered. And what is the background stretch? If you want the background image to stretch to fit into the entire element, you can set this background size property to 100%. Let me just show you. Hun- So 100% and 100%. And by just doing this you can just uh, uh, give this background image to stretch if to fit into this entire element. And you can try resizing the browser window and you will see that the image will stretch but always cover the entire element. So in this way you can use this property also. And then we'll also see about the picture element. In the HTML we have this element, so I'll just remove this. So we'll have this element called as picture. So this picture element allows you to display different pictures from different devices or screen sizes. Um, so this HTML picture element gives web developer more flexibility in specifying the image resources. The picture element contains one or more source elements, each referring to different images through source set. So it is having an attribute called as source set attribute, so which will be specifying images, one or more images from the source element. So in this way browser can choose the image that fits into the current view or the device. So based upon this all the images and the device, the browser will choose one image. Browser can choose the images from them, and each source element has a media attribute that defines when the image is most suitable. So we'll just see an example how can we use this. So in the picture, I'll just close this picture, and then in the source media, I'll just open this one more. So in the source media I am giving, so in the media I'm giving minimum width. Let me give this double quotes, and the minimum width is 650 pixels. And then the source set will be some image. So we can just say the image of food will be displayed. And then let's close this, uh, and then we'll create one more source media. So I'll just copy. So if the minimum width is 450 pixels, then the image should be of car. And we'll in this way, after doing this we'll just uh, close this tag. So always specify an image element as the last child element of the picture element. Why? Because the image element is used by the browsers that do not support picture element, or if none of the source tags, so none of the source tags match. If there is uh, based on the display and the device, if none of the source tags match, it will display this image element. So basically when we need to use this particular picture element, so this there are two main purposes for this picture element. First one is bandwidth. If you have small screen or device, it doesn't necessary to uh, it is not necessary to load a large image file. The browser will use the first source element with the matching attribute values and ignore any of the following elements. And the next main purpose is the format support. Some browsers or devices may not support all the image formats. By using the picture element you can add images in of all formats, and the browser will use the first format it recognizes and ignore any of the following elements. So in this two these are the two main purposes of using the picture element. And also for the depending upon the devices it will show the respective image. So these are the main purposes of this picture element. And the one important note is that the browser will use the first source element with matching attribute values and ignore the other source elements which are after that. So just keep this in mind and keep this in mind and add your source media and source set. Now we'll see how to add a favicon to HTML. So in the HTML, if you want to add a favicon, you can just follow this procedure that I'll be telling you now. So what is favicon? Favicon is a small image displayed next to the page title in the browser tab. You can use any image you like as your favicon. You can also create your own favicon from other sites. So it is a small image and it should be a simple image with high contrast. So this favicon can be your logo of your business or anything that you want to, like, you want to give some icon to your website. You can do this with this favicon, like we call this as a favicon. So it is displayed to the left of the page title in the browser. So to add the favicon to your website, you can either save your favicon to the root directory of your web server or create a folder in the root directory called images and save your favicon image in this folder. You can even give this common name of this favicon image can be favicon.ico. So to give this image to our html like web page, how to do that? So firstly we just need to go to this link element. So here in my head section, so here in this link, I will be here I'm having the style sheet and all. So I'll just show you how can you give this. So let me just, you need to give this rel attribute to be icon. So I want it to be icon and the type it is to be image. So this type is image. And then I'll be giving this reference to be, if at all I'm having this in my local PC, I'll be just giving, like, I'm assuming that this logo will be of my own, like I'm not going to take it from any other URL and all. So I'm taking this href to be my images, like this is my folder name, and here I'll be giving the most common file name favicon.ico. And then so this is the link, like by using this we can just get this favicon on our browser tab. So once you just save this and once you run this, you will be getting your image, like your favicon on your browser tab. Now we'll be discussing about the HTML tables. So in HTML, tables allow web developers to arrange data in rows and columns. So for example, we can just say that we want to create a table. So how can we do that? We'll just see now. Um, yeah. So firstly, to create a table, we use the tag called as table tag. So this table will define an HTML table. Like this table tag will define an HTML table. Each table row is defined with a tr tag. So tr tag is used to define the row in the HTML table, and each table header is defined with the th tag. So this is the table header tag, and each table data or the cell is defined with the td tag. So this is for the data, and by default the text in th elements are bold. So in whatever you give in this th elements, so I'll just show you the proper example, but now I'm just showing you how they are represented. So the text, the elements in the th are bold and they are centered. By default the text in td elements, the data elements, are regular and left aligned. So this is the difference. This is by default one. We can, if you want to change it, like the links, like as we have changed the state of links, like we have changed the colors, we can even change this one by using the styling attribute and all. But for now, for by default we have this th to be bold and the td to be a regular and left aligned, and th will be centered. And then now we'll write some example, like we'll get some example for this table tag. So this is the start of the table tag, and let me end this table tag also. And here in the table tag I want to give some styling, so I'll give it in the end. And for now I'll start with the row. So my first row, this is my first row, and I'll end my row also to avoid this forgetting of the ending the element, so ending the tag. So firstly in the first row I'll give all my headers. So you have to just imagine a table, So in the table, the first row will be headings, and from the second row you'll be having the data regarding the particular heading. So here I'll just give it to be th, and I'll close my th also. So let's say I have three columns for my each for my table. So I'll create three headings. So three headers. For three headers I need three elements, so three th elements. So I'm giving the three th elements, and we are done. Now we need to give the headings now. So let's say my first header will be first name. So this is the first name, and the other th will be a second name, or last name, sorry, last name, we can say last name. And then the next one will be age. So this is our age column. So we want our table to contain three columns, so we have given three headers for and then from the next row we'll be giving the data, and I'll show you how this looks visually also. And after this we have completed one row, and now we'll start another row. So another row, start this row, and then in the row we again need this three data, so that is the three data elements. So for the first row we have given the three header elements, and from the next row we need all the data. So I'll just start and end and give the end tags for the data. And one more, we need three columns, so I give three three data cells or three data elements. So in this I'll just give the first name. For example, I'll give the first name to be Jill, and the last name to be Smith, and the age to be, let's say it's 45. And then we need one more row, let's say. So we'll just copy paste this one by just changing the first name last name, by creating one more row. So the next row will say that the first name will be Eve, and then the last name will be Jackson, and his age would be around 70. So this is my information for the text, like this is my data, and these all are my headers. The first name last name age is my header, and this is my data. Now we'll see how this is being represented, how this is being displayed on our web page. So firstly let's save this, and let's go back to our web page. Let's reload this, and now we'll see our table, how it's looking like. And here you go with the table. So we can see the headers are bold, and they are centered, and the other data is in regular font, and it is left aligned. So you can see that this is how the table has been represented. So we have done this by using this table element, the table tag, and the th, the table header, tr, the table row, and the td, the table data. So by using these elements we have created a table for our html in our html document, and we have displayed it on the web page. And then a small note is that the td elements are the data containers of the table. As I have told you, td is the table data. They can contain all sorts of html elements, like we have given some text here, but it is not mandatory to have the text in this data. We can even have images, we can even have lists, and we can even have other tables like the nested tables one. So we can even have all those kinds of html elements inside this data. And then now we'll even just add some styling to this, like let's go to the table and give some style attribute, and then in the style attribute let's give the width to be 100%. And then we'll also give some border to this particular table. How can we do that? We can just do that by giving we can just give semicolon, and then semicolon, and then we want the border to be 1 pixel and solid black. So now we'll just save this and we'll see how it looks like. And here you go with it. So you can see that we have created some border, and we can see this alignment clearly in this way. Like we can see that the header is centered, and the other elements like the data elements, data content is left aligned. So you can see clearly in this, and we have got some border. So we can even give the padding. So let's go to the code, and let's say I want to give padding to th and td. So I can give padding just by or else we can just give padding by going. So then we can do that by even going to this, and here in the style we have just created this we have just added this style element, and in that we have given style to this styling to this th and td, and the padding is 15 pixels, and you can see the change here. So we have given some padding, and then we can even left align this th is by default center aligned. We can even change this. Let me just do this. Even we can add it here, that alignment text align, so the text align to be left. So once I add this and save this, and I'll just go back to the web page, and here you can see that now our the particular heading is also left aligned, and the data is also left aligned. In this way we can change the alignment from the default to whatever you want. So by default it is center, but you can even change the alignment, you can change the padding and all, and you can make it more beautiful, like more relevant to you according to your needs. And we can even add this border spacing. So we'll add this border spacing for the table. So the space border spacing specifies the space between the cells. So to set the border spacing for table, we use the css property called as border spacing. We can even do this here, or else we can just go to the table. In the style attribute we can give that. Okay, we'll quickly do that here. For the table, I want this border spacing my border spacing to be 5 pixels. I'll save this, and now we'll see. And in this way we have created the border spacing between the cells also. And if and then now we'll see about the cell that spans more columns, like many columns. To make a cell span more than one column, we use this call span attribute. I'll show you how can you use that attribute. uh, Firstly we'll go to the table element, and here I have given 3 headers, but I want this last name to repeat twice. So I want this last name to have the span of 2. So let me just remove this first header, and in the second one I'll just give an attribute called call span that is equals to 2, and just save this, and let's go back to the web page and reload this. So we can see that this last name has been given to both of the columns. So for this comes under the one column is having 2 data cells, and then this is looking like this because we have left aligned it. But if at all we center aligned it, it looks like the one column is for the 2 rows. So then we'll also see the similar one goes with the call row span. To to increase the span of the row, to make a cell span more than one row, we use this row span attribute. We'll remove this, or else we can just keep it like that, and we can change the row span of this. So we can give row span to be So we can even use it for the row span. And then we can even give the caption to the table. So to add a caption to the table, we use the caption tag. So after this, we just give this open this caption tag, and inside the caption tag, let's say this is user data, and then we'll just save this and reload this, and here you can see that the caption user data is appearing. So in the caption tag must be inserted immediately after the table tag. So just remember this. So make sure to insert this caption tag immediately after the start tag of table. So by using that, you can just give some caption to your table. And now let's see how can we add some special style for one particular table. You might have 2 to 3 tables and you want to give some separate styles for 3 of the tables, like one will be different from another. How can we do that? So we cannot just go and add upon the style attribute again and again. So for that, we have one solution for that. That is something which we have learned it in bookmarking of links also. So now we will see how can we use the IDs in just styling different elements. So firstly, let's say we are having this table and I give this table an ID called as T1. So this is the ID that I give to this table. And how can I style this? I'll just go to the style tag, and in the style element I specify ID with a hash. So remember this one, when we use the elements we directly give the names of the elements, so the tags. But while using this ID you need to use a hash before it. So the hash T1, and open this flower bracket, and here we can just give all the specifications, like we want the width or background color we can specify. So I want the background color to be uh, we can just give some hex code. So this can be F1 and C1. So just save this, and when we go to our web page and when we reload this, you can see that for this particular table we have got this background color. So by using the IDs, when you have multiple tables, you can just give 3 of the tables different IDs, and you can style different IDs in the styling sheet, or you can just do it in the style element, or you can do it by external CSS method. So till now in this table concept, we have discussed about the table element. The table element define a table, and we have discussed about the TR element, which defines a table row. We discussed about TD element, it is a table data element, and then TH element, it defines the table heading, and the CSS border property, which defines the border, and the caption element, which gives the caption of the table. And we discussed about the padding property, how can we add padding to the cells. Text align property, how we align the text in the cells. And we use the CSS border spacing property to set the spacing between the cells. And we learned about this call span and row span attribute to make a cell span as many rows or many columns. And we use this ID attribute to uniquely define one table. So now we'll be discussing about the HTML lists. So HTML lists allow web developers to group a set of related items in lists. So there are basically 2 types of lists in the HTML. One is unordered HTML list and the other is ordered HTML list. So I'll be showing you both of them. So firstly we'll discuss about the unordered HTML list. So the unordered HTML list will start with UL tag. So I'll just take this down so that I can just show you again. Firstly, I'll just comment this extra styling attribute and also this extra. So firstly, we'll be discussing about this UL tag. So in the UL tag, which means the unordered list, it consists of list elements. So which are having this start tag and end tag as li. So we just define the list elements using this li tag, And then let me just save this and show you how this gets displayed on the web page. So let me just refresh this and you can just see that this is given with a bullet mark. So it means that it is an ordered list and it doesn't give any numbering to it. So it is not ordered and it gives the bullet marks. So we'll be discussing this similarly regarding the ordered list also. So firstly we'll complete this unordered list. So in the unordered list we have a style property, the css property, which we can use to change this markings. So this is the css property which we can use. The css property is list style type. So this property we can use to change the marking. So I'll just add this in the place of, in the style attribute, I'll give the property name to be list style type and the value to be none. So firstly I want this type to be disk. So disk is the default property. Even if you don't mention anything, it gives you the disk property. So the disk one is similar to something which we have seen just now. So there will be no change basically. So this is something which you will see when you give the disk property, disk value in the type property, style type property, and when you give circle, so you can see the change in marking. I'll show you. So when we reload this, you can see that the marking has been changed to circle, and in the similar way we can just change it to square also. So that this is all about the marking, like how can you change the marking in this particular unordered list. So once I save this and I go to this web page and I reload this, and here you can see that the markings have changed to the square. So in this way you can just change the markings according to your requirement and according to your wish. And then if at all you don't need any markings for your unordered list, you want them to be just displayed as a list without any markings, you can just do that by giving this list style type to none, and then save this. And now we'll refresh and check this, and here you can see that there are no markings, so it is just displayed without any markings in front of them. uh, Now let's go back to this, and now let's discuss about one more thing, that is nested html list. So what does this nested html list mean? So that which means that like we can nest one list inside another list. So we'll quickly see how can we do that. So I just take one list. So this is a list, or else I'll just show you that we have different three lists here. So three list items here. One is milk, and second one is sugar, and third one is coffee powder. So if I want to add one more list, I'll just give one more element, the start tag and end tag, and inside the list I'll give one more unordered list. So inside the list element I'll give one more unordered list. Let me just copy down this and I'll paste it over here. And now you can see that I got one more unordered list which consists of the list items black tea and green tea. So which means that we are nesting this unordered list inside one of the unordered list. And now we'll check it out, like how it will be displayed on the web pages. So when I refresh this, we can see that we got this list milk, and inside the second list, like in the place of second list, we got one sub list which is consisting of two list items. So in this way you can nest the list in another list. So in this way the nested list work in the HTML. And the one point to be noted is that in a list element which is defined in between this li tag can contain a new list and another html elements also. Like it is not necessarily should be a text. You can even give the list of images, or else you can even give some list of links. So in this way you can even create like list of all the html elements and you can display them on your web page. It's not necessarily a text that need to be listed and all. And then Now we'll discuss about the horizontal list with CSS. So what do you mean by horizontal list? In HTML, lists can be styled in many different ways with CSS. The one popular way to style a list horizontally is to create a navigation menu. Like whenever you visit a website of whatever website it might be, when you visit a website, you can just see on the top or anywhere, like on the side, that there will be a menu which will be telling about some so and so about us page, and so contact us page, and many some of the items are given in the menu. So there, by you clicking on that particular item, you'll be taken to some specific page, some relevant page, and there you can just access all the content. So in this way we use this navigation menu. So we'll see how can we create this navigation menu using this list. So firstly, I'll just comment this out because we'll be just dealing with one more list. To avoid the confusions, we can comment this out. And then, so this is something that we are talking about. Okay. And now you can see that uh, we have a list, unordered list, and here I have given some ID to this unordered list. I have given it to be ul2. Why I have given this ID? So I have given this ID to style this unordered list, because there might be multiple unordered list in your HTML document, because you might not only use one unordered list. There might be many unordered lists, and if you apply this styling to one unordered list, it will be applied to all of them, which you may not require for your web page. So in order to avoid confusions, in order to avoid applying the same style to all the unordered list, we can use this ID. And using this ID, I have given some ID, and then in this unordered list I started one first list element. And here in this case, my list elements, like my list items, are not text. Here these are links. So I am creating a list of links in this unordered list. So firstly, we have one list item, that is a link which is named given the text home, and I have given this ID home, hash home. So where did I get this home, news, and contact from? So in the previous HTML elements, in the near the h1 tag, I have given the ID to be home, and near the paragraph tag, my first paragraph tag, here I have given this ID to be news, and in the address tag, which we have used in the previous parts of the video, I have given it to be contact tag. And after all this, we'll just scroll down, and now we have just linked them to this particular text, and now we have closed it. And now we'll check it out. Firstly, we'll style this according to our needs, like we'll style this as to display like a menu bar. So I'll just take out the comments here. Yes, so here we can see that uh, so we'll just comment it out till here. And then here we can see that I used this id is used, always used with the hash. So remember this one, id is always used with the hash. And here I have given the list style type to be none. I don't want any markings for now. And then, and one more thing we can see here is the margin is 0 and padding is also 0, and the overflow is hidden. And I want the background color to be triple three triple three. This is the representation of the color. You can even use other representations, and there are many more properties regarding this CSS. So you might not remember everything, because like it's not necessarily that we need to make a list of all the properties and we need to keep on remembering them to become to create actual websites. So all we need to do is we need to keep on practicing, like we need to explore new properties. The one thing is that we don't need we shouldn't keep remembering this all. With the practice, like, you need to have an idea about this basic properties and basic tags, and then when you start doing, you can just go to the documentation, head over to the documentation, and there you can just find new properties, because there are no countable properties. Like, we can just have many properties there, and from there you can just start applying one to two, like, you can improve your site very well by using those properties. So by using them, you'll remember them. You don't need to remember them like keeping a list of all the properties, and you shouldn't remember like that. You have to keep on starting practicing them, and then you will just get a idea of how to do all of them. And getting back to this, we have completed this styling of ul2, and now we'll be giving that the list should be floating on left. And then in the list, my a tag should be having the display as block and the color as white, and then the text alignment should be in the center, and the padding should be 16 pixels, and the text decoration should be none. And then when you hover onto your link, then it should turn into black color. The background color should turn into black color. So this is my styling. This triple one triple one is for black color. And once I give the styling, and once I am done with this all, I'll just save this, and then I will go to the web page, and we'll see how this gets displayed on our web page. And here you can see it is in the white color, and when you hover onto it, it becomes black. The background becomes black. When I click on this, it takes me to the first heading, and when I click on the news, it should take me to the first paragraph. And then when I click on this contact, it should take me to this address. So address is here, so it is taking me here itself. And this is how this menu will work. And then let's go back to the editor, and then this is how all this unordered list will work. And we have seen many things, like we have learned about this ul tag, we have learned about list style type, and also we learned about li element. We learned about listing, nesting this list, and also we learned about some of the properties, new properties of css in this unordered list topic. And we'll head over to this ordered list topic, and we'll quickly complete it, because this is similar to this unordered list. So I'll just comment this out now for the to reduce the confusions. We can start this, and let me just comment it. Yes. So here you can see that we are having an ordered list, and in HTML, OL tag defines the ordered list. So this OL tag defines the ordered list. Each list item starts from the li tag, and then we'll just see the basically how this will be displayed and all. For now, I'll comment this out. And now, so this here you can see that I have this ol tag, and I have the ending ol tag, and inside them I have the list. I'll save this, and I'll just go to this web page, and let me just also style this let me just also comment this style part, because this we are just doing for the demonstration purpose. So this is not the actual website one, so I'm just doing it for demonstration purpose. I will remove this styling part, because for now, for time being. And then let's come back. Sorry, so let me remove this. Yes. So then now let me save this, and I'll just go to the web page, and I'll refresh and see how this looks like. And now you can see that the ordered list look like this. So it's having the numbering. It is having the numbering from 1 2 3 and so on. Like whatever the number of list items you give, it will be numbered. So that is why it is called as ordered list. And there is an attribute called as type attribute in this ordered list. So we'll be having this type attribute. We'll just add this here in the OL. So type is equals to, so you can give if I give 1, this is the default one. That means it will be giving the it will be numbering your list from 1, 2, 3, and so on. And let me just show you this. There will be no much difference between this and the default one. It will remain the same. If I make a change to it, like by giving the capital alphabet, then this has to be displayed with the alphabets, capital alphabets, like this. So the lists are given from A, B, C, and like so on until this list goes on. And then there is one more thing, that we can give this capital I and save this, and then we'll go to this web page and reload this, and this will show us in the Roman numbers, uppercase Roman numbers. And if at all I give this to be small a, it will order the lists by the small alphabets, a lowercase one. So let me show you this also. So it shows with A, B, C. Let me So it will be showing you the small lowercase Roman numbers. So in this way you can just give this type, like you can just give it like how it should order your list elements, like list items and all, using this attribute called as type attribute. And then the next one is control list counting. Like by default an ordered list will start counting from 1, right? So we can even change that, like we can just change like from where it should start counting. So the attribute which we use is start attribute. In the start attribute we can specify the number from where it should start. So let's say I want my list to start from 34, and I just save this, and we'll go to the web page and reload this. And here you can see that it started from 34, 35, and 36. So this is how it works. And then in the ordered list also we can give this nested HTML list similar to this unordered list. I'll show you how can we do this. So at there are 3 list items, and I'll create one more list item which is consisting of an ordered list. Here you see, this is an ordered list, so I am nesting it inside the list. So I'm making this as a list element, like a sub list. So I'm copying this and I'll paste it over here. And let me save this and check it out. And that's, yeah, here you can see that the 34 one is coffee, and 35th list item is again having 1 and 2 sugar and butter, and 36 is tea, 37 is milk. So here what's happening is that in the coffee we have given the start to be 34. So it started from 34 and 35, 36, and 37. Inside the order list is not given, like not mentioned with any start. So by default it starts from 1, 2, and 3, and so on. So this is how this ordered list nesting works. And in this way, the one more interesting thing is you can even nest the unordered list inside the ordered list, or else you can even nest this ordered list inside the unordered list. Like you can do them vice versa, and you can just try it out. Like you can take some time and you can try it out, like nesting one inside the other, and it will be a lot more fun. Just try it out and let me know in the comment section. And now we have discussed about the type attribute, we have discussed about li element in the ordered list, we have discussed about ol element, the order list element. And there is also one more type of list that the HTML will support, that is description list. So the description list which you can see here, so let me just quickly remove this and show you that the description list will be the list which will be which where we can add the description about the item. So in the description list we use the tag dl. So dl tag is defines the description list, and the dt tag will be defining the term, like what term we are describing about. And dd is the description tag, like we can descript about this give the description about the term. So I'm giving the description term to be uh, coffee, and I'm giving the description to be describing the term to be black hot drink. So this is the description. So this is how you can just make it, and also we'll just give one more element to this, that is my dt, and my term to be, let's say it's milk, and I'll be giving the description to be white cold drink. So this is how I described about this. So now let's save this and let's check it out, like how this description list will be appearing. So here you go. So we got a coffee and the description about the coffee, and the milk and the description about the milk. So this is how we can use the ordered list, unordered list, and the description list in the HTML. So this in this three topics we have discussed about how can we use them, how can we nest one inside the other, and in this way we can create like menu navigation and all. So now we'll be going through the HTML block and inline elements. So every HTML element has a default display value depending on what the type of element it is. Uh, there are two types of display values which are called as block and inline. So the two types of displays are block and inline. So the block level elements. A block level element always starts on a new line. A block level element always takes up the full width available, like it stretches out to the left and right as far as it can. A block level element has the top and a bottom margin, whereas an inline element does not have. So example of block element is uh, div element, like div element. We can just open this and close this, and inside the div element we can give our HTML other elements, or else we can give some text for now, as of now. So we can give it as hello world. And then when it comes to this inline element, an inline element does not start on a new line, like the inline element only takes up as much width as necessary. The example of the inline element is the span element, which is inside a paragraph. So we start the paragraph, and then inside the paragraph we have the span element, and in this we'll be giving some text to be this. So a note is that an inline element cannot contain a block level element. For example, now we'll discuss about this div element. The div element is often used as a container for other HTML elements. So the div element has no required attributes, but this we can use the style, class, and ID attributes which are common. So let me just take out this one, and then when used together with CSS, the div element can be used to style the blocks of the content. Like if you want to style some particular blocks, you can just make them all together in the div element. So this will act as a container for all of the elements, and we can style all of them once by styling this div element. So this is how this div element is also used for. So you can just see, I'll just show you an example. This in this div element we'll give some more elements like our header one. So we'll give some h2 tag. So in the h2 tag, let's say I have my London, and then I give some paragraph. So paragraph, so in the paragraph I give some text called as London is the capital city of England. So this is my text, and I have closed this paragraph tag, and then if you want to style this h2 and p all at once, you can use this div. So you can give the style attribute, and in the style attribute we can give the background color. So the background color to be black, and then the color of the text to be white. So the color to be white, and then the padding, okay, we'll just add the padding to be 20 pixels. So the padding that is between the border and the text, and then save this. And once we go here and once we reload the page, here we can see that the, okay, we have something more in this. So we got some two tags. Save this and then go to the web page, reload this, and here you can see that we have styled the same h2 and the paragraph all at once by using this div element. So in this way we can use the div element, and we'll also discuss about the span element, which is an example of inline representation. So we'll just so the span element, which is an example of inline elements. In the span element, let me just start the span element. So this element is an inline container used to mark up a part of text or a part of document. So the span element has no required attributes, but we can use style, class, and ID attributes, which are common for every tag. When used together, we can use the span as to style the parts of text. So let's say, let me show you how I use the span. So this is a paragraph, and inside the paragraph I have this, let me just start the paragraph by saying that my mother my mother has, in the span I'll be giving blue, so the sentence, the text is my mother has blue eyes. So in that I'll be just completing this first. So I am just keeping this blue inside this span because I want to style this particular text, the part of the text inside this span, because I want to style the part of the text. So I'll just use this blue inside the span, and then and again I'll just add one more line, and my father has, and the actual sentence is my father has dark green eyes. So this is the actual sentence, and I'll be keeping this dark green inside the style, inside the span element. So we can just okay. So then if now we want to style this particular part of the text, how can we do that? Is we can just give the style attribute to the span style attribute. In the style attribute I'll be giving the color to be blue. So the color to be blue, and then I want to give my weight to font weight to be bold. So similarly we can even use this for our dark green also. Let me just do that quickly. In the style attribute I'll be giving the color to be dark olive green. So dark olive green, and then I'll be giving this font weight to be bold. So font weight to be bold. So let's save this and let's see how this displays on our web page. So here you can see that this blue has been highlighted with the blue color, and it is given some bold text. And so the same thing goes on with this dark green. So it is given the dark olive green color, and then the same goes on with this, it is displayed bold. So this is how we can use the span and div elements in your HTML document. So these are basically examples of these block and inline elements respectively. So we'll discuss like with the practical examples what are classes and all. So using the class attribute, we can the class attribute is often used to point to a class name in a style sheet. So it can also be used by a JavaScript to access and manipulate the elements with the specific class name. So we'll just do some, like we'll get some example and we'll see how it works. So for this example, we'll create one more .html file, because just to avoid the confusions, so I'll just create one more file and we'll just see it in there. So we'll create a new file and we'll save it as dot. So we'll keep it as second file .html. So save this, and then here, now all we'll do is, firstly we'll give this doc type declaration, html, and then we'll be closing this and we'll start this html. And then in this we have this all structure, and in this we'll just remove this because we currently don't need this all to show this. And in this we'll create this style attribute, I mean style element. So in the style element also, let me just show you with whatever we have learned. So now let me just open this body tag, and here in the body I'll open a div element. So this div element, in the div element I am giving my h2 London, and the p London is a capital of England. So we'll just copy it down from here and we'll give it. So where is our so we'll copy this down and we'll just go here and we'll give this. And okay, so we just got some wrong text. Let me just go back and let's reconfirm this. So copy this and then paste it. And yes, so here we have the two elements, h2 element and p element. So in the h2 element we have London, and in the p element we have got some paragraph. And then we'll again open one more div tag, and in the div tag now we'll tell about the Paris. So opening the in the h2 we are giving it to be Paris, and then in the p tag, so we'll be giving it as Paris is the capital of France. So Paris is the capital of France, and make a full stop. And then again we'll open one more div element, div tag, and in this we'll just give it to be Tokyo, and we'll just do it with the Tokyo, and then the paragraph. Inside the paragraph we'll be giving that Tokyo is capital of Japan. So the Tokyo is capital of Japan. So in this way we have created three div elements, and in the div elements now we'll style them. So how will we style them is, we'll be using this class. So using this class attribute, for the first div element I will be giving class is equals to, in the class I'm giving the value to be city. So the first class will be city, and also I just want to do the same thing for this also. So in the IDs we cannot create, like for the classes the multiple elements can have the same class, so we can do that. We can just give this class to be city again, and again we can give one more class to be city. This is useful when you want to give some styling to some particular elements which are not related. Like if you want to give styling to some heading tag and some paragraph and some image, you cannot all the time just go there and give some style attribute and give the same thing again and again. But now you can just give some class attribute, and in the class attribute you can just give the same class attribute value to all of them, and now you can just style one class attribute and that will be applied to all of the elements that are having this as their class. So now we'll go to the style, element, and here in the style element we will be now styling the class. So whenever you are styling the class, remember to you need to use this full stop before this before this class name. You remember, if you remember, while using this id we have used the hash, and for using this elements we have not used anything, and while using this classes we have to use a full stop or dot. So that's the thing that you need to remember while styling the classes ids and the normal elements. So now while we are styling the classes we have used this full stop, and in the city I want the background color. So the background color to be tomato color, and then I want the color to be white, and then I want this border. So I just want to give some border to be 2 pixels, and solid black color. And one more thing, margin, I want my margin to be 20 pixels, and then I want the padding also to be 20 pixels. And let's save this, and now we'll see. After we saving this, we'll just head over to this and we'll just see. And now we can see how this looks like, and isn't it looking like organized and a well styled manner? So you can just use this div elements, your style attributes, and your style elements and css properties to make such good organized content and some attractive content on your web page. And now in the following example, we have used this div, and we'll just do the same by using the span. So we'll which is the inline element as we have discussed. So we'll just go to the code editor, and then now we'll do the same with the span. So let us create one more folder for this span, so that you'll just get to know how we are using them and all. So firstly we'll save them as your third file. So the third file dot html, save this, and now let's do the same as the previous one. Firstly we need this doctype declaration. So doctype html, and so this declaration is must, and then we'll be using this html tag, and let me just remove this, and inside that we'll be using. So now here we'll be just starting some style tag, and we'll be using this element, and then we are just doing all these things from what we have learned. And now we'll just start in the body, we'll start a h1 tag. So in the h1 tag, now I am telling that my important heading. So this is my important heading, and here I want to give the span for this important. So I'll be giving the span for this, and here I'll be closing it. And then let me just do one more after this, that is my p tag. So inside the p tag I would say that this is my some important text, some important. So inside the span I want to give the important again. So important, here I'll be giving text. So this is my some important text, and in above that we have this h1, this is my important heading, and I have given span for this important in both the cases. So I'll be giving this class for this span, both of the spans. So because I want to style both of them, so I'll give it to be note, and again in this span also I'll be giving the class to be note. And now all we'll do is we'll just save this one, and then we'll just go to the style element, and here in this we'll be using this dot note, because the note is the class, we are using this dot notation. And then we'll be opening the flower brackets, and inside that I want my font size for this particular class elements to be let's say I want it to be 120%. So let me do that 120%. And then I want the color, so the color to be red color. And let's save this and let's check it out. And here you go with it. So you can see that this important in the heading and also in the paragraph have been has this font size increased, and also the color has been made to red. So in this way you can use the span and the div elements, and you can just use the style attribute to style your particular class elements. So the class attribute can be used on any HTML element. So the class name is case sensitive. That is the point that need to be noted down. If you give, let's go to the code, let's go to the editor, and let's say you have given note here, and you have given capital note here. So I have given this capital note. Let's save and let's check it out. I can see that this styling has not reflected in this important now, because it is case sensitive. So you have to use the, if you are using the uppercase letters, you have to use the same with the others. If you are meaning to be making both of them at as a one class, and if at all you want it to be different, you can just use other uppercase or lowercase, but be cautious with like what case you use and what you are what you are going to do and all. So for now let's keep it to be note. And then now we'll see about the syntax of the class. To create a class with a period, that is the full stop that we have seen here, with a period followed by the class name, and then we'll be defining this css properties and all within the curly braces. And now we'll discuss about the multiple classes. In the HTML, the elements can belong to more than one classes. To define multiple classes, separate the class name with spaces. So if at all you want to give this div to two different classes, like it belongs to two different classes. One is city and one more is main. So these are two different classes. This means that uh, the element can be styled according to all the classes specified. Like if this main has got some style, it will get that, and also if the city has got some style, it will get that too. So when what this means is this particular element belongs to this class and also the main class. It belongs to city and main class. So this is the one thing about the multiple classes, that the HTML elements can be having can be belonging to more than one class. And then the different elements can share this same class, as we have done here. So the different elements here are sharing the same class, the city class. So in this way also we can do. So we even use this classes in the JavaScript to perform certain tasks for specific elements. So JavaScript can access elements with specific class name by using this get elements by class name function, class name method. So it is something like get element name elements. Let's get elements by class name. So this method can be used in the JavaScript. Yeah, this method can be used in the JavaScript to get the access this elements with a specific class name. So we'll be discussing about this in the future parts of the video. For now, this is just for the example, like where we use this class attribute and all. So now we'll be talking about the HTML ID attribute. The HTML ID attribute is used to specify a unique ID for an HTML element. So you cannot have more than one element with the same ID in the HTML document. So I'll just show you the examples of HTML elements where we have used this ID. So here you can see. So we have used this ID. So then have to use this ID attribute in the HTML. The ID attribute specifies a unique ID for an HTML element. The value of the ID attribute must be unique within the HTML document. So you cannot give same ID to two different elements. So it should be unique between like HTML elements within the document. The ID attribute is used to point to a specific style declaration in the style sheet. It is also used by JavaScript to access and manipulate the element with the specific ID. Like if you just see this, if you have multiple elements, like if you have multiple P elements and you want to style one of the P element, if we just give the styling to all the P elements, like if we give styling to P element in the style sheet, there it will be applied to all the elements. If you want to apply to one specific element, we can use this ID attribute and we can give some ID, like we can declare some ID, unique ID to that particular element, and then we can just style that particular ID without just taking the element name. If you all remember, we just style this ID by using this hash. So we use, if the ID is news, in the styling we use hash news. So that's the pattern, like how we can use this ID attribute for styling. And the we'll just see one example for this ID. I'll just create one more file to demonstrate this. So let this be the fourth file, and make sure to use the .html extension. And now we'll give this doc type declaration as usual. Like this is the must and should for whatever the HTML document, like whatever you are working with for the HTML. This is the must and should one. So let me just, yes. So title is something that is optional. Like when you are creating the real websites, the title is must. Like it will create, like the whatever you mention in the title, that will be appeared on the new, tab section. So let me just show you where it appears. So whatever title you give, that will be appeared here. So as I have not given any title, so it is showing this default one, that is my .html extension title. But if you mention some title, it will be shown up here. So let's get back to the editor, and here now let's firstly, in the body tag, let's give some elements like h1 tag. So we'll just write some h1 element. In the h1 element, I'll give this to be my header. So this is my heading, and in this heading I'll give the ID to this heading to be my header. So this is all up to you. You just need to choose a unique one. But if you can choose an ID which is relevant to your content, it will be easier for you to style between many more elements. Like it will be easy to identify between the elements rather than giving some random stuff. You just try to give something that is relevant to your content. That will be helping you while styling and also while just doing anything with the elements, like by using this ID attribute and all. So ID can be, so I'll just give it to be my header only. So my header. And then after this, now let's go to the style attribute. I mean style element. And now in the style element, firstly, now as we are using this ID, I'll be using this hash and my ID name will come here. So hash header. So just remember this, for the class we use this period. So period and then the class name, and for the ID we are using this hash and the ID name. We'll be styling this ID. So we'll be giving some flower bracket, and in that I'll be giving this at background color property and the value to be light blue. So this is all up to you. You can just use this direct colors, or else you can just get the RGB values, uh, and you will be finding a documentation regarding the colors that HTML will support. So you can just go there and get the color that you are willing to put on your web page, and you can just give directly the name of the color, or else you can use the hex codes or else RGB values. And then the next property is color. So the color is for color of the font. So I'll make it black, and then padding to be 40 pixels, and the text alignment. So the text alignment, we can just make it left or right or center. As this is my header one, I want it to be center. And then, so this is how I have done the styling to the particular ID. So we can just do the styling by mentioning this hash and the name of the ID, and then the other things are similar to the HTML elements and classes and IDs. The only difference is that for the HTML elements we just give the name of the element here, and for the IDs we give the hash and the ID name here, and for the classes we give a period and the class name. So this is the difference between these three in the HTML. So we'll save this and we'll see how this gets displayed on the web page. So here you go. So this is how it is getting displayed with the background color light blue, and the header which is having this padding to be 40 pixels and the font color to be black. And so these are all the specifications that we have made, and that has been applied to this h1 element. We have done this all using this id. By styling the id, we got this styling to this h1 element. So in this way you can use this id and id attribute, and you can style elements in the HTML. And the important note is that the id name is case sensitive, and the id name must contain at least one character. So it cannot start with a number, and it shouldn't contain any white spaces. So if you just give some white spaces, it will be considered as like other id, or like it's not allowed to use this white spaces. And you should it should have at least one character, and it shouldn't start with one any number. So then, now we'll discuss about what are the differences between the class and ID. A class name can be used by multiple HTML elements, while the ID must only be used by one HTML element within the page. So you shouldn't repeat it, like you shouldn't use the same ID to another element in the case of ID, but you can, but single multiple elements can have the same class in the HTML. And then we can just see the difference between the styling of id and the class. So let me just write one more HTML element. So let's say it is h2 tag. So h2 element, in the h2 element I'll just give that my, let's say the previous example Paris, and then it is capital of London. Sorry, Paris is capital of France. Yeah. So I would say that this Paris is capital of yeah. So Paris we have already given. So this will be capital of France. And then, or else we can even just say that this is an heading. So yeah. So I just wanted to take some example from this class HTML document. So yes, this is the same thing. And now we'll just give this Paris to be an ID will be giving. So this ID will be city. So this is same as the previous example. And then in the style we'll see the difference between the ID and class, like how will be using the style element and all. We'll be using a period, and after the period we give this class name. And in this, now we'll be just styling it with the background color. So background color to be tomato, and then the color to be white, and also padding to be 10 pixels. Let's save this. And now let's observe the difference between this. So yeah, we need to give the class over here. Yes. So the class attribute will be city, and then this would be, here we'll be using the period and the class name. Now let's save this and now let's check it again. Yes, now we can see the styling for the city which we have given in the style element has been reflected on this h2 element. So this is how it works, like the id and the class, like the difference between styling the id and class is this. And the one more major difference is that each element can have only one unique id for any element, but the class can be for many like multiple elements in the html. And we have also seen how can we bookmark a bookmark with id and links in this first document. Like how did we do this? Like while using this menu, we have used this bookmarking and all, and like using the links and the ids we have created the bookmarks in the current web page. So then now we'll jump on to a simple example of javascript. Like using the id attribute in the javascript, we can perform some task for the specific element. We'll see how can we do that. So firstly we need to know about this. So now here you go with the script. So in the JavaScript, we can access the elements by using this get element by ID method. So get element by ID. I'll just explain you all the things. I have deleted the style element, and then here we have added a button element which says that like this is the button element, and in this I have given some text to be changed text, and then here on click it should be going to this particular method. So this is the thing that you need to understand now. So in the html, when you are giving some javascript, you need to use the script element. So in the script element I have started a function named display result, and in that display result I have taken the document dot get element by id. So we'll get the element by id. Here we'll be specifying the id, and we'll be getting the element by specifying the id. And then in that we want to change this inner html. So we just give it to be dot inner html equals to we have given some text like what we want to change it to be, and then we have closed it and we have closed this tag, script tag. And then here by using this button element here on click, so in the on click attribute we have given this method called as display result. So because when this happens, like when the button when someone clicks on the button, it will be taking to this particular method called as display result, and the button name is given to be change text. So now we'll just save this and we'll check it in the web page. So here when you can just see a button. When we have created this button element, we can just see we have given some text called as change text. You can even change this name of the button, but this is what I have given because the action that it performs is it is changing my text in this header. So when I just click on this, it changes it to have a nice day. So this is how we can use the JavaScript and this IDs to create such interactive web pages. So now we have discussed about the id attribute, and we have got to know that id attribute is used to specify a unique id for an html element, and the id attribute must be unique within the html document. Id attribute is used by css javascript to style and select specific element, and the value of id attribute is case sensitive, so you shouldn't like the lowercase and the uppercase. You need to have some you need to just check the lowercase and uppercase whenever you are giving this id attribute. And then it is also used for the html bookmarks, we have discussed it. And the java in the javascript we can get the access to an element with the specific id with the get element by id, this method. And this will be specifying the id here. So these are all things which we have discussed. So now we'll be discussing about the HTML iframes. An HTML iframe is used to display a web page within a web page. So if you are designing a web page and you want to embed another web page on your web page, you can just use this iframe element. So the iframe syntax goes like this. So firstly, starting and ending tags of iframe, and in that we'll be having a source attribute. In the source attribute we'll be mentioning the URL, like where which web page we want to display in our web page, and the title is an optional one, but it is recommendable to give some title to this iframe. So let's say I'm giving it to be Wikipedia. And an inline frame is used to embed another document within the current HTML document. So firstly, I'll just give the URL to be Wikipedia URL. So copy this, and it depends upon like your requirement what URL to provide. So firstly, to demonstrate, I'll be giving only this Wikipedia URL, and then save this. So here you can see that in this web page we have embedded one more web page. So in this way we can use this iframe to embed another web page onto the current web page. So we can use this height and width attributes to specify the size of iframe. So all the time the size and width, the height and width attributes will be mentioned in the pixels. So let me just go to the iframe, and here I'll be giving height to be, so yes, height to be 200. So if I just mention 200, it means like 200 pixels, and then the width to be 300, and then uh, or else you can just add like this, or else you can even go for the style attribute. I'll just show you the style attribute one, because that is more recommendable than using the separate attributes. So using the style attribute, so here we can mention the height to be 200 pixels, and then the width to be 300 pixels. So in this way you can mention this height and width of the iframe. And let's see the difference by just saving this and reloading this, and here you can see that the dimensions have been changed. So it's all up to you like which height and width you want to use. Getting back to the editor. So by default, the iframe has a border around it. So to remove the border, we need to add a style attribute and use the CSS border property. Like we have added this style attribute already for the height and width, and here we can use this border property. And in the border, we can set it to none to just remove the border, and save it now. And now we can see that the border has been removed. And then with the CSS, you can also change the size, style, and color of the iframe border. So let me just show you an example like where you can change this style of the border. So in the border, you can give it to be just removing this none. You can just give it to be 2 pixels, and you want it to be solid red color. Save this. So in this way, you can just make changes to the border. You can style it according to your requirement, and you can even change this height and width of this particular web page. So getting back to the editor, in the iframe we have a target for a link. So iframe can be used as a target frame for a link. So by using the target attribute, we can target attribute of the link must be referring to the name of the attribute of the iframe. So the example of this is, we can just give the name attribute to this iframe. So here we can give the name attribute. So name is equals to, let's say it's an iframe 1, or else iframe A, and then the title, we have given something, or else we can even give it to be iframe example. Iframe example. And then now we'll give one more link in the paragraph to be. So inside this, the href will be having the URL, and in this we'll be giving the target to be the name of the iframe. So the name of the iframe that I have given here is iframe A. So mention the same name in the target of the link. So then give some text inside it. Let's say example, and then so in the href I'll be giving this same URL, and then save this. So when you just click on this, you'll be you will be just taken to this. Here we can just see it in the one frame. So there is no difference when you are dealing with the long web pages and you want to just link this to this particular iframe. You can just use this method. Getting back to the editor. So now we have learnt about this iframe tag that specifies inline frame, and also regarding the source attribute that defines the URL of the page to be embedded in this iframe. And then we all also learned that we should always include a title attribute for the screen readers, so that they could read it, like if at all some uh, disabled person is using the screen reader, they could able to get this, like what all iframe you have just embedded on your web page. And we have learned about the height and width attributes that specify the size of iframe, and the border, how can we remove the border and how can we style the border and all. So now we'll be discussing about the HTML JavaScript. So JavaScript makes the HTML pages more dynamic and interactive. So we can just check for some of the basic JavaScript that we can use inside this HTML. So we can just see the script element which we have used in the previous parts for the ID attribute. So this is similar to that, like the same thing which we use is here script element for the JavaScript. So this tag is used to define a client side script. So the script element either contains the script statements, or it points to an external script file through the source attribute. Like if you can just give some of the content here, or else we can even just point it to the external script by using the source attribute for this particular element. And then the common uses for the JavaScript are image manipulation, form validation, and dynamic changes of content. So to select an HTML element, JavaScript most often uses this particular thing, the document dot get element by ID. So this is the most common thing that is used by the JavaScript to select an HTML element. So this will just write some JavaScript, so that we can just get the basic idea of this. So let me just open this again, script, and then here we can just give the same thing, the document get element by ID. Copy and yeah. So here, so without any method, like without any function, we'll just do this document dot get element by ID, and I'll give some ID here. And then for that, firstly we'll just create one more HTML element. Let's say it to be h2 element, and inside that I'll be giving I am an example for JavaScript. And then inside that we'll be giving the ID to be demo. And then so here I'll be giving the ID to be demo, so I just want to get the access of this h2 element. So demo, and then dot inner HTML. So I just want to change this inner HTML, and this inner HTML will be equals to, I want to change it to hello JavaScript. And then let me just close this. Yes, so save this and let's see. So we even have to create some button, because just to make sure that if someone just clicks on it, we can just change it. Or else we can even keep this h2 element empty, and we can give the inner HTML to be hello JavaScript. So here by just doing this, this empty will be filled with this hello JavaScript. So this will be appeared. So if you go to the web page, and here you can see that we can see this hello JavaScript, which we have not mentioned while giving this HTML element. So then we even just look at some of the examples, like have we have changed the content here by just using this .html, and we'll also see that how JavaScript can change the styles. So it can change the style by let's copy this and paste it again to just show the style. So here in the place of inner HTML, we can give it to be style dot font size, and then which will be equals to 25 pixels. So this will be 25 pixels, and then one more time for my style dot color. So I want the color to be red, and then let's even change this background color. So the style dot background color, background color to be yellow. So this will be yellow, and yes. So let's save this and let's see how this works on our web page. So yes, so in this way, without like, we can just even change the styling of the particular element, and also we can change the content of the element, and we can even change the attributes of particular element by just saying that we can just give one image element over here, image source. We can just give some nothing in the source, and then yes, so in the source, let's say we just leave it like that empty, and when we even give this id to be image, to get it by the id image, and then let's replicate this by just saying that the id to be image, as we are working with this image element. And here I want to change the attribute, so I'll be changing it to dot src. The source attribute will be changed to some url, or we can say that some picture dot gif. So in this way we can even change the attributes of the HTML elements. So there is one more HTML tag called as NoScript tag. So the HTML NoScript tag defines an alternative content that is to be displayed to the users that have disabled scripts in their browsers, or have a browser that doesn't support the particular script, or like the browser that they are using might not support the script. So in that case, what to display and all, we can just choose it like what to display. So in the no script, let's say we want to display that sorry, your browser does not support JavaScript. So in the case of failure of, like, in the case of the browser not supporting this, so there'll be this text will be displayed. So this is how we can use this no script. So now we have discussed about how the script tag works and also how the no script tag works. We'll be seeing about the HTML file paths. A file path describes the location of a file in website's folder structure. So let's say we have this image source. So in the image source I have given some picture.jpg, and here the picture.jpg file is located in the same folder as the current page. And whenever we say that, whenever we just give it as like images and picture.jpg, the picture.jpg file is located in the images folder in the current folder. So whenever you just give it to be something like this, and now it means that the picture.jpg file is located in the images folder that at the root of the current web. So, and we even have this kind of representation, which means that, yeah, which means this means that the picture.jpg file is located in the folder one level up from the current folder. So in this way you can just give the source attribute values. So based on these and like based on the paths. So now we'll be seeing about the HTML file path. So a file path describes the location of the file in the website's folder structure. So the file paths are used when linking to the external files like web pages or images, style sheets, JavaScripts and all. So we'll discuss about this. First one is the absolute file path. So an absolute file path is the full URL to the file, like something that we have given here. So this is the full URL which we have given. So this is the absolute file path. Or else if we give some source to be a link from the internet or anything, some URL, so that will be an absolute file path. And the and the relative file paths are something that we can say that are locally present, like that we just take from our particular system. So this one, so in this way you just represent them. So these are something the file paths that points to the file in the images folder located at the root of the current web. So this is what all about this relative file paths. So it is a best practice to use relative file paths if possible, because when the relative file paths, when you are using them, your web pages will not be bound to your current base URL. All links will work on your own computer like localhost, as well as on your current public domain and your future public domains. Because when you use the external absolute links and all, what happens is that when the owner deletes this, or if the owner changes it, so it will be the change that will be occurring on your web page too. So it's somehow recommendable to use this relative file paths if possible, because that will be completely depending upon you, like it will be completely relying on you and your local system. So now we'll be talking about the HTML head element. So the HTML head element, so this one, it is the container, it is an element that is container for the following elements. The elements that I'll be giving here, so the title element, and then it will be containing the style element, style, and then meta. So I'll just give this meta element. So meta element, and then link. So it can consist of link and also the script element and also the base element. So this is what the head element of the HTML consists of. So this head element is container for metadata. So this metadata is the data about data and is placed between the HTML tag and the body tag. So this head element is placed in between the HTML tag and the body tag, and and it consists of the metadata, which is the data about the data. So then This HTML metadata is data about the HTML document, and metadata is not displayed usually, like you cannot see when you open this web page, you cannot see all this metadata. And metadata is typically define the document title, character set, and styles, scripts, and other meta information. So firstly, we'll be discussing about the HTML title element. So title element defines the title of the document. So this title must be text only, and it is shown in the browser's title bar or the page tab. So the title element is required in HTML documents, and the contents of page title is very important for search engine optimization. So majorly for the search engine optimization, SEO, this is very important, and the page title is used by search engine algorithms to decide the order when listing the pages in the search results and all. So the title element defines the browser's toolbar. So I'll just show here, so in the comments. So it will be telling about this browser's toolbar, and then it provides the title for the page when it is added to favorites, so the title of the page, and also it displays the title of the page in the search engine results. So try to make this title as accurate and meaningful as possible for your web page. So we can just give a title for this web page, like i'm just uh, I'm just adding this point that add a meaningful page title. So meaningful page title. So you can just fill anything over here, like depending upon your web page. So make it relevant and meaningful for your web page. And then in the body, we'll be having all the content and all. And then now we'll discuss about the HTML style element. So we have worked with this style element even before, but now this a quick introduction is this style element is used to define the style information for a single HTML page. So you can give something like we can just do some styling for now. So for the body tag, we want it to be, let's say, we want the background color to be, let's say, powder blue, and then I want my h1 element h1 element to be having the color red, and then I want this paragraph elements to have this color to be blue. So in this way we can use the style element in the HTML. And then next comes the link element. So this link element defines the relationship between the current document and an external resource. So the link tag is most often used to link the external style sheets. Like if at all we have any external CSS style sheet, we can link it using this link element. So here in the href, we'll be giving the link. So let's say I have some CSS document named style.css. So I'll be giving it in the href. So in this way you can link the element from between the current document to the external resource. And then next comes the meta element. So this meta element is typically used to specify the character set, page description, keywords, author of the document, and viewport settings. The metadata will not be displayed on this page, but are used by the browsers to know how to display the contents or to reload the page. By the search engines, like it is also used by the search engines. This metadata is also used by the search engines for the keywords and for the other web services. So you can define this to be, basically it is defined as character set to be UTF-8, and then you can even just define some keywords in this meta element, like you can just give some name. So you can give some name that is keywords, and then you can give the content to be like this is consisting of HTML, CSS and JavaScript. So in this way you can define keywords for search engine in this metadata, or else you can even give the description of your web page. So I'll show you how we can give the description. So I'll just remove this. So this is for defining the character set used, and then we can even just give the name to be your description. So I'm giving the description of the page, and then the content to be uh, web web tutorials. Yes. So in this way I can give some description to the web page, and even we can define the author of the page by giving the name to be author, and then by giving this content to be the name of the author, whoever it is. So John. So in this way we can define the author of the page, and also we can even refresh the document every 30 seconds. We can just do that by remove this, and then http, and here we give refresh, and for every 30 seconds content is 30 seconds, and then we can even set the viewport to make your website look good on all devices. We can just do that by giving the name to be viewport. Name will be viewport, and content to be width equals to device width. So it is depending upon the device that this web page is viewed on. You can even do this, like you can just make your website look good on all devices, and the initial scale to be 1 point. Okay, then in this way we can even set the viewport to make your website look good on all devices. So these are how the meta tags are used. So it is not that we need to use only one meta element. We can use multiple meta elements, like one meta element which is about the viewport, and the other meta element which tells about the character set, and the other meta element which will tell about this description, and other which will be telling about the keywords and all. So in this way you can use this meta tags in your head element. And then if we if you want to discuss more about this viewport, like let's get a quick glance over this, like what's happening with the viewport, how the setting of the viewport is happening. So the viewport is the user's visible area of web page. So it varies with the device. It will be smaller on mobile phone than the computer screen. So you should include the following meta element like this one for all your web pages, so that it will be compatible with all the devices with their width and all. So this gives the browser instructions on how to control the page dimensions and scaling. So here you can see the width equals to device width, which this part sets the width of the page, this part. So this part sets the width of the page to follow the screen width of the device, so which will be varying depending upon the device. And then this is the initial scale. This part sets the initial zoom level when the page is first loaded by the browser. So then in this way you can use this viewport. And if you are browsing if you are browsing your web page, like if you think that your visitors will be from the mobile phone and also on the desktop and all, there are multiple devices, like multiple kinds of devices. You should use this viewport option in this meta element, so that it will be making this device width to follow the screen width of the device. So in this way we can use this viewport. And then now we'll jump on to the next element, that is script element. So the script element also we have discussed. So the script element is used to define client side JavaScript, and we have done some JavaScript in this previous topic. And The next element is the base element. The base element here, so this base element will be specifying the base URL, or you can just say the target for all the relative URLs in the page. The base tag must have either href or the target attribute. So here we have mentioned this href attribute, or it can consist of both the attributes. So there can be only one base element in a document. So let's say I have this href to be some, let's say some URL. So we can even give it to be some URL, and the we can even add the target where it should be. So you can use this base element according to your requirement and all. And then now we have got to know about this head element and the contents in the head element, like title and style and meta element, and also the link element, script and base element, and how to use them and all, what are the uses of these elements. And we go to know that this metadata is not displayed on the web page, but it is used by the browsers to know how to display this all content in the body. So now we'll be seeing about the HTML layout elements and techniques. So the websites often display content in multiple columns like magazines or newspapers. So the HTML layout elements are something that we need to know about, like regarding the several semantic elements that define the different parts of web page. So here you go with the semantic elements. So the first one is a header. So here you can see the header, and then the navigation and the section and article and aside and footer elements. So firstly we'll discuss about the header element, that is the header for the document or the section. So this one. And then when it comes to the nav element, this defines a set of navigation links. And when it comes to the section element, it defines the section in a document. And the article element defines an independent self-contained content. And for the aside element, it defines content aside from the content, like a sidebar. And then when it comes to the footer, so it defines a footer for a document or a section. So in this way, and we even do have some three more elements, that those are details elements, which defines the additional details that the user can open and close on demand. And there is a summary element, which will define the heading for details element. So in this way we have all the semantic elements for the HTML. So there are basically four different techniques to create multi-column layouts. So each technique has its pros and cons. So the first technique is CSS framework. So the CSS framework technique, and the second technique is CSS float property. So the float property, and then the third one is CSS flexbox, and then the CSS grid. So these are the four different techniques to create multi-column layouts. So it's grid. And then firstly we'll be discussing about the CSS framework. If you want to create your layout fast, and you can use this CSS framework. By using the CSS framework, you can just create your layout very fast. So this is for fast layouts. And then the CSS float layout. So it is common to do entire web page layouts using the CSS float property. So float is easy to learn. You just need to remember how the float and clear properties work. So for this, so the disadvantages are these floating elements are tied to the document flow, which may harm the flexibility and all. So this, you can just learn about this in detail with the CSS documentation and all. This is just a basic idea of what are these techniques and all. And then the flexbox layout. So this use of flexbox is ensuring that elements behave predictably when the page layout must accommodate different screen sizes and different display devices and all. So this will be this you can choose. And then when it comes to the grid layout, the CSS grid layout module offers a grid based layout system, which with the rows and columns. So this one making it easier to design web pages without having to use this floats and positioning. So these are the four different techniques for the HTML layout. So you can just choose one you can choose and you can just work with these all, just getting to know about them in more depth. So this is the basic overview of these four layouts, these four techniques for the HTML layout. So now we'll see about this HTML responsive web design. So responsive web design is about creating web pages that look good on all devices. So give let me just start one more topic, that is responsive web design. So here, a responsive web design will automatically adjust for different screen sizes and viewports. So what is responsive web design? So responsive web design is about using HTML and CSS to automatically resize. So this is for automatically, yeah, to automatically resize, hide and shrink, or to enlarge a website to make it look on all devices like desktop, tablets and phones. So it's something like that, which will be adjusting the screen size according to the devices. So it's all about screen size. So this is something that comes under the responsive web designing. And we have, as a part of this, we have discussed this in the head element. We have discussed about this meta element and the viewport. How can we set this viewport using this meta element? So here you can see that. So this will set the viewport of your page, which will give the browser instructions on how to control the page dimensions and scaling. So if someone is using your web page through mobile phone, or if someone is using it through desktop, so to change this sizes depending upon the width of the device, you can use this viewport. So now we'll see about the responsive images. Responsive images are images that scale nicely to fit any browser size. So we can do that by using the width property. So let's go to some image, and here we can open the style attribute, and in the style attribute we can give the width property to be 100%, 100%, and the image will be responsive and scale up and down depending upon the device. So we can just notice that the image can be scaled up to be larger than its original size also. So a better solution in many cases will be use this max width property. If this max width property is set to 100%, then the image will scale down if it has to, but will never scale up larger than the original size. If you just don't want it to be scaling larger than the original size, you can just use this max width property, and you can just set this to 100%. When it is set to 100%, it will only scale down if it has to, but it will never scale up larger than its original size. And then, so in the HTML, by using the HTML picture property, or like picture element, which will allow you to define different images for different browser window sizes. So this will resize the browser window to see how the image changes depending upon the width. So for example, we already seen this picture element in the previous one, so we'll just do it again. So here, when we start with the picture element, picture, and in that we'll be having the source set to, okay. So in this, the source will be equals to some the image that you are willing to give. So let's say some image dot jpg, and then the media will be equal to, so here the source set we need to use actually. So src SCT. So the source set will be some image, and then the media will be max width. So the max width, that is 600 pixels, let's say. So by using this, So by using this will allow you to define different images for different browser window sizes. So we have seen that if the max width is 600 pixels, so it will be displaying this particular image. And if the max width, like let's define one more time, like one more source set, and let's give it here. And if let's say this is image 2 again, and if the max width is 1500 pixels, it will display this particular one. So we can even just do that by adding more source sets, and we can just make it compatible with all the devices, like depending upon the max width and all. And now we'll see how the responsive text size work in HTML. So the text size can be set with the VW unit, which means the viewpoint unit. So we'll just see it with an example. So in this, I'm having, let's say, hello world. And in this, I am just giving this style to be, let's give the style attribute. So the style attribute, the first attribute that I want to give is font size. So I'll just give the font size to be 10 VW, so which is viewpoint. So this way the text size will follow the size of the browser window by just giving this viewpoint viewpoint unit. So the viewpoint is a browser window size. So one viewpoint will be equals to 1% of viewpoint width. So the one viewpoint will be equal to the one, so it's the 1% of viewpoint width. So it's viewpoint width. If the viewpoint is 50 centimeters wide, so the one viewpoint will be equals to 0.5 centimeters. So this is the basic point that is need to be noted down. And then now we'll be going into this media queries. So the media queries. In addition to resize text and images, it is also common to use the media queries in responsive web pages. With media queries, you can define completely different styles for different web sizes. For example, you can just imagine that there is a menu or something which you can see on the desktop. So let's say you have some three blocks which will be displayed horizontally on your desktop, and they'll be displayed in a stack format on your mobile phone. So this is just, adjusting depending upon this devices and all, device screen size and width and all. So by just observing the device width and all, so this will be adjusted and this will be resized. So you can learn more about this responsive web design frameworks when you just learn about the Bootstrap and other frameworks. So there you'll get a good idea about like how this all responsive web design works and all. So now we'll be seeing about the HTML computer code elements. So the HTML contains several elements for defining user input and computer code. So for example, if we just want to give some code, we can start with a code element. So code element, and in it we can give some code. Like example, we can just say that x is a variable which is having value to be 5, and then y is also a variable having value 6, and then we can just say z equals to uh, x plus y. So this is some sort of code, and we can just keep it in the code element in the HTML. So when we just try it out, it just shows us this code. And then in the HTML we do have a element called as KBD, which is for the keyboard input. So the HTML KBD element is used to define a keyboard input. So the content inside is displayed in the browser's default monospace font. So KBD. So example, let's say we just give some paragraph which says save the document save the document by pressing So by pressing, just save the document by pressing, and then the KBD, in the KBD we'll be just giving it to be control plus S. So let me just end it here. So then in the KBD we'll be just giving it as control plus S. So we use this control plus S to give this to when we just do the save this document by pressing control plus S. So this is the keyboard. So this is the keyboard input. So let's see the result. So the result will be something like the save the document by pressing Ctrl plus S. So this Ctrl plus S will be the keyboard input that we will be specifying in this HTML document. So let's save this and let's see how do this look like. So when you get back to the browser and the web page, reload this, and when we scroll down here you can see that save the document by pressing Ctrl plus S. So this is the keyboard input and this is the code we can see here. Getting back to the editor, so there is a element called as samp element, which is used to define sample output from a computer program. The content inside is displayed in the browser's default monospace font. So for example, we can just say that we can just give some paragraph that is saying that it's a P element which says message from my computer, and then the another paragraph which says uh, yes, so the another paragraph which is having a samp element. So in the samp element we gave it to be file not found, and then we just give some break br, and then we just say that press press F1 to continue. So press F1 to continue. So this is something, and we'll just close this samp and then we close the paragraph. So the result will be something like I'll just show you how it looks like. Save this and just go back to this Chrome, reload this, and here you can see that the file not message from my computer and file not found. Press F1 to continue. So this is how it looks like. And now let's see about this code element, which is used to define the piece of computer code. So the content inside is displayed in the browser's default monospace form. So in the HTML, this code, so this one, let me just remove this pre. I'll be telling you about this pre element in few moments. So firstly, this code element is used to define a piece of computer code. The content inside is displayed in the browser's default monospace font. So you can just see this, like I've shown you this result. So let's go back to this web page, reload this, and then see this, like how it looks like. So here you can see that this is how this particular program looks like. So we just notice that this code element does not preserve this extra white spaces and line breaks. So to fix this, like to preserve all this white spaces and this line breaks, all you can do is, like, we can just give this element called as pre. So we have to put this code element inside the pre element. So by using this pre element, we can preserve all these white spaces and also the break lines. So now let's save this and let's check it out in the display. Reload this and then see, then now you can see that these white spaces and the break lines uh, are being displayed on the web page. So this is how you can just preserve all your white spaces using this pre element. So let's get back to the editor now. So here, now let's discuss about this variable element. So this variable element, so this one is used to define a variable in programming or in a mathematical expression. The content inside this is typically displayed in italic font. So let me just show you this example. Yes. So here you can see that I have started this paragraph tag and ended it here, and the sentence is that this area of triangle is half of, so half into base into height. So I have given this base b variable and the h variable height between this variable tags. So this is in the variable element. So and also here we are describing about this b and h. So here also whenever I'm referring to the variables, I'm using this variable element. So by using it I have written this sentence, and now we'll just save this and look at this how it is being displayed in this web page. So here you can see that these are displayed in the italic font, and then you can just see the difference between the normal sentences and the variables in this particular sentence. So this is majorly used for the mathematical, when you are giving the mathematical expressions, or for the programming, or in the mathematical expressions, or in the variables, we can just use this variable element or tag. So then now in this topic we have we have got this knowledge about the KBD element, which defines the keyboard input, and the SAMP element that defines the sample output from a computer program. So here, and then the code element that defines the piece of code, and the variable element that defines the variable in the programming or in mathematical expression, and the pre element that defines the pre-formatted text. So it's something like it which preserves this white spaces and the line breaks. So now we'll be discussing about the HTML semantic elements. So semantic elements means elements with a meaning. So these are elements with meaning. So the semantics are the elements with the meaning. This semantic element clearly describes the meaning of to both the browser and to the developer. So examples of this non-semantic elements are, here we'll just show you this non-semantic elements are div element and the span element. These are the non-semantic elements. This tells nothing about the content, and the examples of semantic elements are the form, so the form element, or the table element, so which we have already discussed, or the article element. So these all tells about the content. So the article element, so these all tells about the content, clearly defines its content. So in the HTML there are some semantic elements that can be used to define different parts of web page. So now we'll discuss few of them, and let's discuss about their examples also. So the first one comes out to be the section element. So the section element, it is the element that defines a section in a document. So a section is a thematic grouping of content, typically with a heading. So a web page could normally be split into sections for introduction, let's say introduction, for content, and for contact information and all. So we'll just give some example of section. How can we make it? So let's say in the section I'm giving the first one to be h1 tag. Let's say I want to give this h1 tag, and in the h1 tag I want to tell about some information. Let's say so let's say I'm telling about UNICEF. So let's say I'm giving this to be UNICEF, and then now I'll just write a paragraph regarding this. So p element, and inside the p element I'll give some content, and after this this is one of my section, and then I'll start one more section. So section again, and in this section I'll have one more heading. So one more heading, and in that heading I'll be telling about what UNICEF does. So what UNICEF does. So this is my another heading, and let's say let's give a colon, and again I'll give some paragraph. So my paragraph, in the paragraph I'll give some more content, and then this is one of my sections. So I have created two sections for me, and now let's save this and let's try it out, like how it is appearing on the web page. Now let's reload this, and then let's scroll down, and you can see that these are divided as like two different sections. So in this way we can use a section tag, which is which comes under this semantic element. So you can use the section tag and you can just section different parts of the web page. And now let's go back to the editor, and now let's discuss about this article element. So let's give this article element. So in the article element, this article element specifies independent self-contained content. So an article should make sense on its own, right? And it should be possible to distribute it independently from the rest of the website. So the we can just have this examples of article element can be used for forum post, blog post, and newspaper article. So in such kind of uh, in such kind of applications we can use this article element. So let's say we are writing an article about the Google Chrome. So in the article I am giving the first article and the heading. So I just want the h2 tag, and in the h2 tag I'm telling about the Google Chrome. So yes, Google Chrome, and I'll just tell something about the Google Chrome. So I may have some paragraph, like let's give some paragraph, and inside the paragraph I may have some content like Google Chrome as a web browser and all. So let's give some sentence here as a web browser, and then now let's create one more article. So the article doesn't be this short, like we don't write this short articles, but this is for example purpose. So then again I'm creating one more article. So then this article is again having some heading, and then in the heading I'm now telling about the Microsoft Edge, and then I'll be giving something about this Microsoft Edge also. So let's say, okay, let me just take this out, and yes, so the regarding this Microsoft Edge also I have something like this is also a web browser. So I'm just giving some random, like giving some sentence here, but the actual article looks somehow is will be containing somehow more uh, paragraphs. So here let's give it to be Edge, Microsoft Edge, and then the again one more article we can just start quickly in the h2 element. Let's say I want to give it to be Mozilla Firefox, and in this again we can give some or the other paragraph. So we'll just give it to be something like this, and then now we'll just save this and we'll just look at it in the web page, the display of this article one. Let's scroll down, and here you can see how the article is looking like. So here you go with this. So this is a sectioning, like how it looks, and this is the articles. Like articles are something that will be independent and self-contained, like it has its own sense. And also if you just take this out from this web page and if you distribute this somewhere else, it still makes the sense. So that's what the article mean. So now we'll discuss about like nesting of the article tag with the section tag. So do you think this can be done? Yes. So this article element specifies this independent and self-contained content, and the section element define the section in the document. So you can even find the HTML pages which are having this article element containing inside the section, or else the section element containing inside this article. So you can have this, like if the sections can have the different articles, and the articles can contain different sections, so we can use them nested in a vice versa manner. And now we'll discuss about the HTML header element. So the header element, so let's go up, and here we can just give some header element. So the header element represents a container for introductory content or a set of navigational links. So when we have discussed about this menu bar and all, we can just say that we can give it in the header section. So let me just go to the body. Yes, so I can just give the header here somewhere, like header, and then in this header section I may have this h1 to h6 heading elements. So the header may contain this h1 to h6 header elements. It can contain a logo or icon of your web page, and also this authorship information and all. So you can have various header elements in the HTML document. So they can be um, however, this cannot be placed within footer or address or any other header element. So now we'll see about the HTML footer element. So the footer element, the footer element comes always like the last part of the web page. So this footer element defines a footer for a document or section. A footer element typically consists of, so let me just give some footer element here. So this typically consists of authorship information, copyright information, contact information, sitemaps, and back to top links, related documents and all. So you can have several footer elements in one document. So your footer element might look like this is your footer, and here we can have this author one. So we'll just do this author one. So the information of the author. So in and then I have given an author, and also I'll just start one paragraph, and in the paragraph I'll give some link. So let me just do that. And so in here I just want to create a link to mail to the particular email ID. So I have given in the href, I have given mail to and the email ID, and also in the text also I'll give the same thing. So example.com. So then let's save this, and then let's see this how it is getting displayed. Reload this, and then you can see that here is a footer element. So this footer and the author is given, and this email is given as a link. So in this way you can create the footer element. And then now we'll discuss about the nav element in HTML. So we'll just go here, and yes, yeah, nav element. So this nav element is will be defining a set of navigation links. So the thing that you need to notice is that all links of documents should be inside. Not all links should be inside the nav element. The nav element is intended only for the major block of navigation links. So there is no necessary that all the elements or all the links should be in this nav element, but majority of the navigation links will be here in this nav element. So browsers such as screen readers for disabled users can use this element to determine whether to omit the initial rendering of this content or not. So we can in this nav we can give some set of navigation links, like the first link. Here we'll just give something like HTML, and in the text I'll be giving HTML, and one more link, maybe I'll just give one more link. So then again I may give it to be CSS, and this text would be CSS, and again one more link. So this is the group of some majority of navigation links we can see. And again JavaScript, let's say. And then yes, so in this way we can give links of navigation and all. And then now let's go to the next element, that is aside element. So this aside element defines some content aside from the content it is placed in, like the sidebar, you can say. So this aside content should be indirectly related to the surrounding content. So we'll just see some example of this. So let's enter this, and firstly give some paragraph. So it is said that in the paragraph I have given my friends and I visited XYZ resort and had a great summer. So this is my paragraph, which is in the body and in the sidebar. So in the aside, aside element, I want to give this heading to be I want to tell about this XYZ resort. So I'll be just saying that XYZ is my heading, and then in the paragraph I'll be telling about this XYZ resort, like what all it is about. So I'll be starting with XYZ is located. So this resort is located in some ABC location, and I'll be just adding some more details about this. So I'm just giving some information. You just that's some information that you are telling about this particular resort. So this is relevant to the paragraph that you are mentioning here. So now we'll see. Let's save this and go back to the web page, and let's scroll down. And here you can see that this is about the information about this paragraph. So this is how this aside element will work. And then the next thing is, like, you can even this style this aside element, you can even style this article section and all this semantic elements. You can just use this id, or else you can just directly take the uh, tag name and you can style them using the style element. And now we'll see about the new some more new elements called as figure and fig caption element. So the figure tag, firstly we'll discuss about the figure tag. So this figure tag specifies self-contained content like illustrations, diagrams, photos, code, listings, etc. So the figure caption, this fig caption code, so fig caption code, so the fig caption tag. So this tag defines a caption for the figure element. And so the fig caption element can be placed as the first or as the last child of the figure element. So the image element defines the actual image illustration. So we'll see how this works. So in the figure, I'm giving this image. So image source will be let's say some xyz.png, and then um, I'll just give some alternative text also. So this alternative text be some ABC. So this is just for demonstration, and inside this we'll be having this fig caption. So fig caption, so let me just remove from here. So inside the fig caption I'll be giving the figure caption. So it can be so I'll just give it to be figure caption. So here we have given some image link, so this is an absolute link. So after just saving this, I'll just go back to this web page, and here I can see that there is an image with the figure caption. So I have given the figure caption to be figure caption, and here you can give the caption to the image and you can use this element. So now the question is that why should we use the semantic elements? So this a semantic web allows, so why we should use this, and the semantic um, web allows data to be shared and reused across applications, enterprises and communities. So this way the semantic elements are needed. So here now we'll just revise quickly about the semantic elements in the HTML. So the first one is article and section. So the section, we use it to define a section in the document, and the article we use to define independent and self-contained contents. And now we also discussed about this header. So header, which specifies the header of the document or the section, and the footer is something that defines the footer of document or the section. And also we have discussed about the navigation element nav. So here you can see, so this defines the navigation links. And we have even discussed about the aside element. So this aside element use it to define the content aside from the page content. And we have also discussed about the figure and fig caption. So this figure specifies the self-contained content like illustrations, diagrams, photos, code and listings, etc. And the fig caption will be defining the caption for the figure element. So we have discussed all these things in this particular semantic elements topic. So now we'll be discussing about the HTML style guide and coding conventions. A consistent and clean and tidy HTML code makes it easier for others to read and understand your code. So here we'll discuss some of the guidelines that you need to follow for creating good HTML code. So firstly, we'll discuss about one of it. So the first one is declaring the doctype HTML. So wait, yes. So let me just remove this as enough, and then so just declaring this document type as the first line in your document. So the correct document type for HTML is this. So just remember this. So you need to always declare this document type in the HTML document. And the second thing is use the lowercase element names. HTML allows this mixing of uppercase and lowercase letters in the element names. But however, we recommend lowercase element names because first thing is mixing of uppercase and lowercase names looks really bad. And developers normally use this lowercase, and then this lowercase looks more cleaner, and lowercase is easier to write. So all you just need to do is like just use this kind of lowercase and don't go for uppercase, like most of the time it is suggestible. And then the next thing is close all the HTML elements. In HTML, you do not have to close all the elements. Example for p tag. So even if you don't close the p tag, it will work. It will work well. But however, it is strongly recommended to close all the HTML elements. Um, like whatever it is, like irrespective of how does it work. Like the p tag even works without this end tag. So you just need to use this end tag for every start tag until and unless it is an empty tag. So the next thing is using the lowercase attribute names. HTML allows the mixing of lowercase and uppercase letters in attribute names also. So however, it is again strongly recommended to use this lowercase attribute names because mixing of uppercase and lowercase is not so really good, and lowercase looks cleaner and easier to write. So then the other thing is just always remember to code this attribute values. So the HTML allows this attribute values without the quotes also. However, the quoting attribute values will be, so the developers normally quote attribute values, and the quoted values are easier to read so than just leaving them. You must use the quotes if the values contain spaces, because using quotes will make it even clearer and will avoid any errors in the document. And then next, always specify alternative text width and height for the images. Always specify the alternative text attribute for images. So this attribute is important if the image for some reason cannot be displayed. Also always define the width and height of the image. This reduces the flickering because the browser can reserve space for the image before loading. So just keep in mind to do this all things. And then comes the spaces and equal signs. HTML allows spaces around equal signs, but the space less is easier to read and the group entities better together. So all we can do is like we can just do give some spaces and around the equal signs. And then we need to avoid long code lines when using an HTML editor. It is not convenient to scroll right and left to read the HTML code, so we need to try avoiding long code lines. So just make it like a just give some breaks while writing this code. And then blank lines and indentations. So do not add blank lines, spaces or indentations without any reason. For readability, add blank line to separate the large or logical code blocks. For readability, add two spaces of indentation and do not use the tab key. So you can use something like you can just give only indentation and all if at all it is necessary, and if it is having any reason, don't unnecessarily give this indentation or spaces. And then Next thing is to never skip the title element. So this title element, so never skip the title element. This element is required in HTML. The contents of the page title is very important for search engine optimization. SEO, which is called as SEO, this page title is used by the search engine algorithms to decide the order when the listing pages in search engines a search results. So the title element defines the title of this page, the browser toolbar, uh, and then it provides a title for the page when it is added to favorites and it displays in the search engine results. So try to make this this title as accurate as possible and as meaningful as possible. And the next thing is omitting this HTML and body tags. An HTML page will validate without the HTML and body tags. However, we need to always add the HTML and body tags. So this HTML and body tags, uh, omitting the body can produce these errors in the older browsers, and omitting this HTML and body can also crash this XML software and all. So just don't forget to give this head and HTML and body tags, and then omitting head tag. So this can also be omitted, but browsers will add all elements before body to default head element. So head element is also recommended to use in the HTML. And the next thing is close empty HTML elements. So in it is optional to close the empty elements in HTML, but it is recommendable to close this empty elements. Like this is an empty element, so this is not having any content in it and it's not having the closing tag. So make sure to close it even if it is not necessary, like to increase the readability, to decrease this ambiguity in the readers of this document, or to uh, decrease the chances of getting any errors and all. So if you expect this XML or XHTML software to access your page, keep closing slash, because it is required in XML or an XHTML also. And then add this lang attribute inside the HTML tag to declare the language of the web page. This is meant to assist the search engines and browsers. You can just do that by going to this HTML here, and then uh, all you have to do is lang, that is equals to English of US, you can see. So in this way you can just declare this language of the web page, which will be used in the search engine and also the browsers. So it will be helping in assisting them. And the next thing is metadata. To ensure the proper interpretation and correct search engine indexing, both the language and the character encoding, that is the meta character set and all. So we need to it should be defined as early as possible in the HTML document. So just make sure to give this metadata also. And then regarding this viewport also we have discussed, so just make sure to give this viewport also depending upon the devices and all. And then if you are browsing the page with the if you are browsing the web page with the phone, or if at all it is getting browsed with the desktop and all, so it will be changing depending upon the device width and all. And then it now comes to the HTML comments. So we have learned like what we use for commenting in the HTML. We use this. So this one. So this is a comment. So this one, this is a comment. So this comment that spans more than one line should be this is a one line comment. So the comment that spans for more than one line can also be written in this. So we can just give this multi-line commenting by using this. So long comments are easier to observe if they are indented with two spaces. So just try to indent them with two spaces. And then next comes to the using the style sheets. So use a simple syntax for linking to style sheets. The type attribute is not really necessary. So use the short CSS rules can be written to compress, like we can just compress them to be if there is something really small, just you can do it here like in the style element. No need to like link using the simple syntax for linking to style sheets. And then um we need to we just know all the rules. How can we do this styling using the properties and the style element. And then uh, one more thing is use the simple syntax for loading the external scripts. Like the simple syntax can be something like this. So script source equals to something, and then close it. So this can be the simple syntax for loading the external scripts. And then you can just use lowercase file names. So some web servers can are case sensitive about the file names, and so other web servers cannot be case sensitive. So if you use a mix of uppercase and lowercase, you have to be aware of this. So if you move from one a case insensitive to case sensitive server, even small errors will break your web. So be cautious about this. So to avoid these problems, so make sure that you always use this lowercase file names. And then next comes to be file extension. So the HTML files should have this .html extension, and the CSS, so the .html and the CSS should have .css, and JavaScript should have a .js extension. And the next thing is that we usually use this HTM and HTML. So what is the difference between .htm and .html? So there is no much difference between the .htm and .html file extensions. Both will be treated as HTML by any web browser and web server. Now we'll be discussing about the HTML entities. So the reserved characters in HTML must be replaced with the character entities. So some characters are reserved in HTML. What are they? So let me just show you an example of reserved characters. So if you use this less than symbol, so or the greater than symbol we say, so this signs in your text, the browser might mix them with the tags, because we usually get this define this tags using this greater than and less than symbols. So these are reserved characters in HTML. So the browser might mix them with the tags, and the character entities are used to display these reserved characters in HTML. So a character entity might look like this. So it may look like this entity name, entity underscore name, or else it might also look like hash entity name, or number, you can say number. So this is how it looks like. So it can be this entity name, so this is hash actually, yes, hash, and this is entity name, or it can be also given as this ampersand and the hash entity number. So to display this less than sign, we must write this. So I'll just show you. For this we must write something like this. So this can be this entity number. So the advantage of using the entity name is, an entity name is so easy to remember, and the disadvantage of using this entity name is, so in entity name wise we can give this less than sign to be ampersand this. So this can be, let me just clear it, yeah. And then this can be, the disadvantage can be, the browsers may not support all entity names, but support for all entity numbers is good. So it's preferable to go with the entity number than the entity name. And then the next one is non-breaking space. A commonly used entity in HTML is non-breaking space, which is given as NB SP. So this non-breakable space is a space that will not break into a new line. So two words separated by non-breaking space will stick together. That means they do not break into a new line. This is handy when the breaking words might be disruptive. So we just use this between the two words which we do not want to break into a new line. So the another common use of this non-breaking space is it will prevents the browser from truncating spaces into the HTML pages. So if you have 10 spaces in your text, let's say, and the browser will remove 9 of them to add real spaces to your text. So you can use the non-breaking space character entity. So this non-breaking hyphen is used to define the hyphen character that does not break into a new line. So we can even just say that it is also represented like this of 8209. So this can also be used, and there are many other useful HTML character entities which you can go get them in the documentation. So this is just to tell you that these kind of things or do also exist, like this kind of reserved symbols also exist in the HTML, and this is the way that we can solve that particular problem. And then we'll discuss about this HTML symbols. So symbols that are not present on your keyboard can also be added by using this entity. So the HTML symbol entities were described in the we can just describe them in the previous topic. Just now we have discussed about this entity number and entity name. So many mathematical, technical and currency symbols are not present on the normal keyboard. So to add such symbols to an HTML page, you can use the entity name or entity number. So the entity number can be a decimal or hexadecimal reference for this symbol. So for example, we can just say, let me just take this out and we'll just take one example. So let me say I'm just adding a paragraph, and in the paragraph I'm saying that I will display. So I want a euro symbol, so I'll just say I'll give it a name. So the name of the entity I'm giving, so euro. And yes, so let me just save this and let's check. And here you can see that this euro symbol has been displayed on our web page. So in this way we can use this entity name and entity number to display some symbols which are not present over this keyboard. We'll even try the other symbols, like we'll just give some entity number now. It is 8364. 8364. Save this, and then let me just add this semicolon. Just don't forget the semicolon, and then go to this web page and reload this. And this is the same entity number for this euro, and let's even change this to x 20 AC, and then just save this and get back to this web page, reload this. You can again see this euro because this is the hexadecimal value. So this one is the hexadecimal value for this euro. And there are many more other mathematical symbols that are supported by HTML. So you can get them in the documentation, and you can even get this some of the Greek letters that are supported by the HTML. And we can even just go to the documentation and you can just get this. There are many entities that are supported by this HTML. So now we'll be discussing about using this emojis in the HTML. Emojis are characters from the UTF-8 character set. So what are emojis? Emojis looks like images or icons, but they are not. So you all might have been like too familiar with this emojis. So they are letters, characters from this UTF-8, the Unicode character set. So the UTF-8 covers almost all the characters and symbols in the world. So to display the HTML page correctly, a web browser must know the character set used in the page. This is specified in the meta tag, which we have already seen. So we just go to this, and here you can see this meta tag, and here you can see that it is giving this character set to be UTF-8. So if not specified, UTF-8 is the default character set in HTML. So here we have declared it to be UTF-8, And in the UTF-8, characters cannot be typed on a keyboard, but they can always be displayed using the numbers called as entity numbers, which we have discussed just now. So let me just tell you. So in this UTF-8, so the A is 65. For example, let's say this capital A is represented in numbers by 65, and the capital B is given as 66. In this way, we have this numbers for all of them characters. So then this element defines the character set, and the characters are displayed by the numbers. To let the browser understand that you are displaying a character, you must start an entity number with ampersand and hash, which we have seen in this previous topic only, and we'll be ending it with the semicolon. So how do we represent this emojis from the UTF-8? So emojis are also some characters from the UTF-8 alphabet. So we'll see how can we represent them. So we'll represent some of the emojis now in this document. So let's start now. So let's say firstly I just want to give some heading, h3 to be h3 heading to be my first emoji, and in the first emoji I'll be giving this, let me just start with a paragraph, and then in the paragraph I'll be giving this entity number. So you'll be getting this entity numbers, you can just go and get them in the documentation. This is so easy. So as I told you, you shouldn't remember everything with this entity numbers also. So you're always welcome to just go and check this documentation and then work accordingly. So now let's save this, and then let's go back to our web page and check out like how it is looking, how it is getting displayed on our site. Let's see, and here you can see an emoji has been displayed. So this is how this entity number works. And then now let's even just since the emojis are characters only, they can be copied and displayed and sized just like any other character in the HTML. So you can even get many more emojis. So let me just go back to this, and here we'll add some more emojis. So I just want it to be 128516, and also let's add one more emoji, that is 128525, and let's save this and let's check it out. Reload this. And here you can see that there are three cute emojis. So this is how we can display the emojis using this HTML and this UTF-8. And here by using this UTF-8, we do have many entity numbers for all the emojis. So you can use them by their entity numbers. So just a small piece of information for you guys. So to display this HTML page correctly, a web browser must know which character set to use. So we just came from ASCII to UTF-8. So the ASCII was the first character encoding standard. ASCII defined around 120. ASCII defined 128 different characters that could be used on the internet. That like the numbers from 0 to 9, English letters from A to Z, and some special characters like exclamatory mark and all dollar symbol. So then the ISO 88591 was the default character set for HTML4, and then this ISO 88591 supported 256 different character codes, and then HTML4 also supported UTF-8. Then the ANSI came, which was the original Windows character set, and then the HTML5 specification encourages the web developers to use this UTF-8 character set, which covers almost all the symbols and characters in the world. So this is a small piece of information, like from where we come from this. We have come to this UTF-8 and all. Now we'll be discussing about the HTML uniform resource locators. They are URLs. So a URL is another word from the web address. So for the web address, so a URL can be composed of words like we can have this something like Wikipedia and all. So it can be composed of .com and .in extensions and all, .in and all, .edu, or an internet protocol, that is IP address. So it can be something like 202.17 point and all. So these are URLs. So they are like usually what we know is that. And then most people enter the name when surfing because the names are easier to remember than the numbers. So this URL is called as uniform resource locator. So this resource locator can be, so this web browsers request pages from the web servers by using this uniform resource locators. So a uniform resource locator is used to address a document or other data on the web. So any URL follows this syntax. So it is given to be scheme with a colon, and then prefix dot domain, and then so this .com and all are called as domain. So rather than calling them the extensions which I usually say, they are called as the domain. And then these port, and then path, and then the file name. So this is the the basic syntax of this syntax rules of a web address. So then we'll just go to the explanation of each and everything of each and every part of this. So the scheme first comes to the scheme. So the scheme defines the type of internet service. The most common is HTTP or HTTPS, the secure one. And the prefix. So here you can see the prefix. So this prefix defines the domain prefix. So it can be defaultly it can be www dot and this thing is called as prefix. And the domain, this defines the internet domain name. Like you can even have Wikipedia. So this is a domain name. And the port, this is the port number at the host. So this default can be 80. So this port. And the path, so this defines the path at the server if omitted the root directory or directory of the site. And the file name, so this defines the name of the document or the resource. So these are the main parts of the syntax of this particular any web address. So then uh, URLs can be only sent over the internet using this ASCII character set. So if the URL contains the characters outside the ASCII set, the URL has to be converted. So URL encoding is a process which converts this non-ASCII characters into the format that can be transmitted over the internet. So the URL encodes replaces the non-ASCII characters with uh, percentile symbol followed by the hexadecimal digits. So the URLs cannot contain the spaces, and the URL encoding is do normally replace the spaces with the plus sign or %20. So in this way this URL encoding will happen. So when it is sent over the internet using the ASCII set, and there are characters that are out of this ASCII set. So now we'll see the differences between the HTML and the XHTML. So this is the HTML versus XHTML. So we'll discuss about this. So the XHTML is stricter and more XML based version of HTML. So XHTML stands for Extensible Hypertext Markup Language. So the HTML is Hypertext Markup Language, and XHTML is the Extensible Hypertext Markup Language. So this is more stricter, and this XHTML is HTML defined as the XML application. So XHTML is supported by all major browsers. So why we'll go for this XHTML? This is a markup language where all the document must be marked up correctly, and the XHTML was developed to make the HTML more extensible and flexible to work with other data formats like XML and all. So this is used for XML and all. And in addition, browsers ignore errors in HTML pages and try to display the website even if it have some errors in the markup. So XHTML comes with a much stricter error handling. So the most important differences between from the HTML are: this doc type is mandatory, the doc type declaration, the XML ends attribute in HTML is mandatory. So you can learn more about this XHTML also, but these are the basic differences between the HTML and XHTML. So elements are always be properly nested. Elements must be always be closed and they are always in the lowercase. And then the attribute names must be always in the lowercase in the, and also the attribute values must be always quoted, and the attributes minimization is forbidden. So these are something that are mandatory in this XHTML. So this makes the major differences between the HTML and XHTML. So these all came under these suggestions to the guidelines to prepare a good HTML document also. So it's better to use them like closing the tag and using the doc type declaration and many other things. So now we'll be discussing about the HTML forms. An HTML form is used to collect user input, and the user input is most often sent to a server for processing. So the form for this HTML form we use an element called as form. So the form element is used to create the HTML form for the user input. Inside the form element we'll be having this inside this form tags we'll be having the form elements. So all the form elements which we are using for creating the HTML form. So the form element is a container for different types of input elements such as text, fields, checkboxes, radio buttons, submit buttons, and etc. So the in the HTML we use this element called as input element, which is most used inside this form element. So an input element can be displayed in the too many ways, depending upon the type of attribute. So input, so depending upon the type of the attribute, this input element can be displayed in many ways. So we'll just discuss about some of the ways. When we give the type to be text, so for now, for time being, let's remove this attribute, name attribute. And when you give the type to be text, and it will always display a single line text input field. So let's see this. So in the value attribute, we'll be giving this John because this will be the initial text inside this text input. So here we use this value attribute which is having this John because this is the initial text that is given in this input box. So we can even give any other text. So let's save this and see what how it appears on the display. So let's reload this. And here you can see that initially it is having the value to be John, and you can even edit this. So this is something that where you can give some text of your own by just taking the deleting the initial value. So let's go back to the editor, and the next type is radio. So let me just remove this, and in the type we'll be giving in the place of text we'll be giving radio. So this will display a radio button for selecting one of many choices. So and also the next type is checkbox. So you can use similarly checkbox. So the checkbox as this type, so this will display a checkbox for selecting zero or more than many choices, like more than one choices you can just choose it by checkbox. And next one is submit, type equals to submit. So this will give display a submit button for submitting the form. And then type of button we can use for displaying a clickable button. So these are all the different types of input HTML types. And then now we'll discuss about each. So the first text element or text type. So in the text, in the type we are giving this text, and this defines a single line input field for text input. So we can give it to be something like, we'll just create a form by using this. So here I'll be giving a label, and in the label I'll be giving for equals to f name, and then in this I want to give the text to be first name. So this is the label of the particular input field. So I want it to be the first name field, and I have given some input that is type text. And then again you can even give this initial value by just giving this name, or you can even give this value by giving this name attribute and all. So we can use a break element to create some line breaks between this text and this input element. So let's give this break, and then again the input element, and I even want to know the last name. So again I'll give the label to this input. So in the label I'll give it to be last name. So the last name is my text that will be appearing, and here I'll be giving for L name. And then we will again give a break, and then we'll give this input element. So break, and then input element. So in the input element type I'll be giving it to be text again, and then let me just take out this attribute so we can use it afterwards also. So save this, and let's go back to the web page and reload this, and now we can just see. Okay, let me just add one more break uh, in between this input element and the second label. So another break, and then save this. Now let's reload this and let's check it out, and here you can see that we got the first name as a label, and here we can enter the text, and then in the last name we got another, it is a label for this another input element, and here also we can give this text. So in this way we can use this text fields by using this input element. So we can just see that the form itself is not visible, and the default width of this input field is 20 characters. So you can just see this, like let's give some characters. So this one will be of 20 characters, like the width, default input field width is 20 characters, and then after that it needs to get, we just need to scroll it to the left and right, and we have to see. And then let's get back to the editor, and now we'll discuss a little about this label element. So the label element is a tag that defines the label for many form elements. The label element is useful for screen reader users because the screen reader will read out loud the label when the user focus on the input element. The label element also helps the users who have difficulty clicking on very small regions such as radio buttons or checkboxes, because when the user clicks the text within the label element, it toggles the radio button or the checkbox. And the fur attribute which we use, so it have this fur attribute. So this attribute for the label tag should be equal to the id attribute of the input element to bind them together. So whatever we have this fur f name here in the input, so in the particular input, like we are saying that this label is for this first input element, so this fur attribute value should be equals to this id value. So this id will be, let's say, f name. So this id value and the fur attribute value should be same for two label and input which are related. Like when we are giving the label for particular input, we need to give such that the fur attribute value should be equal to the id attribute of the input element. So then now let's discuss about the radio buttons in the input. So when we are discussing about the radio buttons, we'll give this type to be radio. So let's take another example. For now, let's keep it to be the text, and then let's take one more example where we can use this radio type input. So let's again let's again create a form, and in the form I'm giving the input. So the input type to be I want it to be radio, So the radio input type, and then I'll give some ID to this, some ID which says that it is some HTML. So let's say the ID to be HTML, and I'll be giving some value to this. So you can even give this name. So let's say the name is favorite language. So favorite language, and then I'll be giving the value. So the value is equals to HTML, first one, and then after this we need to create a label for this, right? So the label, as we have discussed, the label should have the for attribute, which is same as the ID attribute of this input element. So we'll do the same. Let's write this label element, and inside the label element, for attribute for attribute should have the same as the ID of the input. So HTML, and then the text will go as HTML, and then we'll do the same with other two options also. So let me just copy this, and then the second option could be this, and let's use this break to just make the make the things clearer. So here I'll use, in the second input, I'll give the ID to be CSS. So ID will be CSS, and the name will be favorite language, because we are doing it all under the single form. And then the value will be, I just want the value to be also the CSS. And then when it goes to the label, and here we need to give the for attribute to be the ID of this input, and in this text field I'll be giving it to be CSS. And then we'll again write one more option, that is for JavaScript. So here in the ID I'll give it JS, and in the value also I'll give it to be JS, and in the label, in the for attribute, I'll give it same as the ID, that is JS, and here I'll give it to be JavaScript. So in this way we have given this three inputs and the labels to them, and after this we'll just use this breaks in between these to avoid any ambiguity. And then after doing this all, now let's save this and let's see how this gets displayed on the web page. Reload this, and here you can see that we got these three options, like three radio buttons. So HTML, if we select this HTML, you can just see that this got selected, and we can even select other option and even this option. So in this way we can use this radio buttons, and then now let's discuss about the checkboxes. How can we use the checkboxes using this input element and all? So this checkbox lets the user to select the zero or more options of a limited number of choices. So we'll see how can we use this checkboxes. Uh, we'll again just start with a form element, and in the form element we'll go for the input. Okay, let me just give it to be input. Okay, input. In the input element I'll give the type to be checkbox now. So checkbox, and then in the ID I'll give the ID to be ID equals to v1. So let me give the quotes, and v1, and then I want the name to be also v1. So when I say v1, it is vehicle 1, and the value, so I want the value to be bike. So let's say bike, and then we need to create a label for this particular input, right? So here we need to give a label, and in the label we need to give for attribute, which is equals to the ID of the input element. So here we'll give the ID to be v1, which is the ID of the input, and then we'll say that I have a bike is an option. So I have a bike, and then we'll just do it for some more options. So let's firstly break this line and let's copy this all. So yes, copy this all, and then now now we'll give the next ID to be v2 and the name to be v2 again, the vehicle 2, and the value to be we can give it to be car, and the label again here it goes to v2, and I have a car, and then break it, and again we'll go for another input, or else we'll just yes, and the next one will just go for the vehicle 3, and the name also to be vehicle 3, and the value to be we can give the value to be boat, and then here also vehicle 3, that is the ID, and I have a boat, so boat. And then after this all, let's save this and go to this web page, reload this, and here you can see we got this check boxes where we can select one or more than one options from the limited options that are given to us like this. So this is how we can use the check boxes. And now we'll see about the submit button. How can we use the submit button? So this in this we just use this in the type attribute, we give the value to be submit. So let me just give one more form, and then this defines a button for submitting the form data to a form handler. A form handler is typically a file on the server with a script for processing this input data. The form handler is specified in the form's action attribute. So we can create an action attribute for the form handler. So here we can give the form handler which can be this action dot action page dot php. So this is something like we are specifying this form handler in this forms action attribute, and then now we'll be just starting with creating a label and all, like we'll just use this text input, and also we'll just now use this submit button after using this text input. So let me just take this, and then I'll give it over here. So we have taken first name for the label. So let me just start with the label which is having the far attribute to be f name, and then the first name, and then break, and the input which is having the type text, and id to be f name which is same as the for attribute value, and then again one more label for the last name, and also the input for that. So after we do and even here also we have to give the id to be the for attribute value, that is l name. So the id will be l name. Save this, and then now we need to use this submit button. So the next one will be, after doing this all, we'll be just starting with input, and in the type we'll be giving submit, and then the value will be, so give the value to be, so the value should be submit, and then now let's save this and check it out how it's getting displayed. Reload this, and here you can see this, we can see the first name and first name label and the text, and second name label and the text, and we can see a submit button. So we can specify an action handler, like the form handler in the action attribute of this form element. And the next one is we'll be just discussing about this name attribute for the input element. So let's go back, and here let me just show you like how this input element is, like it is asking for this attribute called and type and also the name. So we'll discuss about this name attribute now. We notice that each input field must have a name attribute to be submitted. So if the name attribute is omitted, the value of input field will not be sent at all. So this is about this name attribute for the input element. So now we'll discuss about the HTML form attributes. So the action attribute which we have already discussed. So here, so this action attribute will define the action to be performed when the form is submitted. So usually this form data is sent to a file on server when the user clicks on the submit button. So in this way we use this action attribute and we give some form handler to it, and then if the action attribute is omitted, the action is set to the current page. So the next we'll discuss about the target attribute. So the target attribute specifies where to display the response that is received after submitting the form. So the target attribute can have a blank value or self value, parent, top, or frame name. So we can just give the target attribute here in this form element. So the target attribute, so the target attribute can have blank. So this blank can, which does this response is displayed in the new window or tab. We have even seen this before. And then the self, if we give the value to be self, the response is displayed on the current window. And then if it is given to be parent, so if it is given as parent, then this response is displayed in the parent frame. And if it is given as top, the response is displayed in the full body of the window. And if we give some frame name, the response is displayed in the named iframe. So this is how we use this target attribute. So then we'll discuss about the method attribute. The method attribute specifies the HTTP method to be used when submitting the form data. The form data can be sent as URL variables with the method that is equals to get, as or as HTTP post transaction with the method as post. So we can use this as a method attribute, and here we can give this get or post. So by default the HTTP method when submitting the form data is get. And then we'll just discuss like what are get and post in a brief way. So the method when it is get, this appends the form data to the URL in the name or variable pairs, and name and variable pairs, and never use get to send sensitive data. So the submitted form data is visible in the URL. So the length of URL is limited to 2048 characters. So it is useful for form submissions where the user wants to bookmark the result. And get is good for non-secure data like queries, strings in Google. And then when it comes to the post, when you give the method to be post, this appends the form data inside the body of HTTP request. The submitted form data is not shown in the URL, so it is a more secure one. So the post has no size limitations, and it can be used to send large amounts of data, and this cannot be bookmarked. So always use post if the form data contains sensitive or personal information. And now let's discuss about the another attribute called as auto complete. So this autocomplete attribute specifies whether a form should be having an autocomplete or on or off. When autocomplete is on, the browser automatically complete values based on values that the user has entered. So we can keep it on or off, so based on our requirement and all. If it is on, this browser will automatically complete values based on the values that the user has entered before. And then the next attribute is, so let me just give it to be on, and the next attribute is no validate attribute. So this is an boolean attribute. So this attribute, when present, it specifies that the form data, the input should not be validated when submitted. So this one we can just give it like this. And then so there are many other attributes also, we can just go and get them in the documentation. These are some basic attributes which we can use for this form element. So now we'll be seeing about the HTML form elements. So the HTML form element can contain one or more than one of the following form elements, which we'll be discussing now. So the first form element is this input element. So the input element is the most used one, and it can be displayed in several ways depending upon the type attribute. So we have discussed about this input element and also the label element, which is the element of this form. Here the label element. And then the next element is the select element. The select element defines a drop down list. So we'll see how can we use this select element. So inside this form only we'll just start a select element. So select, and in the select I'll be having firstly I'll just choose give a label for this. So my label will be, so in the label I'll give for equals to cars. So this is my this is my for attribute value, and then I will give this to be choose a car. So this is a label, and here in this select I have to give the ID which is same as this for attribute value. So this will be cars again, and then the name will be cars. So the name will be cars one more time, and then in the select we have to open this option. So let me just, so option, and inside this option we will give some values. Like the first option is in the first option I'll give the value to be value equals to Volvo, and give the same text here. And then again we'll open one more option, and the second option will be let's say Audi, value is Audi, and here we give Audi, and we'll just give one more option for the select, and let this value be, and then give the text also, and then now save this, and let's go to the web page and just check it out. And here you can see this drop down. So choose a car, and in the drop down we have these values which we have given, the options which we have given. So in this way you can use the select element. So the option element defines an option that can be selected. So by default the first item, so if you just reload and see, the first item in the drop down list is selected. So the first item which we have given, the Volvo one, which is getting selected. And then, and now the next one is the visible values. So we usually use this size attribute. So let's go back to this editor. So we usually use the size attributes to specify the number of visible values. So let's say the select ID, let's go to the select. In this if I give this size to be 3, so let me just give the size to be 3, and then I give this options any 4 options. So let me just give one more option, and in the option I'll give the value to be let's say some, so BMW. So here in the text also we give the same thing, and save this. And now let's go back to the web page, reload this, and then let me just reload this once again. So when you give the size to be 3, here you can see that let me just reload this, and here you can see only 3 values at a time, and if you just scroll down you can see another 3 values. So you can see when you give this size equals to some number, so you can see that particular number of values at a time. So let's change this number and see this how this changes this display. Let's go to this and reload this, and here you can see that two are visible at one time, and then the again other two are visible at other time. So by default you can see one at a time, and if you give the size to be 2, 3 and so on, you can see that number of elements, that number of options at a time. So let's go back to the editor, and here let's see how can we allow multiple selections. So we can allow the multiple selections by using the attribute called as multiple, which will allow the user to select more than one value. So in the select I will just give it to be multiple, and then let's save this and go back to the web page and reload this, and here you can see we just selected 1 and 2. So in this way we can add this multiple option where we can choose the multiple options from this selection element, and the next element that we'll be discussing is the text area element. So this will be defining the multi-line input field. So it's a multi-line input text area. So we can give it to be like let's start it from here. And yes. So here we can give it to be text area element, and in the text area element, we can give some text, that is the cat was playing in the garden. And here in this, I'll be giving the attributes. The first is the name, that is message. So it is a message, and then the next attribute is the rows. So I'll be specifying the rows to be 10, and then columns to be 30, and then let's save this. So the rows attribute specifies the visual number of or visible number of lines in the text area, and the columns attribute specifies the visible width of the text area. So once we save this and once we check it on the web page, you can see that this is being appeared, and we can even add some more content to this, something like this. So this is how it is this is how it is displayed on this web page. And then we can even give the width and height. Just go here and here, instead of this rows and columns we can use the style attribute. Let's use the style attribute, and then we can give width. Let the width be 200 pixels, and the height be, so the height is 600 pixels, let's say. And let's save this, and when we check it in the web page, you can see that this height and width has been changed for this particular text area. Let's go back to the editor, and now let's discuss about the button element. So the button element defines a clickable button. So let me just come out of this, and here we can start a button element which is having let's say this button element is something that firstly we need to give some type to it. So this is a button, so the type is equals to button, and the next one is on click, like what happens when someone clicks on this button. So that is the on click attribute. So on click, what happens is alert of hello world. So this we can just give use this to the JavaScript. Mostly we use this when we are dealing with the JavaScript and HTML. So let's say the alert is a, let's say I'll just give some alert of hello world. And then we can even, if we have lots of things to do when you click on the button, we can even use this JavaScript to make this happen. Like we can just give the method name here, and we can just do that. For now, when we are dealing with the simpler kind of stuff like alerts and all, we can just use it directly. And after this, I'll say click me is the button name. So after this, let me just save this, and once we go back to this web page, here we can see this click me, and when you click and this page says hello world. So this is the alert which we have created when someone clicks on this button. Now notice that always specify the type attribute for the button element. So different browsers may use different default types for the button element, so make sure you just give some type for this type attribute for this button element. And then now we'll discuss about the other elements called as field set. So now we'll see about the field set and legend elements. So the field set element, so the field set element is used to group related data in a form, and the legend element is used to define caption for the field set element. So let's say we have some field set element, and let's say in the field set element we are giving a legend element. So in the legend element I'm giving the uh, caption for this. So for here I'm giving personally, and in this I am giving the labels, like we'll just give the same thing from here to here. And after that we even give the submit button also for this, the submit button. Let's copy this and then again give it here. So just for showing purposes, demonstration purposes, I'm doing this. And then after saving and save this, so after saving this, let's go to the web page and reload this. And here we can see that we got this field set completely, and you can see that this looks much better. So it is grouping all this related data in a form, and it's giving some caption to it by using this legend element. So in this way we can use this field set element and the legend elements in the form. So then we'll now discuss about the data list element. The data list element specifies a list of predefined options for an input element. So users will see a drop down list of the predefined options as they input data. So the list attribute of the input element must refer to ID attribute of the data list element. So this is similar to this input element one. So let's say we'll just write a new example for this. So let's open this form, and let's just make sure to give this action attribute, and in the action attribute we give something like action page dot php, and then inside this I'll give an input. So input which is having this data list. uh, so firstly let me just take this out, and I will give that this is list of browsers. So browsers, and then inside this input I'll give the data list. So the data list, so which will be specifying the predefined options for an input. So in the data list I'll give the ID of browsers, because I just want it to be the same, browsers. And then in the option value, now I'll start with the options. So the first option is having the value to be value that is equals to Internet Explorer, and the second option which is equals to the, so once I have given these values in the options, I'll just save this and I'll just check it out in the web page. And here we can just see that here is a text field, and when I just click on this I can get this predefined values, like pre defined options for the input element. So here it will be asking me to just choose one among them, or else I can even just if I just try to give this Safari, so it shows me this relevant one, and if at all I want to choose another one, like I can just give this text here, but it will show this predefined options for the input element. And then now we'll discuss about the output element. So the output element represents the result of calculation like the one performed by the script. So let's say um, we want to take something like take some inputs and display some output. So in that cases we use this output element, and in the similar way we have other form elements like also which we can go and just check them. So for now we have discussed about the form element, input element, text area element, label element, field set element, and legend element, which is used for caption for the field set element, select element which is used as drop down list for the drop down list, and also we discussed about this option element, button element, data list element, and the output element. So now we'll be discussing about the HTML input types. So in the HTML, in the input element, there are different input types that you can use. So we'll discuss some of them. So firstly we have discussed about this type equals to text. So here we have discussed about the type equals to text that defines the single line text input. And then now we'll see about the type equals to password, so which defines a password field. So let's do that in the first form itself, or here in this form we can add this. So here I'll just give a label, and in the label I'll give the for username. So username, so this is the for attribute value, and then inside I'll give the text to be username, and then now I'll open this input field. So yes, let's the input field. So in the input field we'll give the type to be text, so this is a text type, and then I will give the ID. So the ID should be equals to this for attribute value. So the ID will be now username, and then let me give the name also to be username, and inside after this we'll just give a break, and then again we'll give this label. So the label, and inside the label for I'll give this password like pwd as the for, and then inside this I'll give password, and let me yeah. So then I'll now open this input element. So in the input element now I'll give the type to be password, and then the name to be pwd, and also the ID to be pwd. ID is pwd, and then now let's save this and let's check out for this in the web page. So here we can see that we got this username and password one. So I'll just create a break in between them to differentiate. So here let's give a break and save this, reload this, and here you can see that we got this username. So let's say we give some username Ram, and then the password will give some password. So the password appears to be starred. So this is how we can use this password attribute, like this password and the attribute value for this type. So let's get back to this editor, and here we have already seen about this input type submit, which will be submitting the form data to the form handler. So in this here we have discussed about the submit, and then now we'll see the type reset. So this defines the reset button that will reset all the form values to their default values. So if at all they have any default values, it will be returning them all to the default values. If at all there is nothing to make it to the default values, so it will be let's see, like let's show I'll just show you with an example like how this reset will work. So firstly we'll give some form, and the action attribute is mandatory, so just give some action attribute with action page dot php. So then here I'll be just starting a label, and inside the label I'll just give the same thing from here, from the first name and last name one. So from this I'll just take this, including this submit. So the same thing, copy, and then I'll be using it here. And then here we have this label, and then in the input now we'll be giving this name, the name to be f name, the name will be equals to f name, and now we'll be giving this value. This is the default one, so this value will be defaultly appearing on the web page whenever it is loaded. So then this value to be, let's give it to be John, and then the label again and another input element, and here we'll give this id to be equals to the l name, which is the attribute value for this fur in the label, and then we'll even give this name to be l name, and we'll give the value to be the John Doe. Okay, so then just save this, and again we'll now just see one more input element, and in this input element I'll give the type to be reset. So the reset, and let's take out this name attribute for now, save this, and let's go back to the web page and reload this. And here you can see by default the first name and last name are given John Doe, and if I just change it to some other thing, so something like this, and then if I submit, it's okay. And if I want to reset it, let's click on the reset, and you can see that all the text, these two text areas, like this two text inputs have been changed to the default values again when you use this reset button. So in this way we can use this input type reset. And then we have already seen about this input type radio. So I have to use this type radio and have to give this different options, like different labels and different inputs by using this radio, where we can select only one option. And then we have already seen about this checkbox also, where you can choose from 0 to more than one options. For the limited number of choices we use this checkbox. And also we used about this we learned about this button tag, button element. And then this we can even just take this so now the input type color. So when we just use this input type color, let me just show it here. Input, so in this type we give the color, and then this is used for input fields that should contain a color. Depending on the browser support, a color picker can show up in the input field. So here we can give the name to be favorite color, and then we can just give the label for this also. Firstly we'll give some id to be fc, and then again we can give the label, and in the label, in the for attribute, we'll give the fc, which is same as the id for this input. And then um, we'll give the select your favorite color, select your favorite color, and save this. And let's go to the web page and check for this, reload this, and here we can see the select favorite color. And here by just choosing on clicking on this, you can just select one of the color like this. So here like this. So in this way you can just select your color by using this type equals to color. And now you can even give the input type to be date. So let me just show this also. So here we'll just give one more input element, and where the type is date, and this is used for input fields that should contain the date. And this, depending upon the browser, the date picker can also be shown up in the input field. So here in the name I'll give it to be birthday date, so I just want to know the birthday date, birthday, and then I'll give this ID also to be equals to birthday. So here we give the ID also to be birthday, and then uh, the next one is we need to give some variable for the label for this. So in the label I'll give for birthday, so birthday, and in this I'll be giving the label to be birthday. We'll save this and we'll just go back to this Chrome, like the browser, and see. And here you can see this birthday one. So by using this we can just choose one of the date for giving this date. So by in this way we can use this type date to give you to take the inputs in the date. And then we can also use this min and max attributes, so to add the restrictions to the dates. So for example, here in this date we have given the ID, and then here we can give the min. So the min to be let's say I just want it from this 2001 and 02, and from there that is the minimum one. And even though I can even give the max, so the max birth date, that are max dates that are allowed. So here I can give something else, like the max will be something like 2022 will be the max I just want to give. So in that way we can give the max and minimum of the dates. We can restrict the dates. And then we can even use this type called as datetime local to specify the date and time input field with no time zone. So depending upon the browser, it also gives a date picker to show up in the input field. And we can even give the input type to be email. So input type to be email. This is used for input fields that should contain an email address. Depending upon the browser support, the email address can be automatically validated when submitted. Some smartphones recognize the email type and add .com to the keyboard to match the email input. So in this way, we can even use this email just by specifying the type equals to email. And even we can give the input type to be file, that defines the file select field as and the browse button for the uploads. So if you want in the form, if you want the people to upload some files, you can just use this input type file. So let's see this. In the input type I'll give the file, and the name we can give anything, like let's say it's my name is this name is my file. And then one more thing, I'll give the ID, so the ID is also my file. And after this I'll give a label to this label, and the label for it is for the ID my file. And then in this I'll give this select a file text, select a file, save this, and go to the browser, reload this. And here you can see that there is a upload option with the choose a file option. So in this way we can upload the files in this using this input type. And then we can even use this input type hidden, which defines the hidden input field which is not visible to user. So this hidden field let web developers to include data that cannot be seen or modified by the users when a form is submitted. A hidden field often stores what databases record that needs to be updated when the form is submitted. So while the value is not displayed to the user in the page's content, it is visible and can be edited using any browser's developer tools or view source functionality. So do not use hidden inputs as a form of security. So then we can even use this type month, which will be allowing so here we can even use, let's go down and here give an input. So in the type we can even give the month, which will be allowing the user to select a month and a year. Depending on the browser support, a date picker can be shown up in the input field, and even we can give the input type to be a number. So number, we can use it in the case of phone numbers or any age or anything which defines a numeric input field. You can also set restrictions on what numbers are accepted. So you can even just say, like, when I give this type equal to number, I can even give this min and max attributes to say that, to give the restrictions to this numbers, like what numbers to accept and all. And in this way we can just have this all the types of input element, like all the attributes of the input element for this attribute values for this type. And then we can even use this input type, that is range. So this range, we can even give this attribute value to be range, and here we can give the min and maximum ranges, and the user can select it. And then there is also an type called as search. So by using this we can create a search. I'll just show you how can we do this. By using this we can create the search field. A search field behaves like a regular text field, so we can even just give the search field by giving the type value to be search. And when you give this type to be tel, then this will be used for the input fields that should contain a telephone number. So for that we can use this tel. And even you can give the input type to time, which allows the user to select a time, like it also gives this time picker depending upon the browser support and all. And we can even give the type to be url, which this is used for, like, when you give this url type, this will be used for an input fields that should contain url address. Depending upon the browser support, the url field can be automatically validated when submitted. Some smartphones recognize the URL type and adds .com to the keyboard to match the URL input. And then we can even just give the type to be week, which allows the user to select a week and year. So this is the less used, but it is also there in this HTML to just show you. So these are all this input type attribute values which we can use in this HTML. So now we'll be discussing about the HTML input attributes. So the input value attribute specifies an initial value for input field. So the value attribute is something that will be giving the initial value for an input field. So which we have seen here when we have given this default values and when we have used this reset button. So there we can see that we can give the initial values, the default values to this input field using this value attribute. So you can see that we have used it here, the value, and also we have used it in the case of input, like when we have given the type to the reset, we have used it then also. So then the next attribute is read only attribute. So the read only attribute, so let me just open this, and here in the read only attribute we can, that specifies that an input field is read only. The read only input field cannot be modified. However, if the user can tap to it, highlight it and copy the text from it, the value of read only input field will be sent when submitting the form. So let's just check this. So let me just open a form tag, and in the form tag I'll give a label. So in the label I'll just say we'll give this first name and last name and all. Firstly, let's take it from there where we have used it in the beginning. So here we can just see this, and let me just copy it till the submit. And here you go. So here I'll be giving in the input, I will set it to I will set this to read only. So I'll say read only, and then the other one will just leave it like that to see the difference between these two. Save this, and let's go to the web page. So here you can see that we got this too. This is editable, like we can just give some more some other text in this, but this one is not editable. This is not getting removed, or neither it can be changed. So in this way we can use this read only attribute. Getting back to the editor, we can use this disabled attribute. The name of the attribute is disabled. The disabled attribute specifies that an input field should be disabled. A disabled input field is unusable and unclickable. The value of disabled input field will not be sent when submitting the form. So just keep this in mind that it will be not sent while submitting the form, regarding this disabled input field. So how can we disable an input field? We can just give the disabled and just save this. Go back to the web page and reload this. And here you can see that this is disabled and it cannot be changed, and also it is not sent when submitting the form. Let's get back to the editor now. And then the other attribute is the size attribute, which we have already seen. Like, the size attribute will be specifying the visible width in characters of an input field. So the size attribute works with the text, search, tell, and URL, email, and password input types. So we can use this size attribute with this all, and we can just make this make the changes to the visible width. So by default the visible width is, the size is 20. We can even change that. And the next attribute is max length attribute. So the max length attribute specifies the maximum number of characters allowed in the input field. When a max length is set, the input field will not accept more than that specified number of characters. And however, this attribute does not provide any feedback. So if you want to alert the user, you must write this JavaScript code to tell that the character limit has reached and all. So we can just give this max length. So the max length to be like it all depends upon you. Let's say I give 5 and save this. And if I just go to the web page, reload this, and if I want to change this, if I give some 5 characters, and after that it is not accepting. So in this way you can give the max length. And let's go back. And there are also min and max attributes that can use in the input element. So we have discussed about this, like how can we use the min and max in the case of date, and in the case of other things, like when we are going for the time and all. So then for the range also we have used this min and max, so which will specify the minimum and maximum values for the input field. And then the multiple attribute. So by using this multiple attribute, that this specifies the user is allowed to enter more than one value in the input field. And there is also an attribute called as pattern attribute. This specifies the regular expression that input field's value is checked against when the form is submitted. The pattern attribute work with the text, date, search, URL, tell, and email and password input types. So how can we use this is, let's say we have this input type is text. Here input type is text, and we have given some id, some name, and here we'll be giving we'll just take this out and give the pattern. So the pattern to be from a, it's z, and then a to z, with, in the flower brackets we can give 3. So let's say we are taking the input to be the country code. So here let's say I'm just taking this to be country code, and I want the country code to be 3 alphabets. They can be capital A to Z or small a to Z, then 3 alphabets. So let's save this and get back to this particular web page. Reload this, and here the country code. So this can be of 3 letters. So in this way we can just give this patterns to this input field. And then we can even use the placeholder attribute. The placeholder attribute specifies a short hint that describes the expected value of an input field. like it may be a sample value or a short description of the expected format. So the placeholder attribute works with the text, search, URL, tell, email, and password input types. So let's see. I'm telling that here in the placeholder I'll just give some value, like you need to enter something like um let's say USA, let's say, or else it can be okay, let's give it to be USA. Save this, and when I get back to this web page and reload this, here I can see the placeholder that is saying that USA. So this is something like a sample code or some description, like what you are expecting in the particular input field. So there is another attribute called as required attribute, which will specify that an input field must be filled out before submitting the form. So the required attribute works with the following input types, that are text, search, URL, telephone, TEL, email, password, date pickers, number, checkbox, radio, and file. All we need to do is, if I just want this particular country code to be my required field, I'll give this required attribute and save this. So when I reload this, so this is required, and with this if I submit the form, it asks me to fill out this field first. So this is how this required attribute work in the HTML. And there is another attribute that is called as step attribute. Step attribute specifies the legal number of intervals for an input field. If the step is 3, the legal numbers could be like -3, 0, 3, and 6, in this way. So we can just use it for the range or date and date time, local or month, time, and week. And the input instruction restrictions are not foolproof. Like JavaScript provides many ways to add illegal input. To safely restrict input, it must also be checked by the receiver, the server. So then there is another attribute called as the autofocus attribute, which specifies the input field should automatically get focus when the page loads. So we can just use that by just giving an autofocus, just by telling that autofocus here. So by using this field will be automatically get focus when the page loads. The next attributes are height and width attributes, so which will be specifying the height and width of the input type. So when we give the type to be image, so when we give the input type to be image element, so the input to be image here, and here the height, we can just give the height and width of this image. So always specify both the height and width attributes for image. If the height and width are set, the space required for the image is reversed when the page is reserved when the page is loaded. Without these attributes, the browser does not know the size of the image and cannot reserve the appropriate space to it. So it might be affecting in the change in layout during this loading time. And then there is another attribute called as list attribute, which we have already seen while using this data list. So that attribute is used to make that item refers to a data list, and that element that contains the predefined options for the input element. And also we have seen about this autocomplete. So this is an autocomplete attribute, is an attribute that specifies, so this one, autocomplete attribute is an attribute that specifies whether the form or an input field should have autocomplete on or off. So we have discussed about this also. If it is on, it will take the all the default values. If it is not, if they are not specified in the form. So these are all the different attributes that are supported by this input element. There may be even more, so you can just go and explore in the documentation. The HTML input form attributes now. So the form attributes are, firstly, we'll just have this brief overview about this attributes. The first attribute is the form action attribute. Form action attribute. So this attribute specifies the URL of the file that will be process the input when the form is submitted. So this attribute overrides the action attribute of the form element. And then the other attribute is formants type. Formants type. So this attribute specifies how the form data should be encoded when submitted. So this is only for the forms with method, that is post. Method post and method get, we have two of these methods. So this is for the method post. And then the other attribute is form method. So form method is an attribute that defines the HTTP method for sending form data. So it is used for sending the form data to the action URL. And then there is another attribute called as form target. So form target is an attribute which specifies the name or keyword that indicates where to display the response that is received after submitting the form. And then we also have the form no validate attribute. Form no validate. So this attribute is it will be specifying an input element should not be validated when submitted. And this attribute overrides the no validate attribute of the form element. So it works well with the types like submit, and also there is a no validate attribute which will be present, and that specifies that all the form data should not be validated when submitted. So these are all some quick overview about this form attributes. You can just go and get explore them, and you can just try them in your document also. Now we'll be discussing about the HTML canvas graphics. So firstly, we'll just give some heading here in the comments. So we'll be discussing about the HTML canvas graphics. So then in this, we'll be now firstly discussing about this element called as canvas element. So the canvas element is used to draw graphics on web page. So the graphic to the left is created with the canvas. So which we can create it with the elements in the canvas element. So in the HTML canvas element, it is used to draw graphics on the fly via JavaScript. So the canvas element is only a container for graphics. So you must use this JavaScript to actually draw the graphics. And the canvas has several methods for drawing paths like boxes, circles, text, and adding images. So the numbers in the table, which we can just say that in the browser version that fully supports canvas elements are in the Chrome. We have this Chrome 4.4 fourth version, and in the Internet Explorer the 9.0 version, and the Firefox 2.0 version, and in the Opera it is 9.0 version. And now we'll see about this canvas element. So firstly, in the canvas element we'll give an ID. So in the ID, let's say that it is my canvas, and then we can specify the width, and let the width be 200 and the height be 100. So this is in the pixels. And then always specify an ID attribute to be referred to in the script by the JavaScript. And the width and height attribute must define the size of the canvas. To add the border, we can even use the style attribute. So then here let's use the style attribute to give the border. So style is equals to border of 1 pixels, and the color solid. So to give the black color, so let me just give the color to be solid black. So yes, so in this way we can just give the border by using the style attribute. Let's save this and let's see it on the web browser. Reload this, and here you can see this canvas. So this is the canvas element. Like we have given some border to it, so we can see the width and height of this canvas. So getting back to this editor, we can even add this, we have to add this JavaScript. After creating the rectangular canvas area, you must add a JavaScript to do the drawing. So you can just, let's say, we'll just take some script for this. So start the script, and in this, let me just open this. Here we'll be giving some variable. So in the JavaScript, will declare the variables as var c, and then that is equals to document dot. So which we have already discussed, get element by id. So get element by id. So get element by id, which, let me just document dot. So let me just remove this. Let get element by id, and here we'll be specifying the id. So my id is my canvas. So this is my id, and here I assign this to a variable c, and after that I want this variable ctx. Ctx should be equal to c dot get content. So get context, get context of 2D, and then we'll be giving ctx. So we got the ctx, and ctx dot, we'll be moving our pointer to 0 comma 0, that is the origin, 0 comma 0, and then the ctx dot line 2. So we are drawing a line from 0 comma 0 to 200 comma 100. Let's say 200 comma 100 is the opposite vertex of to this 0 comma 0. So in simple, we are drawing a diagonal. So then after this, we'll give the ctx dot stroke, and then yes. So we are done. Now let's take this out, save this, and let's check this out now. Reload this. So here you can see we got this diagonal got drawn using this JavaScript. So in this way we can use this canvas, and we can even draw the circle, and other we can even draw a text on this canvas. So we'll now see how can we draw a circle using the canvas. So let's say we'll just remove this all, and also here we'll just remove this, and now we'll give another JavaScript for this. So here we'll say that ctx dot begin path. So we are beginning the path with begin path, and then the ctx, and we are giving the arc 95 comma 50 comma 40 comma 0 comma 2 into 2 into pi. So for this we have to give the math dot pi. So to just tell that it is the pi, we are referring to the pi, and then after this ctx dot stroke. So then let's save this, and then we can just try it in the web browser. So here we can see this circle, and in this way we can even give other shapes also. And let's say if you want to just add this text on this canvas, we'll just go back to the editor, and here we'll just remove this all, and now we'll just say that ctx dot font. So we'll give this font to be 30 pixels Arial, and then semicolon and the ctx dot fill text. So the ctx dot fill text will be uh, the hello world. I want to draw the text hello world on the canvas. Hello world, and it should be from x coordinates 10 and y coordinates is 50, and we'll be closing this. And now let's save this, and let's go back to the web page and see. And here you can see that the hello world has been displayed on this canvas. So in this way you can display this text, and also you can even display a stroke text. So we'll just get back to this code. We'll get back to this, and here in the place of fill text we can give it to be stroke text. So by giving this stroke text, so by giving it like this, we'll save it, and then now we'll reload and see. So here you can see that we can display the text like this by using this stroke text in the JavaScript, and we can even draw the linear gradient using this JavaScript, and also the circular gradient, and we can even draw the image. So I'll just show you how can we draw the image in this. So here, after getting this ctx, we'll be just giving a image variable. So our image, and here I'll be giving document dot get element by id, and here I'll be giving some the image id. So we'll just go for some image. So firstly we'll give some image here. So let me just give some image. Okay, let me remove this and give some image tag. So after giving the image tag, I need to give some source. So to get this, now we have given some image tag, and then here we'll be giving the id to this image. So let's give the id is equals to let's say the id is trees. So here I'll be giving this trees, and then let's close it with a semicolon, and then now we'll be just saying that ctx dot draw image image uh, draw image of what we need to draw is image comma the coordinates we need to mention, and after this we'll close it with a semicolon, and then let's save this and let's check it out now, like how is this displaying. So here you can this is the image, and here you can just see this canvas. So in the canvas we have displayed this image. So in this way we can draw the image in the canvas. We'll discuss about this SVG graphics in this HTML. So this SVG graphics, like this defines the vector based graphics in XML format. So what is SVG? So SVG stands for scalable vector graphics. So this SVG is used to define graphics for the web, and then this SVG we use this by using this SVG element. So SVG element. So this SVG have several methods for drawing paths, boxes, circles, text, and graphic images. So now uh, this is the code for drawing a circle in SVG. So in this we have just started this SVG, and we have given the end tag, and in this we have given the width and height, and in that we have just open this, and we have said that it is a circle with the x coordinate of 50 and y of 50, and radius should be 40, and we have given the stroke to be green, and the stroke width is 4, and we have filled it with yellow. So we can just see it in the web page how it looks like. So here you can see that this circle which we have drawn using this SVG, and in the similar fashion we can even draw the rectangle. So here in this we can just let me just copy this complete thing, and here we can, in the place of circle we can give it rect, and after that, uh, all we need to do is we need to give the width and height again. So here width, so the width equals to 400, and then here we'll give the height, width and height to be 400 and 100 again, 400, and here also the height to be height equals to, we can give it as 100, and then now we'll just take this out, and here we'll be opening the style attribute, and inside the style attribute we'll be giving fill. We need to fill it with RGB values or something that we are giving now. So the RGB values are 0, 0 and 255. So I want to fill it with blue, and then uh, I just want the stroke width to be, so the stroke width, so the stroke width to be 10, and then I want the stroke color to be RGB of 0000. So then I'll just save this, and let's get back to this browser and reload this. And here you can see this rectangle which we have drawn using the SVG, and in the similar way we can even draw this rounded rectangle, and also we can draw a star using the SVG. We can give some logos using this, we can draw some logo using this SVG. So in this way we can use the SVG, and you can just go get this documentation, and you can learn more about this, how can we use and all. And now we'll discuss the basic differences between the SVG and Canvas. So the SVG is a language for describing the 2D graphics in XML, but the Canvas draws 2D graphics on the fly with the JavaScript. So SVG is XML based, which means that every element is available within the SVG DOM. You can attach the JavaScript event handlers for an element. In SVG, each drawn shape is remembered as an object. If attribute of SVG object are changed, the browser can automatically re-render the shape. So the canvas is rendered pixel by pixel. In Canvas, once the graphic is drawn, it is forgotten by the browser. If its position should be changed, the entire screen needs to be redrawn, including any objects that might have been covered by the graphic. So, and the basic differences are the canvas is resolution dependent, where the SVG is not dependent. And in the canvas, there is no support for the event handlers, and in the SVG, you get this support. And in this canvas we will be having this poor rendering capabilities, whereas in the SVG we got this best suited applications with large rendering areas. And then uh, the next thing is that this canvas is well suited for graphic intensive games, whereas this SVG is not suited. So in this way we have just got this basic overview about this SVG and the differences between canvas and SVG. So now we'll be discussing about the HTML multimedia. So in the HTML multimedia, so let me just give this title. So the HTML multimedia. So multimedia on the web is like sound, music, videos, movies and animations and all. So what is multimedia? Multimedia comes in many different formats. So it can be almost anything you can hear or see, like images, music, sound, videos, records, films, animations and many more. So web pages often contain multimedia elements of different types and formats. So the browser support. The first web browser had support for text only, so limited to a single font in a single color. Later came browsers with the support for colors, fonts, images, and multimedia. So, what are the multimedia formats? So, multimedia elements, which are like audio, which can be this audio or video, they are stored in media files. The most common way to discover the type of file is to look at the file extension. So multimedia files have the formats and different extensions like dot .wav or .mp3, .mp3 or else .mpg or else .wm or else we can even say .avi. So there are many extensions for multimedia. So the common video formats, there are many video formats out there, but the mp4, WebM and org formats are supported by HTML. So the mp4 format is most recommended by the YouTube. So we have such many extensions, and the common audio formats like the mp3 is the best format for compressed recorded music. So the term mp3 has become the synonymous with the digital music. So if your website is about recorded music, then you can go for this mp3. mp3 is the choice that you can just prefer. So for the videos, the YouTube mostly recommend this mp4 extension. So then now we'll discuss about this HTML video. The HTML video element is used to show a video on the web page. So this is represented by this video element. So to show the video in the HTML, we use this video element. So let's quickly see how can we do this. So firstly, we'll give this width attribute to some, we'll just set some width, and also we'll give the height attribute and we'll set it to some height. And then now we'll give the controls. So then the controls, and then here we'll be giving some source file. So just close this, and inside this we are giving some source that is having the source attribute that is equals to, and here we need to give this source, and then we need to give the type. So the type of the source, the type of the video we can say. So the type is, let's say, video and mp4 it is. So and also we can even give some more sources like this. So in this way we can just give this we can just use this video tag, and in the source we can give the links, the absolute links or the relative links, like we can just say movie dot mp4. And if at all this is not supported, the thing that will be displayed is your browser does not support the video tag. So if at all this is not displayed, then this text will be displayed. So in this way we can use this video tag. And how this works: so the controls attribute which we have added, this adds the video controls like play, pause, and volume controls and all. It is a good idea to always include the width and height attributes, because if the height and width are not set, the page might flicker while the video loads. The source element that allows you to specify, this source element will allow you to specify the alternate video files which the browser may choose from. The browser will use the first recognized format, like if you have the video of .mp4 format, and also you have it in .ogg format, so you can give both of them. So when the browser, if the browser find out this mp4 first, it will choose it. Or else if the browser just find this .ogg, and if there are list of formats, so whichever format the browser will first recognize, that will be getting displayed. So here let's say I'm giving this .ogg. So this kind of things you can just do using this video element. So the text in between the video, this text will be displayed in the browser that do not support this video element. So this text that we have given, your browser does not support the video tag. So the note is that the Chromium browsers do not allow autoplay in most cases. So however, muted autoplay is always allowed. So we can add this muted. So this muted and autoplay, after autoplay, to let your video start playing automatically but muted. So how we can add this is here. So here you can just give it to be autoplay, autoplay, and you can give muted to make you to let your video start playing automatically but muted. So there are various HTML video formats. So the three supported video formats are MP4, WebM, and OGG. So here I'm mentioning them. So MP4, Web, WebM, and OGG. So these are the formats that are supported for the HTML, and the different browsers that support are Edge, Chrome, Firefox will support all of these three, but the Safari doesn't support this OGG, and Opera also support all of these. So in this HTML video we have some methods, properties, and events. So we'll discuss about them. So in the HTML, the HTML DOM defines methods, properties, and events for the video element. So this allows you to load, play, pause videos, and as well as setting during the setting duration and volume. So then now let's these are all the tags that we have discussed, like the video tag we have discussed, the source we have discussed about, and there is one more tag which is called as track. So the track tag. So this track tag will take defines the text tracks in media player. So this is a tag that we use for defining the text tracks in the media player. So now we'll be seeing about the HTML audio. So in the HTML we use this audio element to play an audio file on the web page. So here we can just have this audio element. So to play an audio file in the HTML we use this element. So let's write an example for this audio element. So in the audio we give the controls that, such as play, resume, and others like volume and all. And here we'll start the source src is equals to something called as horse dot ogg, and then the type of this will be audio, and which is of ogg. And then we'll be adding one more source also, the source that is having the source of the same audio with the other format, that is mp3, and in the type we'll be giving. So here also we'll be just changing this to ogg in the case of this ogg. So your browser, this one ogg. So here also we'll be just giving the type to be audio, and it is an mpeg. So how this HTML audio works? So here we have this controls, which this attribute adds controls like play, pause, and volume, and the source element which allows you to specify the alternative audio files. Like this source element will be allowing you to specify the alternative audio files which the browser may choose from. The browser will use the first recognized format, like if it recognizes this one it will choose this, or else if it recognizes this it will choose it. Like the one which it does recognizes firstly, it will choose that and it will be playing that particular thing. And if at all it doesn't support, we will write a text that will be displayed if the particular browser doesn't support this audio element. So we'll be giving this text called as your browser does not support the audio element. So then In the audio element, we can even add this autoplay to automatically start an audio file. So here we can just give this autoplay after the controls. So in this way we can use this autoplay, and by using this we can automatically start the audio file. So the Chromium web browsers do not allow the autoplay in most cases. So however, muted autoplay is always allowed. So for the muted autoplay, we can just add this muted after this autoplay. So by using this audio file will start playing automatically, but muted one. So then there are various HTML audio formats, and this MP3, WAV, and OGG and all. So the different browsers like Edge, Chrome, Firefox, and Opera will support all of them, but the Safari doesn't support this OGG format. So just get to know this compatibility with the browsers and all before you add any format of audio. And then in the HTML audio also we have this HTML DOM that defines the methods, properties, and events for the audio element. So this will allow you to load, play, and pause audios, as well as to set the duration and volume. So now we have discussed about this audio element and the source element regarding this particular media topic, HTML multimedia topic. So now we'll see about the HTML plugins. Plugins are computer programs that extend the standard functionality. So the plugins are programs that will extend the standard functionality of the browser. So we usually plugins were designed to be used for many different purposes. So they are like something to run this Java applets, or to run the Microsoft ActiveX controls, to display Flash movies, to display maps, to scan for viruses, to verify a bank ID. So for now, the most browsers no longer support this Java applets and plugins. So the support for Shockwave Flash has also been turned off in modern browsers. So in this we have some of the elements. We'll just have a brief overview about all of them. We have this object element. This is supported by all browsers. So the object element, so this element defines an embedded object within an HTML document. So it is designed to embed plugins like Java applets, PDF readers, and Flash players in web pages, but it also can be used to include HTML in HTML. So we can just start this, and we can give some width and height and the data attribute, and here we can give some HTML, like we can give HTML in HTML, like we are giving the snippet.html in this HTML. Or you can even add the images in the data, and also you can even use this embed element. So there is an element called as embed. So this element is supported in all major browsers, and it also defines the embedded object within an HTML document. So web browsers have supported the embedded element for long time. However, it has not been a part of HTML specification before the HTML5. So this embed element does not have a closing tag. It can contain this embed can contain this cannot contain this alternative text. So then this is not the embed that we are discussing. The embed was not having any closing tag, so that was the embed that we are discussing about. And then uh, now we'll be discussing about the HTML YouTube videos. The easiest way to play videos in HTML is to use YouTube. So struggling with the video formats, like we can just convert the videos to different formats, can be difficult and time consuming. So the easier solution is to let the YouTube play the videos in your web page. So we are talking about this YouTube. So yes. So this will be an easier option for you to just add the videos in your web pages. So the YouTube will display an ID, some ID, when you save or play a video in the top. So you can use this ID and refer your video in the HTML code. So now let's see how can we play this an YouTube video in HTML. To play your video on web page, we need to first upload the video to YouTube. So whatever video you have, you need to upload it to the YouTube and take a note of video ID. So now after taking the note of video ID, now define an iframe element in your web page. Let the source attribute point to the URL of your video. So here goes the URL of your video, and then so here I'll just give it to be URL, and then we'll be using the width and height attributes to specify the dimension of the player and add any other parameters to URL. So we'll be giving some width. So let's say the width will be 420 and the height which will be 315. And any parameters, if we have more styling and all, you can even add them also. So, and to let your video start playing automatically when a user visits the page, we can add this autoplay. Autoplay, autoplay is equals to 1. So you can use this autoplay equals to 1, and also you can add the mute after the autoplay to let your video start by playing automatically. Start playing automatically but in muted. So just add this to be 1 again. So then in the YouTube, when it comes to the YouTube playlist, a comma separated list of videos to play in addition to the original URL. Then you can add a loop equals to 1 to let your video loop forever. So the value 0 is the default one. So the loop equal to 0 is the default one, which will let your video play only once. And if you keep it 1, the loop equal to 1, then the video will be playing forever. And there are YouTube to add the YouTube controls. Add controls equals to 0. This controls equals to 0 to not display controls in the video player, and if you display and if you give the controls equal to 1, it will display the player control display. So in this way we can add this URL and width, height and other things like controls and all the loop and autoplay and mute and all to get this YouTube videos on the HTML web page. So without struggling with the video formats and all, compatibility with the browsers and all, we can just upload your video to YouTube and get that from there, and you can use it on your web page. So now we'll be discussing about the HTML geolocation API. So this HTML geolocation API is used to locate a user's position. So it is a geolocation API, so which is used to allocate the user's position. The HTML geolocation API is used to get the geolocation position of the user. So since this can compromise privacy, the position is not available unless the user approves it. So there are some browsers like in the Chrome it supports the 5.0 version supports it. So as of Chrome 50, the geolocation API will only work on secure contexts such as HTTPS. If your site is hosted on a non-secure origin such as HTTP, the request to get the user's location will no longer function. So you have to use this HTML geolocation to get the get current position is the method to get current position. So this is the method that is used to return the user's position. We can just do that with a quick example. I'll just show you how you can use this geolocation API. So firstly we'll write the script, and then here will be now uh, taking a variable x, and that will be equals to document dot element get element by id. So get element by id, and we'll be giving some id to be we'll just take some id. Let's say I'm just taking this id, I'll give some audio id that is equals to um, some demo, and also we'll be giving this button. So in the button we'll be giving on click. On click we want it to be get location method. So the get location, and then close this, and then we'll be giving like try it, and then we have given some id, and also we'll just give the id demo to another thing. Let's take this out, and here we'll just give some paragraph element, and in this paragraph element we'll just say id equals to yes, id equals to demo, and then in the script, let's get back to the script, and here in the script we'll be just giving this get element by id, and here we'll be giving this id to be demo, and then let me just give some semicolon here, and now these the exact function now starts. The function will be function, and here we have given on the in the button on click will go to the get location. So give the function name to be get location, and inside the get location we'll just give some open and close parenthesis, and then so we'll just comment down this all other things to just make clear that what all is happening. So let me just only take these two and give it over here in this section, and I'll comment down this all, and then so here we'll just open this, and in the function we'll be saying that if the navigator dot geolocation, in the navigator dot geolocation, the navigator dot geolocation, so geolocation not get location, so it is navigator dot geolocation. So if the navigator dot geolocation is true, then we can just say that we the navigator dot geolocation dot get current location, get current position can be our method that we use. So the get current position, and inside that we can just give the show position. So show position, show position, and then we close this, and we'll be writing this for the else also. So let me just close the bracket here, and then else we have to do x dot inner html. So we'll just change this x dot inner html to be geolocation is not supported by this browser. So we'll just say that geolocation is not supported by this browser. So we can say this, and here we can just see let's come down, and let's e- take out this extra spaces to clear this html, and then here yes, so here we have another function which is called as the show position. Here you can see this show position function. So this show position should be having some function in it. So for that we'll also even do that. Let's come out of this, and we'll say that the other function named show position is being given. So the function named show position So the show position is given, it is having the parameter to be position, and then we'll open this function, and inside the function we'll be just saying that x dot inner html will be equal to latitude. So this is a text latitude plus position dot coords dot latitude. So here you can see that we have completed this code. So I have given the latitude position plus the longitude position. And then now let's save this and let's check for this in the web page, like how it is getting worked. So when you reload this, and here you can see this try it button which we have created. So click on the try it, and here you can see that this file wants to know your location. So as I've told you that this location is something like the sensitive data, so it will be only shared if the user will allow it. So if I allow it, my data, my location will be shared, and I have this access to block this. So in this way we can just create this geolocation APIs and all. So if firstly in this code, like if we just get back to this JavaScript, here we are first checking that the geolocation is supported or not. If at all it is supported, we are running that the get current position method. Like if not, we are displaying the if not, we are displaying the message that the geolocation is not supported by this browser. So if the get current position method is successful, so it will be returning the coordinates object to the function specified in the parameter, that is the show position. So it will be returning to them. So there, here you can see that the show position function outputs the latitude and longitude. So this is a very basic geolocation script with no error handling. So there are also the error handlings and rejections. So the second parameter of the current position method, so we can even use the second parameter to handle the errors. So it specifies the function to run if fail. It specifies a function to run if it fails to get the user's location. So this is the error handling also supported by this, by using the second parameter of the get current position. So this get current position method returns an object on success. So that is the latitude and longitude and accuracy properties are always returned. So there are other properties also that are like chords latitude, which means that the latitude as the decimal number is always returned by the chords dot latitude, and by using this dot longitude, this longitude as a decimal number is always returned. And there are other properties also like chords dot accuracy, the accuracy of position is always returned. So in this way we do have different properties for this get current position. And the other interesting methods that we can see in the geolocation object are something like watch position. So watch position. So watch position is one of the method that returns the current position of the user and continues to return updated position as the user moves. So it's like the GPS in a car. And then there is another method called as clear watch clear watch which stops the watch position method. So this clear watch will stop the watch position method. So in this way we have different methods to get this to make this in the HTML, to make this geolocation APIs. So now let's get a quick summary about this HTML. So now we have learned this HTML. So now what to do? So firstly, now we have just got to know about this HTML to create our own website. So HTML is universal markup language for the web. HTML lets you format text, add graphics, create links, input forms, frames and tables, etc. and save it all in a text file that any browser can read and display. So after knowing the HTML, what to do the next? So the first thing is you can learn the CSS. So CSS lets you style your HTML pages and it gives you the total control of layout without messing up the document content. So we have even seen that, like, how can we add the CSS to the HTML, how can we interconnect between the HTML elements and the CSS styling and all. And then after that we can even go to this JavaScript. So JavaScript makes your website more dynamic. Dynamic website can react to events and allow user interaction. So JavaScript is most popular scripting language on the internet, and it works with all major browsers. So you can even go learn this JavaScript also. So the next thing is publishing your website. To make your website available to the world, you must publish it. So for this you can have these two options. The one is using the internet service provider, or else you can just host your own website. So we'll discuss both of the ways now. So the first one is using an internet service provider. So an internet service provider is a company that provides these services for accessing and using the internet. The internet services typically provided by ISPs include internet access, internet transit, domain name registration, web hosting, Usenet service, and colocation. Using this internet ISP provider, ISP is the most common option, and the advantages of this are the connection speed. So they are having the very fast connection speed, and they are having the powerful hardwares. So the servers, these web servers can be shared by several clients, and you can also expect an effective load balancing and necessary backup servers. And the next advantage is security and stability. ISPs, which are the internet service providers, are specialists on web hosting. Expect more than 99% uptime and latest software patches and the best virus protection. So the things to consider are, the ISP should offer 24 hours support. So the toll-free phone should also be vital. And then the daily backup. The ISP must run a daily backup routine. And the next comes this traffic volume. Check the ISP's traffic volume restrictions. So do not end up paying a fortune for unexpected high traffic. So next is the bandwidth or content restrictions. Check the ISP's bandwidth and content restrictions, if it is it possible to publish pictures, videos, or sound or not. And then email capabilities. Make sure that the ISP supports the email capabilities you need. And then the last one is database access. So make sure the ISP supports the database access you need. And the next option is hosting your own website. So the things that you need to consider is, when you are hosting your own website or your own server, are the hardware expenses. To run a real website, you must buy powerful server hardware. A low cost PC will not do the job, so you will need a permanent 24 by 7 high speed connection. And the software expenses. So the server licenses are often higher than the client licenses. So server licenses also might have limits on number of users and all. So then comes the labor expenses. Don't expect low labor expenses. You have to install your own hardware and software, and you also have to deal with bugs and viruses and keep your server constantly running. So by seeing this two advantages and also the things to consider, just choose between one of this, ISP or hosting your own website, and you can learn CSS and JavaScript after this HTML. Thank you for watching, guys, and if you found this video useful to you, don't forget to like, share and subscribe to the PC Tips Pro.